Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode improvements. Hello there PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic feedback system. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time! Emergency Pickup Guide. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile version 2.0 is now available. In the Erangel and Miramar's ranked and unranked modes, we've added a new item, Emergency Pickup. In this video, we'll take a look at the Emergency Pickup to help you get started. The emergency pickup is a consumable that can help players get to the play zone quickly. It can carry up to 4 players at a time and can be found at various resource points on the map. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the emergency pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon will be launched into the air as a beacon to guide the aircraft. That's why it needs an unobstructed space, away from buildings, vehicles, and other environmental obstacles. It will take a while for the rescue plane to reach your location, so you and your teammates can approach the pickup while waiting and tap the attach button to connect the beacon, thus making sure that you're ready to fly. When you're on the rescue plane, you can detach and jump out at any time. It's a great way to get to the next play zone center quickly. Meanwhile, you'll also get an excellent aerial view. Being able to observe an enemy's exact location allows you to find holes in their defense and surprise them from the sky. Alternatively, you can hide in the final play zone and use gunfire to draw the enemy's attention. Then, secretly deploy the emergency pickup and land behind the enemy to complete your ambush. I'm sure that with your ingenuity, you'll definitely master the emergency pickup in no time at all. But of course, high returns always come with high risks. The hot air balloon that comes out of the emergency pickup will be a very obvious sight on the battleground, so remember to clear the current area first or make sure you're safely concealed before using the emergency pickup to move to another location. Otherwise, your location will be easily exposed, and your enemy will have a chance to corner you. Also, as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're high up in the air, you'll continue to take damage and won't be able to heal. So, think carefully before using the emergency pickup. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be that unlucky player who ends up trapped in midair. Aside from the emergency pickup, we've prepared some other new contents in the new version. If you want to know more, don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hello PUBG Mobile players and fans! We've been hard at work continuously improving and polishing our game, and at long last, the official Livik map is ready to be played. In the official release version of Livik, we've retained the beta version's fast-paced combat while also revamping the major urban areas. At the same time, we've added a new vehicle and new interactables to the map for everyone to enjoy. New urban areas. In the official version of Livik, we've substantially improved the look of many areas and revamped layouts for a total upgrade. This is all to give everyone a fresh combat experience. Mid-Steam. First off, let's introduce Mid-Steam. The gateway with the name of the area and the main street in the city are the new landmarks. With buildings of different heights, this area will give players plenty to think about when strategizing. Take the high ground advantage or battle in close quarters. Anything is possible. Blomster. In the new Blomster, the wide streets divide the city into many areas. This means that whoever gains a better view of the city gains an advantage in battle. Your opponents would not want to attack you from the streets. And don't forget to check out the soccer field. We prepared a surprise reward for our players in this newly added area. Logistics Center. The lumber yard was changed to the Logistics Center. In a large open area, piled up shipping containers create a huge amount of cover. They're great for flexible strategies, but you must stay vigilant, as there may also be enemies around every corner. Get ready for close quarter combat. Iceboard. On a snow-covered hill, a castle stands. There are a lot of buildings with varying heights in Iceboard, with a white church in the center. If you want to take advantage of the terrain here, why not try to attack from behind? But keep an eye out for enemies that are doing the same thing, because once you expose yourself, you'll be at the mercy of enemy fire from above. New vehicle. In the official version of Livik, players will be able to find an all-new, all-terrain UTV. It has a compact frame, holds 4 passengers, and is great for traversal. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, the UTV handles them with ease. It could be your ticket to the final circle. Advanced Supply Zone. Want to stockpile combat supplies as soon as the match starts? No worries. In the official version of Livik, an Advanced Supply Zone will spawn randomly on the map. There are more resources than usual in this zone, but that also means more competition. If you're confident in your shooting skills, then give this place a try. Good luck! New interactive gameplay. In the official version of Livik, we added lots of interactables. They help make the official map more interesting, give more resources to players, and expand their options during a match. Wild berries. When you're out in rural areas of Livik, look around carefully, and you might just find some wild berries. Eat them to help you with survival, so that you can stay fresh for battles just around the corner. Soccer Challenge. There's a new soccer field in Blomster, but that's no ordinary field. Try to score a goal and see what happens. Excellent rewards await you. Storehouse. Breaking news. A batch of weapons has been delivered to Livik and they're hidden in the aqueduct. Destroy the wall with firearms or explosives to hoard the hidden arsenal for yourself. High-flying vehicles. When you find crates in hard-to-reach places, try looking around. This is a challenge for players that live in the fast lane. Find a nearby motorcycle and ramp to reach those crates and get the rewards prepared for daredevils. Zipline. Ziplines will be added to the official version of Livik, giving players a way to move quickly from 2 fixed points. It will help you escape from enemies or the blue zone when in a pinch. Random supplies and treasure maps. In the official version of Livik, equipment and item crates will spawn randomly, giving you more ways to get items. Also pay attention to the treasure maps on the map because they help you locate supply crates nearby, so that you can get to them quickly. In the official version of Livik in Ranked Classic mode, we will bring back the recall event for a limited time. Getting defeated no longer means the end. Every player can be recalled once. When a recall is still available, players will be able to recall teammates for a period of time after they are defeated. We also added new quick chat voices so teammates can communicate better when recalling. As for players that are being recalled, we've also improved their vision when returning to the battleground so that they can better rejoin the battle immediately after landing. Other content. In addition to the changes above, the volcano that has been dormant for years in Livik has become active. Please be cautious when it erupts and stay away from the spewing lava. That's it for the official version of Livik. We hope you like it. If you want to know more, don't forget to follow our official Bull community. We look forward to seeing you in the official version of Livik. Happy gaming! All-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best.
Take a back set. Mongolia is stepping in.
The pride of Nepal is coming to get you.
Forged in tough battles, we bring the Pakistan juggernaut.
It's time to conquer South Asia Championship.
Gentlemen, today number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny joined by Necro alongside with me, and as I said, day number 2, it is going to be exciting to watch what these teams are going to put on the table to, well, put themselves a little bit higher on the overall rankings right now, which took a very interesting turn after the last game yesterday. But hey, what is going to happen today? Only time will tell. But Necro, for now, what are your expectations from the lads?
Oh man, I mean, 2 chicken dinners from JyanMaara, 2 chicken dinners from Stalwart Esports. Now this is where I'll ask you a return question. Did you expect JyanMaara to get 2 chicken dinners in day 1?
I mean, to be honest, based on how they were playing during the PMPL South Asia
Finals.
PMPL South Asia Finals, I didn't think this was going to happen. I thought JyanMaara, they were going to be somewhere between in the top 10, but playing like this right on the very first day, I mean, color me impressed, and I'm waiting to see exactly what the next level for JyanMaara is going to be. Are they going to be able to topple Stalwart Esports from the first position today? But they are not the only team in contention right now. DRS is not too far behind, sitting on the 3rd position with 69 points to their name. Then you have Esports following them quite closely with 65 points. But while we see a clear difference within the top 4 teams, there's a very, very small gap between the team sitting on the 5th position, that is Deadeyes Guys, and the team sitting on the 12th position, that is I8C. Now, that is one more thing we need to talk about. I8C, outside the top 10. What is going on? What is happening right there?
Oh my god, I personally don't even understand as well, because IHC was one of those teams coming inside the South Asia Championship. We thought IHC might just look like a whole nother beast, but so far in day 1, they're not really able to do anything great, and they only have 30 points in their pockets. They're pretty much almost tied with IIT, which is currently sitting on 33 points. But hey, one thing that all these teams are fighting out for has to be the prize pool as well. $150,000 on the line. The first place, of course, getting $40,000 in their hand. The second place getting $28,000. And then, of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards. But this time, what my eyes are especially on is that most valuable player reward, $2,000, Johnny.
Exactly, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly which one of these individuals will be able to walk away with that money in their pockets. Right now, we do see Stalwart Esports is, well, I believe it is top right now, who's sitting on the top of their charts, followed by Pika right behind him. But that is going to change. That is bound to change, because, I mean, these teams are going to be fighting for that money by getting points in every single game. The point structure, it still remains the same after all this time. Finish first, you get 15 placement points. You finish second, you get 12. You finish third, you get 10. And then there's that 1 point for every single finish, every single elimination that you secure inside of the match, which ends up becoming quite important for a lot of these teams. But on the other side, though, I mean, talk about pleasant surprise. We have already talked about JyanMaara doing phenomenally well. We've talked about IHC not doing so well, which, I mean, it is kind of a surprise right there. But 52x Rage, I mean, we saw, or I mean, we were able to see, in fact, how they played during the PMPL Pakistan finals, just winning the trophy with no chicken dinners. This time they do have a chicken dinner, and they are in the top 5. So there is an opportunity, top 6, sorry. So there is an opportunity for them to push themselves up on the leaderboard, but for that to happen, they need to make sure that they have a great start to the day today.
Talk about a great start, though. Let me tell you what, Stalwart Esports, they are always well known for their rocket start in any sort of a tournament. On day 1, Stalwart Esports should always be on the 1st place. And then on the 2nd place, we of course have JyanMaara. And as I said, that's what Stalwart Esports are known for. They like to start things on a dominating way, and then maybe in the, between a couple of days, they'll try to take a seat back and try to readjust and recalibrate. And then in the final moments, they'll come back again even stronger. So this is what Stalwart Esports likes to do. Then we have JyanMaara in front of us as well. with 78 points on the second place. Then we have DRS Gaming with 69 points and Seal on 4th spot with 1 chicken dinner. And they're also looking pretty solid. So I'm not going to lie, Seal is another beast that I'm really worried about because they were the one who won the PMPL South Asia League stage.
I mean, and you have to be worried about Seal Esports as well. They are a pretty strong team in their own right. And if you take them lightly, then that is going to be a very big mistake. On the other side, though, we move on to the second page of the rankings. As we have been talking about I8C quite a lot now, we also have to talk about the team right above them, I8 Esports. I mean, one of the strongest teams from the previous seasons of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. This time, even they are struggling quite a lot. And it's the same story with I8 as it is with I8C Esports, wherein the teams are doing really well within those team fights and whenever they have to use those weapons, but the rotations are the thing that are, well, keeping them down in these overall rankings.
Talking about keeping them down, we have the player from Stalwart Esports top, of course, all the way on the top currently on the first spot. Then we have Pika, but Pika, again, he's leading the charts in the elimination bracket. But as I said, overall, the first place will always be just combined with all the stats equally, and then it'll be just, you know, combined, and overall the average score will be found out, and that's how the first place will be given away to the MVP guy. But yeah, as you did see, Tops' damage was miles away from another player of that Stalwart, which was Pika. So it makes a lot of sense too why Top currently is all the way on the top in the MVP's bracket. But then you also take a look at Killer YT from the side of DRS, a team that did not really have that great of showing, but still I would say an okay day one, because we know DRS is another one of those teams that will like to get that first spot in their hands. Currently they're sitting in 3rd spot, so I'm pretty sure DRS will try to get their hands on the 2nd or 3rd first place, but I'm not gonna lie, day 2 scares me for the top teams.
I mean, I agree with you. Day 2 is definitely going to be scary if you're one of the teams sitting in the top 5, but for the other teams, it brings with it the opportunity to make a recovery. Talking about recoveries, we did see kind of a recovery yesterday with the teams DRS and T2K, where in the first 2 games there were massive blunders from their end, but they were, by the end of the day, able to bring their total tally to a decent position. But on the other side, the best position to be in is at the top, and that is where an interesting fight is right now, well, happening in front of us. It is Stalwart Esports versus JyanMaara, and this one is something that no one could have predicted. This is what the top 2 was going to look like at the end of day 1. But Stalwart Esports was sort of the usual suspect for one of the teams in the top 3. JyanMaara, I think, have been a very pleasant surprise for us.
And not just that, you can already see even the difference between the first spot and second spot. Look at the aggression that Stalwart Esports shows, and they like to just display on the board. 9,000 plus damage, and then JyanMaara only had 6,000 plus damage. So that in itself just speaks volumes about Stalwart Esports and why they're currently conquering the overall rankings. And I'm pretty sure Stalwart Esports just keep on playing the way they're playing right now. They are just going to be dominating the entire stage as well, as we do see a couple of highlights from the players of Stalwart. And this is how they really dominated day 1 in general, not just on Sanhok, not just on Miramar, Erangel too. They just made it look like it's their home.
I mean, especially that performance in the final Miramar yesterday, that was something else from Stalwart Esports. They pulled off a number right there, just eliminating one team after the other, back-to-back squad fights, and they did not miss a step. Everything was working perfectly for this team, but then JyanMaara also were pretty consistent. As you mentioned a little bit earlier when we started off the day, 2 chicken dinners in day 1, that's a pretty big deal right there, and that should have gotten them the advantage or kept the difference a little bit closer. But then there were those games where even we saw JyanMaara take an early exit, and that is where Stalwart Esports in fact ended up capitalizing, due to the fact that we know this team is going to be aggressive. Even if they are going to be taken out, they make sure that they go out with at least a few elimination points in their favor, and that sort of ends up helping them at the end of the day. Not at the end of the day basically, but at the end of the tournament. Those few extra points matter. We have seen trophies, well, teams missing out on that trophy just because of 1 or 2 points, and it is quite often that is the scenario right here. But we just started. We have just started these PMPL, this PMPL SA Championship. Yesterday was day number 1. Day number 2 is still yet to begin. The first game always is going to be on Erangel, but we do have the performance graphs as well in front of us now. And then you do see that stagnant climb, the consistent climb that was there by JyanMaara till the end of the day.
Exactly. It kind of dropped down in game one, though, not going to
Yeah.
lie. JyanMaara got taken out pretty early. So JyanMaara did not really wrap up a lot of points in that one. But on the other hand, though, you can already see JyanMaara started the day off on a great note. They kicked things off on a great note. They got a nice chicken dinner for themselves. If I'm not wrong, they had like 25 or 26 points in the game one. So overall, they had a phenomenal performance. But again, this is where we question ourselves. Are we going to be seeing the replication today as well? Or are we going to be seeing the downfall of the teams that are currently in the top?
I mean, I don't want to see a replication of yesterday. I don't want to see the same results as yesterday. I want to see the teams in the second half of the leaderboard sort of step up, especially because there are a lot of big names right there. Yeah, I mean, it's going to make the standings a lot more interesting. It's going to make the fight for the title a lot more interesting. And I mean, this is the moment, this is the tournament where the champions of South Asia are going to be crowned. So, So the more intense it gets, the more fun it is going to be for us and for our lovely viewers as well. And let's not forget, again, we are going to be making predictions before every game, and you guys have the opportunity to join us in doing so as well on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official broadcasting channel. So once again, make sure you're tuned in for that. About how you will be able to participate in those predictions, we'll let you know once we are into the game.
Exactly. I mean, you guys will be able to, just vote space the team tag you guys want, and you guys will be able to vote for the teams that you guys are rooting out for in that particular game. If you guys want, for example, Stalwart Esports to win, so you guys can go on the PUBG Mobile South Asia YouTube page, and you guys can type vote space STE and just press enter, or just send the message in the chat, and pretty much your voting is done. And then you guys will be able to see a nice overall graphics of the audience vote. And I'm not going to lie, yesterday, I mean, even though 52X Rage was another one of those teams that came in from the Pakistan side, surprised all of us, astonishing performances without a doubt. But now I want to see what they've got in their back on day two, because we talked about this. And especially teams like Deadeyes Guys and IHC as well, they will need to step things up. Deadeyes Guys currently, they're sitting on 5th spot. IHC currently, they're sitting on 12th spot. IHC, I'm pretty sure, even though when it comes to the elimination points, they are going to be really close, but Deadeyes Guys, they always surpass a lot of teams in that placement standpoint.
I mean, definitely, it is about those placement points, the few extra placement points that Deadeyes Guys have consistently gotten for themselves that are keeping them close to the top 5, at least for now. It was quite a close call for IHC a number of times in the matches that they played yesterday, but again, those mid-rotation fights are not really going their way, and because of which we see them struggle. Now, as you mentioned, Necro, Deadeyes Guys sitting on the 5th and IHC sitting on the 12th position. As we pointed out earlier as well, the difference between these two teams is not a lot. So that means every single team, starting from 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and all the way to the 12th position, one single game can change their fate. The higher you are already, it's going to be an extra benefit for you, because if Deadeyes Guys, imagine them securing a chicken in the very first game of the day, that's going to propel them into the top 3. So situations like that are definitely going to give a few teams the upper hand, but today the first few matches for the teams specifically outside the top 10, for them it's going to be all about closing in the distance, and in doing so I think IHC, I want to see what they are going to bring to the table today, because yesterday again wasn't really their day. They were struggling the entire time. Again, sitting on the 12th position is not really a spot where anyone would say, like, all right, IHC is going to be 12th. No one would think this is what the competition was going to be like.
Exactly. Now, as you do take a look at the performance comparison between IHC and Deadeyes Guys, and you can clearly do see, right? IHC, of course, they're having like a nice, consistent downhill way. On the other hand, Deadeyes Guys, some are downline, a bit inconsistent in some games. They're faltering out. For example, Game 1 wasn't really their cup of tea. They're on Game 3 as well. A decent performance. Game 4 had a massive performance, and then in Game 6, of course, they had an insane climb the graph as well. So this is something that IHC is currently missing out on. And if I'm not wrong, IHC is one of those teams that is currently leading the charts when it comes to the elimination points. They're looking really good, but what problem for IHC always has been is that sometimes they tend to be too aggressive, and they'll need to start prioritizing those placement points too.
I mean, I agree with you on that. That we have mentioned it time and time again. You have to make sure that you pace that aggression quite nicely, but let's see. Have they made any changes, and if so, are they going to work out for the team? We do have the schedule on our screens once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting off like always on Erangel, followed by Miramar next. Then we have another Erangel, and then the whole rotation it is going to take a wild turn. We'll talk about that a little bit later, because we do have the Erangel's map chance in front of us. And this is where Stalwart Esports, Deadeyes Guys, even JyanMaara were able to do really well for themselves. I mean, considering JyanMaara walked away with a win in the very first Erangel yesterday.
I mean, they did. And this is something that really boosted up JyanMaara's overall confidence, right? But hey, let me tell you what, the audience was really happy about that too. So let's take a look at the peak concurrent audience overall, just the viewer rewards. And this is something that we're really looking out for, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys do hit these milestones, we're going to be giving you guys some free permanent rewards in game, which of course, if you guys do hit a nice 50k marker, we're going to be giving you guys a great set. And then if you guys do hit the 70k marker as well, we're going to be giving away some nice crates and sets as well. And then the maximum milestone is going to be 100,000 watching. If we do get to 100,000 watching at the end of the day, or at the end of this entire PMPL South Asia Championship, then we're going to be giving away that nice t-shirt that you guys see. And also PMPL 2022 special crate is on sale currently from May 19 to June 12th. So make sure to grab your sets and yeah, just try to save some money. You know, I'm a person who likes to save. I'm a person who waits for the sales, and I feel like this is now the right time to go and grab your sets. So let's take a look at the predictions too, Johnny. So, Johnny,
yep,
it's time for the real deal. Which team you want to go for? I'm going to ask you
right,
the question. I just want to hear one answer, Johnny. Nothing.
One answer, one word answer, IHC. That's what I'm going to go for. I mean, we've been talking about quite a lot. There's a lot of pressure on the lads. And again, for a team like IHC, not being in the top 3 is not going to be an option.
Interesting. You know what I'm going to go for in game 1? Deadeyes Guys.
Alrighty,
come on, prediction. Make it a Deadeyes Guys. Come on. Because we saw IHC and Deadeyes Guys stats comparison a while ago, and I personally feel like these two teams have been really close to each other, even in the past competitions too. So IHC and Deadeyes Guys might just be one of the great rivals currently in the entire server as well. So yeah, IHC. I went with Deadeyes Guys. You went with IHC. Let's find out how things are going to be looking like. A little question for the chat too. If you guys don't know how to vote, make sure to type vote space your team tag. For example, Deadeyes Guys team tag is DE, so make sure vote space DE and just send your message in the chat so we will know which team you guys are rooting out for as well.
Exactly, and those predictions are also going to be shown inside of the game. There's a small little graphic that pops up, so we're going to be discussing that as well. But again, I mean, Deadeyes Guys, IHC, it's going to be quite interesting to see, because whoever ends up doing well in this game propels themselves as well. If IHC do well, if they finish in the top 3 one way or the other, then it's going to put them inside of the top 8, inside of the top 7, and it's going to allow them the opportunity and the breathing space to visualize themselves in the top 3 at the end of the day. Deadeyes Guys, they finish in the top 3 in this game. That's an instant boost for them, getting a little bit closer to the top 4 and, well, maybe even toppling down some of the rest of the competition. And Deadeyes Guys, again, had a pretty phenomenal run in the PMPL South Asia final. So it's going to be quite interesting to see, can they regain their old form back? Well, not that old, it's just a month-old form, but still, can they regain their composure and start performing in a similar manner? Because that is what will be needed from Deadeyes Guys if they want to take the next step, challenge Stalwart Esports, challenge JyanMaara in the top 2, and try and snatch the trophy away from them.
Johnny, now we touched up on Deadeyes Guys, we touched up on IHC, we touched up on Stalwart Esports, we touched up on 52x Rage, but I feel like another Goliaths, another Titans that currently haven't been mentioned are i8 Esports. And i8 and Salt Esports, of course, now that's Salt as well has merged in, but we also need to talk about i8, which is something that is really kind of a blunderous start, I would say. On day 1, this is something none of us expected. We expected a team like i8 to actually take the cake and maybe be somewhere in the top 3, not in the top 3, maybe in the top 5 on day 1 to kick things off well. But this is where a question can be asked for not just you, but also audience, is that, what do you guys think, man? Like, considering the fact that they did not really perform that well on day 1, how is their mental going to be looking like? Johnny, so do you personally think they're going to be having like a lot of mental pressure on day 2 to perform because they know they've got a huge fan base?
I think the mental pressure is going to be there regardless of what the size of the fan base is going to be there, because these are competitive athletes and they always like to win. Losing is not an option for them. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what i8 are going to be thinking today, because yesterday I had a conversation with this about with Blotter yesterday during the matches. Like, it didn't feel like I8 were doing necessarily making a lot of mistakes. It was just that they were unlucky most of the time, specifically on those Erangel runs. Because every single time you would see them just get sandwiched out of nowhere. No one could have predicted like the backstabs coming in. Even when they were taking head-on fights, someone else will just come in from the flank, start taking them down. And they tried their level best to at least secure a few extra points. And I mean, goodness gracious, Crypto was just playing out of his mind, just always securing those elimination points for himself and for his team as well. And that is the reason we see I8 just a little bit further ahead of I8C. But again, both the teams are in a similar situation, and just toning down that level of aggression, at least in these first few early games, might just be the thing that helps them out. But hey, the match is about to start. We do see the lovely players on our screens, and now all we have to do is just wait for the trajectory of the plane to see what the game is up to and what the players will be up to.
I mean, again, now, ladies and gentlemen, just a little request, a humble request from me, and not just me, from even the entire PUBG Mobile community, is that take a few minutes from your life and help us make PUBG Mobile Esports even better. There's a link in the chat that's currently pinned on top of the messages. If you guys do go over, that's a little survey, so make sure to take that survey and help us make PUBG Mobile Esports make even better. But currently, here we are in the game 1 of day 2 of the map of Erangel, where the plane fly path is going to be starting all the way from Sarki towards Milta Power. Johnny, my man, what are your expectations?
I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see. One thing that I'm waiting for right now in the very start of the game, it's going to be that military base clash. Now, because the trajectory leans heavily towards the eastern side, southeastern side of the map, towards Military Island, it's going to be quite interesting to see what pathways I8 and Seal Esports were going to take. But hey, that's not going to happen. Seal Esports, look at them, already heading towards the northern Georgia Pool City. That secondary drop location, that drop option of theirs, it's going to come in quite handy right now. And that means the military base is completely left in the hands of I8 Esports. We did talk about those unlucky moments. Well, hopefully, since now they're going to be completely isolated in the southern part of the map, apart from Stalwart Esports all the way towards Nova Repnoi, let's see if I8 are able to convert this matchup.
We'll only be able to find out as the time progresses by, because the circle as well is not something that's going to catch the players off guard, and neither the team. Maybe teams like Stalwart Esports and DRS and maybe Freestyle as well will have a bit of a struggle to try and make it in. But again, Johnny, this is something I would like to take your eyes on. Seal, another one of those teams that yesterday clashed against I8 in that military base area. But this time, Seal, they actually decided to improvise their drop spot and go all the way towards Northern Georgia Pool. Oh, an interesting encounter coming in, crossing each other's ice. But again, Mafia Ninja not really finding any sort of connections with that Uzi, so he's probably just going to back out from that.
Well, but let's see what is going to happen. I mean, Mafia Ninja, he drove there quite confidently, but wasn't really able to convert anything since the players were already grouped up and the rescue mission was underway. But let's see, I8C Zero with the AKM in his hands has managed to spot out a few of the lads from the side of the grounders in the middle of nowhere. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what the approach of these two teams is going to be like right now, because IC in the back lines is isolated. On the other side, the grounders, they have two lads present in these compounds. That pretty decent cover available for them, but do they find those weapons to protect themselves? That is what this fight will come down to. Who gets the weapon first, and who is the luckier one in this situation?
Oh, look at this. IC just eyeing out the players in the front. But does the grounder know the beasts are just right next to him? DP28 is the favorite weapon of Zol. And currently just moving around in the open fields. He's just waiting for one of the players from the grounders to make a rookie mistake. And as soon as they do step out in the open, his lifeline will be faded away in front of his eyes. Shapatar right here in front of us, as we do see the players of IT right in the back lines. Those pink little dots on your minimap, they are the players of IT, just waiting for their prey to step out of their comfort zone. I8, another one of those teams, likes to go towards military base, but yesterday, unfortunately, they clashed up against the players of Seal. And the drop collision was definitely something that was really interesting to see. And I got wiped out in an instant against the players of Seal. And look at this. I'd see this is the exact moment they were really looking for. And they find it indeed. The grounders already losing out on one of their players. And that's the first blood on the hands of the Manziel.
Well, that's the first blood right there, as you mentioned. And again, this should have been an opportunity for them to secure a few more extra points, since a few more individuals from the side of the grounders are not too far away from this position. But let's see, IHC right now, all the lads being extremely careful. We do see Godless again and again just making sure those compounds are clear, but Zigzag could be spotted out in the open, and IC with the M16 now just make sure that the grounders are going to be down to a two-man squad as soon as the game starts. 2 points for IHC, while trouble in paradise for the grounders.
Talk about trouble in paradise and talk about this. IHC, they're already out of their comfort spot here, just moving around. They still need to get their hands on some comfortable loot, that's for sure, because they only have one first aid, as you can see IC's loot, and 5 bandages to work with. So I'd say this is not something, or this is not a state they would want to be in. They always would want to be in their comfort zone if they do like to play that aggressive. And one thing that can really be talked about, I'd see, is that how confident they are in their approach. They're not really scared of separating away from each other, and they're not really scared of taking any sort of fights. But that as well sometimes can pan out in a bad way. One of the players get caught off guard in the open, and then the other player can also get taken out pretty easily. So the separation sometimes might lead to their demise. So I personally feel like IHC is kind of a team that will need to stick to their roots, or that will need to stick to each other.
Well, but let's see. I mean, as you said, sticking to your comfort zone, sticking to what you are comfortable with, those strategies, those plays, that is going to be the most important thing right now. But ooh, that's a beautiful shot right there. Just zooming out from the logo.
What's your dream car?
The McLaren F1. That's the older one. From I believe it came out in 1998 or the early 90s, somewhere in the mid 90s. That has to be my favorite. But we do know someone who loves Lamborghinis.
Oh yeah, I love Lamborghinis too. They just have like their own class at that point. But again, a little question for the chat as well. What is your guys' dream car? Let us know in the chat, you know. Because again, you might just find someone that likes the same car as you, and you might just make some new friends with each other, you know? Some new friends that I don't really have any friends, so I'm just helping you guys to make some friends.
Yeah, that's the life of a gamer right there. You just stay in all day, just grinding it out, playing those games. And don't really have a chance of going out much. We just make our friends online, I guess. But at this point, look at that. Look towards Ruins and Georgiopol. There's a massive cluster of teams already forming right there. Freestyle, I think, they will have to find a way to deal with Regicide in a few moments, since there is going to be a little bit of a collision mid-rotation between the two teams. But if there is a decision to just walk away from each other, then maybe we won't really see an early game fight. Stalwart Esports on the other side, again towards Novorepnoy, completely isolated, but we have seen in the past, specifically during the PMPL South Asia finals, that DRS read their strategy, and they will always try and figure out a way to block their rotation on the Novorepnoy bridge. Now I want to see if that happens today.
Again, I personally feel like this is something that the circle is going to deny. Even if DRS did want to block out the players of Stalwart Esports, unfortunately, the bridge is just not inside the zone. So DRS would know that it's not really worth it. But if they do want to camp out on, they will try to go on the left side of the bridge. But again, that will be filled with risks, and that's something DRS would not really want to take in this early part of the game. So DRS would take things a bit slow and as cautious as possible. Currently, Phantom Esports on our screens, not really doing that bad, sitting on 9 spots, still in the top 10 on day 1, and I personally feel like slow and steady wins the game.
Well, slow and steady does win the game. You have to be steady. I think that is something that everyone needs to focus on. Just being steady, being consistent in those matches. But talking about consistency again, I mean, it's going to be quite important to see what these teams will deliver at the end of the day. It is, again, quite a late rotation from the players of 52X Rage Esports, sticking to the same strategy that was working so well for them yesterday. And the northern part of the map being completely abandoned as of now, I think does in fact put them in a very comfortable position. But look at this. Oh, Crypto taking a few shots. The helmet taking a little bit of the damage. He is down to around 60% HP. Spotted out from the high ground on top of that Georgia Pole hill. But on the other side, Regicide against the players of Freestyle, and Nocto just needs to run behind this cover, this rock out in the open. He does have one teammate right next to him, but this is not going to be an easy fight for them to win if Freestyle manage to find a flank from the distance, from the hill just across the trees.
Look at Arkham just driving around. And Aram is not even trying to move anywhere near him. As we do have Bossy on our screens too. Again, Regicide is one of those teams that you rooted for in one of the games yesterday. And unfortunately, they weren't really able to pull anything off. And look at this. A huge stalemate situation inside the entire map. We've just seen one body hit the deck so far. Or scratch that, 2 players of the Grounders itself that got taken out. And of course has to be one of the most aggressive teams currently in the lobby, I'd see too, just getting those first 2 elimination points on their hands. And after that, we haven't really seen any sort of actions.
Well, let's see. Again, as you mentioned, we haven't seen a lot of action since that first collision between IHC and the Grounders, but as the game slowly and steadily progresses with circles like these anywhere towards the western part of the map, the mid-game stages, the time after 13-14 minute marker is where most of the chaos is going to be. But look at this, Regicide spotting out the players of JyanMaara, a team sitting in the top 2, and Snipe YT, no escape for him as he's going to get sniped out. Well, not sniped out, he's going to get gunned down in the middle of nowhere. Regicide, they had him surrounded, so an easy pickup for Regicide and an easy point for them to secure, but the rest of the players from the side of JyanMaara, now what is going on through their heads? They have just one goal in mind right now, cover up that difference, those 20 points between them and Stalwart Esports. They have to cover that up and make sure it's going to be a little bit lesser for them to secure those points in the later stage of the day and maybe even sit on the first position at the end of the day.
Sitting on the first position at the end of the day would be something that a lot of teams would want. But again, currently the table toppers are the players of Stalwart. And I don't think Stalwart is one of those teams that's going to let that happen anytime soon. So if any of the teams are eyeing out for that Stalwart spot currently, the King of the Hill, then they will have to be really consistent throughout the game, of course, with the aggression too. The elimination points should be on the point as well. You cannot just focus on placement points and hope that you're going to take over Stalwart, because Stalwart has great fine-tuning between the elimination points and also the placement points.
Yeah, they've managed to find the perfect balance for themselves, and it's working out quite nicely as well. But let's see. I mean, day number 2 does bring with it a lot of ups and downs, a lot of changes. The unpredictability factor is definitely going to kick in. Gunner on our screens does find some cover. His intentions, it looked like he wanted to head towards the high ground on top of that hill, but it's a good decision that he turns this buggy around, because there are a few teams that are in control of that position right now and would not have been quite pretty of a sight for JyanMaara losing another player this early in the day. But Regicide against Freestyle, a complete standstill between the 2 teams.
At this point in time, a lot of teams are just waiting for the next circle shift, and there we go. The circle is just going to almost center on up, but again, shifting on top of the majority of the teams, even teams like Skylightz Gaming and stuff, they're probably going to be included in that, including JyanMaara currently sitting right in the smack center. Seal as well is right there too, but this is where you wonder, right? Currently, the smack center area is completely out in the open. And if any other teams do want to go for a better spot, that's not going to be that good of a deal. So at this point in time, teams will just have to hope that maybe the next circle will shift right on top of them. But in that case, in that scenario, JyanMaara currently has the most centralized spot, even though they're currently kind of in the off center.
Yeah. I mean, they do have a pretty decent position, but all they have to do is just hold on to the spot, do not engage in any unnecessary fight. And if they manage to do that, I think JyanMaara, they will at least be able to find a lot of placement points from these compounds. No one is going to contest them because those open farms are quite difficult to traverse, and it's going to be a challenge to close in the distance and try and take that position away from them. But hey, look at this. We've been talking about Regicide and how they have been pinned down by the players of Freestyle on the other end, but towards this church area, quite close to the city of Pachinki, in fact, right next next to the city of Pochinki. We do see the players of Stalwart Esports and the players of Regicide as well, quite close to them. But still, Regicide, they haven't been spotted out. We do see Scry taking a few shots on that hill.
On the
There's
ghost.
no one there.
I think so. You just cannot really see him. But Scry, man, damn. Imagine spotting someone out that far away. I think so. If I'm not wrong, there are the players of Regicide on top of that hill, so he is definitely taking some shots on the players of Regicide, but it's just out of the render distance, so we cannot really take a look at them. But look at TDK, an aggressive push against the players of High Voltage. Unfortunately, Vadu was able to take down one of the players, but was not really able to retaliate back on the second player. Was not really able to get the trade in, but so far TDK, they will get the fallen man back up to High Voltage, being caught off guard in a really uncomfortable spot.
Well, but let's see. I mean, it's going to be quite uncomfortable for them, but will they be able to find their way, claw their way out of this one, as T2K might have to do in a few short moments? Players surrounded by the players of High Voltage from every single direction, but High Voltage is not doing too great. Maybe this fight can change everything, shift the momentum in their favor, as one of the nades lobbed towards Jane does dish out quite a bit of damage on that lad. Sandesh in the back lines trying to see if he can find an off angle to pick off the players of High Voltage, as Prabeen has already been sent into a position from which he cannot fight back. He was forced to take a swan dive into that river, and now he will try to find his way back to the shoreline. Assassin on the other side of ruins, though, is just waiting for Seog to peek this ridge. The moment Seog steps up, I think that's when we might just see Assassin step up, well, deep prone as well, and take a few shots, but Seog is just being extra careful right now.
Talk about being extra careful. I'd see two currently on the edges. And they might just be able to catch the players of the grounder off guard, because the grounders are slowly and steadily moving in. Do you see it on our map feeds, but I'd see no intentions of going or at least getting engaged in any of their fights anymore. 52x Rage and TDK as well, quite close, and we also did see TUF right next to him. A look at DRS, a risky rotation, might just cost them their life, but still one of the players almost down, and there we go. Rebel will eventually crumble down on his knees, but Chari as well is now catching a lot of retaliation fire, and indeed will get taken down. But Deadeyes Guys, this should not be an impossible task to get Chari back up.
Well, as you said, it's not going to be an impossible task. Shifu is already there, reviving one teammate first, but Chari, it's going to be quite interesting to see how they make it to the other side. On the other side, the DRS against the players of Skylightz Gaming. Rebel was knocked out, but the trade was there on Nima, and now Nima is going to be finished off by Killer YT. DRS coming out on top in this fight, but they are also out in the open, quite close to the blue zone, which has started to move already. So they will have to figure out a way to get to the circle as quickly as possible. I8 on our screens, struggling to see if we can hold this position. They are going to be surrounded in a few short moments, as they have Regicide and I8C quite close to their position. And well, the grounders, they might be done. One player knocked out, Zixo trying to get away, barely any HP left, but that UAS, it protects him and he makes it to the other side of the ridge.
Oh, barely surviving too, Johnny. And that's the final glimmer of hope as well for the grounders. And same thing goes for TOF. The grounders as well, they just don't have any kind of points accumulated so far. 0 points accumulated inside this game. And look at Seal, just inflicting pain and hurt on the players of TDK. TDK have no other option, being caught off guard, being caught out in the open. Seal, they just have a huge high ground in this fight. The Panthers as well. As we do see the Phantom just trying to fight back in this one. Jane also just peppering down some shots from the right side. And currently TDK, they are the Panthers that are just stuck between a lot of lines.
Yep, and it's not going to be easy for them to cross those lines, but for now, Slipknot knocked out in the open. See Wally in the back lines there, looking to see if he can secure a few extra points for his team as well. This is going to be a perfect opportunity for them to third party, but Yeta, he knows where the shots are coming from now. Slipknot's elimination, it has been secured. And Seal Esports are now in a very awkward spot, because there's T2K who are guarding the edge of the circle, and they're trying to block the pathway for both the teams at the same time. They're trying to stop Phantoms from entering the zone, and they're trying to stop Seal Esports from entering the zone. It's not going to be easy for T2K to pull this off, but they have to time the aggression and just pace themselves against these two teams, take help from the blue zone when it closes, and then maybe they can convert this fight. But let's see what's going to happen. But on the the other side, the Grounders become the first team to be eliminated from this game.
Look at the audience prediction as well, Johnny. Every single audience, or at least majority of the audience, are with the players of Phantom Esports. A lot of prayers indeed with them. So Phantom, they will have to come true inside this game. As Seal, they're still trying to pepper down some shots in the front, trying to find any sort of connections through the smoke, but still they're not really able to do so. The nade crawls quite close. The players of Seal are hurt.
Well, the players of Seal Esports, as you said, they are going to be hurt, but Phantom Esports, oh my goodness, the audience, they were with them, but T2K, they had other plans. Phantom Esports forced to take an exit. Seal Esports not doing too great in this game as well. Just struggling. T2K applying a lot of pressure. And that fight from the players of Tree to Kill was very impressive. Look at that. They're already sitting on 7 eliminations.
Sitting on 7 eliminations. Sundays just tapping away. At this point in time, it's an absolute wreckfest. I'd see here. Currently outside the zone, they still need to try and make it in, but the problem is the grounds they will try to navigate, it's going to be all out in the open. Thor from TUF is the solo survivor, currently sitting inside the zone. At this point in time, the game has to be for the survival. Try and make no sound, make sure your position, your identity is as anonymous as possible. Deadeyes Guys here against the players of JyanMaara. Deadeyes Guys eyeing out this compound. It does look quite precious one too. So Deadeyes Guys want their hands, or they want their fair share of this compound, but are JyanMaara willing to give it up?
Well, let's see. I don't think they want to give it up. I think they want to hold this position. Oh,
damn!
Wow.
You still think so? Oh, he's on fire! No! He's down.
Yeah. See, that's why professional stuntsmen are, well, they train quite a lot for stunts like these. And look at that, the third party from High Voltage, Praveen just spraying down Chari. The fight has changed hands now. It's in the hands of the players from JyanMaara. And yes, Necro, it is a massive blunder from the players of Deadeyes Guys, not checking their surroundings. And they are being punished for that. True Love, he's bleeding out slowly and steadily. Chari is getting a revive, but look at Nofia is closing in the distance. One nade in that corner of the compound. And Deadeyes Guys, they are going to be done for. No escape for them, but no fear. Takes a fight out in the open and he's gonna get punished, knocked out for no reason at all. Now one mistake from Deadeyes Guys, they almost got eliminated but they survived. JyanMaara, they have made a very massive blunder. From a 3v4, it's a 2v4 now, and Gunner, he's gonna get gunned down as well. That leaves just one last player from the side of JyanMaara left, and well, I don't think JyanMaara is gonna be finishing any higher than, well, then top 10 right now, unless someone else gets eliminated at this very moment.
How the tables turned, that's all I'm going to say. I thought Deadeyes Guys are going to be crumbling down because unfortunately that team Molotov, that team kill that came in, that just kind of messed Deadeyes Guys up, but still they're able to get their grip back up inside the game. And this exactly speaks of volumes about this team in general. The confidence, the expectations this team is just delivering on, all the just experience this team has. It's insane, and the experience is what helps you get out of these tricky spots in general. And Deadeyes Guys, so far they're alive with 2 men, and those 2 players are looking really strong. Same thing goes with JyanMaara as well, but JyanMaara, they will need to try and move as close on as possible. Skylightz Gaming is the only team that is currently inside the next zone, and they are looking like they're going to try to they're going to try to gatekeep every single team here.
Well, let's see if they can actually make it happen. Stalwart Esports on the other side, having spotted out the players of Skylightz Gaming inside the zone, would like to make sure that they are not going to be there in a few short moments. But it's not going to be easy. Chari again in 2v2, still stuck against the players of JyanMaara. Now this is a brilliant recovery from them. And hey, Susan takes down one more. Now Chari is going to be in the blue. And JyanMaara, what just happened? Deadeyes Guys, one mistake after the other from being in a situation where they could not lose in a fight, in that particular fight, to actually just throwing it completely out the window.
Johnny, this is just an absolute roller coaster of emotions. We for a moment thought maybe JyanMaara is going to win, then we thought maybe Deadeyes Guys will win, but what's going on here?
Ouch.
Straight up grabbing the vehicle on that tree because High Voltage Voltage doesn't care. They want this one in their hands. They want this spot. They want to be in the controlling spot inside the game, but that's not going to be the case because High Voltage as well. Now Assassin's going to be the last man alive. That was quite a risky push. They should have realized the center spot sometimes also means being the center of attraction, and Assassin will be assassinated, and that's going to be it for High Voltage. Look at this. 52x Rage again alive. I8 with all 4 players up. Johnny, this might just be I8's chicken dinner.
Well, your predictions are going to be on point. IA doing so well for themselves. As you mentioned, all 4 players still alive. And they also have a very good spot inside of the circle. They have the southern edge all for themselves. And then there's a slope right in front where the players of Stalwart Esports and the players of 52x Rage are basically stuck in that position. I8 with the man advantage. All they have to deal with are the players of T2K right next to them, but they can take their sweet time in doing so since both the teams are completely out in the open. So if the circle moves away, then even T2K won't have left anywhere else left to go. Look at that nade, wonderfully lobbed by Uzum. There's the pick. Stalwart Esports, they are out, and we are here in the top 3 of this particular match. 9 players remaining, 4 from the side of I8, and well, 52x Rays, they have been spotted out as well.
Oh, and this is something I really want to point out. Currently, I8 are playing with Ghost in their team, which used to be a former member of Sight, if I'm not wrong. So,
yep.
a stronger opponent for all the teams that are currently trying to fight against I8. And this is going to be tough to fight against indeed, because they're looking at full force, they're looking at full form, and they're looking to conquer this entire game too. Trying to hold the players of 52x Rage off at bay. TDK catching a lot of shots. Jane out in the open, cannot really move back in the cover. Jane will be eliminated, and Faster unfortunately get its kill stolen, but it's okay. TDK too, they exactly know where the players of 52x Rage are. It's the final man up for TDK. The last glimmer of hope alive, it's going to be Sandesh.
Well, last glimmer of hope, but let's see if he is able to survive a few more seconds and secure 2 extra points for his team. They already have 10 eliminations to their name, so T2K have managed to make sure that the performance, the momentum from the last few matches yesterday, they are going to continue today as well. And look at that, I8 helping, well, lending a helping hand. One more knock from side of 52x Rage secured, and then there were none. It's just 1v4 situation for Sandesh. I8 on their way to secure their very first chicken dinner of the PMPL South Asia Championship, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. What a brilliant play made by the lads from I8. A brilliant start to the day, and as we talked about it, I mean, the possibility of recovery, it was quite real, and they made sure that this moment was theirs.
Talk about starting the day off with a bang, and I8 have done it. A lot of questions were raised against the players of I8, but finally coming back stronger than ever, starting day 2 on an aggressive stance, starting day 2 overall in a dominating fashion. I have proved all their grounds, and they're not going to let the fans disappointed.
Yeah, I said it, right? You predicted the team. I said, I mean, yesterday was just like a lot of unlucky moments for I8. It felt like yesterday anything that could go wrong in their matches went wrong, and they were struggling because of that. But today, the zone in this particular game favored them quite a lot, and they made sure that they make this moment count. And well, it was an incredible match, but for now, we're going to take a very short break, so you guys stay tuned. Keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
It's a bang, even though my and welcome once again to Pubgmobile Pro League right here as we move on across from this day's first game. That was quite an exhilarating start, of course, Necro, because we were talking about I8 and where were they lost in the fog yesterday. Well, here they are, definitely proven it to the entire lobby that we were just loitering around trying to understand you, but, well, they've definitely started the day with a really good, rock-solid start.
And this is what they really needed too, to gain their trust back from the fan base as well. And now as we do have the match rankings in front of us, I had, of course, with a huge chicken dinner with 24 points in total. TDK with 23 points, not really far behind from them. Elimination points were definitely wrapped up from them. And so I feel like day 2 has to be another day where TDK as well will try to claw their way back up, because teams like TDK, teams like Skylightz Gaming, they will need to try and fight for the pride as well.
They definitely are going to need to do that. And another conversation that you and Johnny were talking about was from the side of course, ISC. And of course, this is just the start of the day. We've got 5 more games, so there's still room for that comeback story or the climb on the ladder, basically, when it comes to the overall storyboard. But we shall have to see if that'll be the case or not, because as was discussed yesterday, jumping into day number 2, it is going to be crucial for all of these teams to try and make a big buck happen today, because if it does not start happening, then it is probably going to get a bit too delayed, because you look at that leaderboard, you look onto the teams that are in the first page, in the top 8 basically, right? They have accumulated quite a lot of points in the 6 games that were played yesterday.
They indeed have accumulated quite an insane amount of points, actually. And yesterday, I'm not going to lie, Freestyle as well was one of those teams that I was eyeing out for, especially after that little talk-ish session we had with Avenger. And today, they're not really able to show up, on at least in the game 1, but hopefully in a couple of games that are going to be upcoming soon, they will be able to show themselves up. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on over to the Oppo F21 promo to find out how teams are actually 4 players off the grounders out in the open, and they easily were able to take them off, or at least pick them off one by one.
They definitely were, and as we move on through from that fight to the next, in the first few minutes of the game itself, there were quite a lot of hiccups and hurdles for a few of these teams, as we do see, not only for the grounders, but of course from the side of Red side also, we had a lot of aggressive plays being showcased. TUF trying their level best to hold on to the momentum that they had as day number 1 came to an end, and moving on through to Phantom Esports, a team that the viewers had yesterday spoken about quite a lot and voted for as well. So today is going to be proven grounds for the side of Phantom Esports.
Exactly. Talk about proven grounds, and look at 52x Rage as well, having consistency underneath their belt. And 52x Rage, even though they're currently just slipping off the radar, currently they're just slipping by every single team, I'm pretty sure this consistency is going to help 52x Rage to get even closer and closer for that first spot.
Absolutely, because again, that consistency is the key when it comes down to the gameplay being showcased from the side of 52x Rage, and their strategy as well, which has always been to try and survive for as long as possible, to be able to, if not work towards the elimination points, but definitely get decent amount of placement points. But right now, as we move on through with the, well, again, the recap of first game, I mean, this is a phenomenal play from I8, as they had the numbers advantage, but hey, in the top 3 once again. I mean, talk about that consistent play. 52x Rage definitely sticking around the corner with the 2 players still standing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just saw the way Skylightz Gaming got taken out, and their game honestly just got griefed by the players of High Voltage, because doing so, even High Voltage got picked off by another third party before Now Blotter. One thing that we really need to take a look at has to be the damage graph too of the previous game. So I, without a doubt, not really having that much amount of impact in the elimination points, but they still have gotten decent amount of damage stance right there. But TDK, 11 elimination points and 2,064. That in itself is like a huge difference.
A big difference indeed. On the other front, or rather on the receiving end, or not the receiving end, we do have FS right there with only 28 damage that they were able to participate in this time around in the first game of day number 2, wherein we are certainly keeping our fingers crossed to see a little bit more of a resilient play coming in from the side of Freestyle, as they did have a really good day number 1. But moving on through to the storyboard, of course, we have Stalwart Esports still reigning and supreme with 112 points to their name. But then comes in JyanMaara Esports with, again, I mean, JyanMaara, they had the start of the day yesterday, chicken dinner, the end of the day, chicken dinner. But in all of this, looking at the team that has moved up 4 places, is going to be right there on the 7th spot, i8 Esports. Another team, of course, to talk about is going to be Train to Kill, T2K, where they have also been able to accumulate quite a massive chunk of points for themselves from this game.
Exactly, and Stalwart Esports still currently staying on the top. I'm just waiting for IC to step things up, man, because even in the last game, IC, they were just getting caught off guard. They were just getting picked off one after the other. And IC, they only need to find a sweet tuning between the elimination points and the placement points, too. Look at the difference, Blotter. 10 placement points and 25 elimination points. That's huge. 25 elimination points is the elimination points that some of the top 10 teams have. Look at Skylightz Gaming. They currently have 25 placement points with 24 placement points with 25 elimination points in. If IT is able to wrap up those elimination points, then they should try and take things a little bit slow and even much more in a calmer or methodical way. And I feel like that can help them out quite a lot in the future run.
They definitely are going to be rooting for that sort of a play. But again, dude, when you jump into the battlegrounds, you just don't know which side the coin's going to be turning. And you just have to be prepared and well-equipped with your synergistic play. And that is where the team is, of course, tested. As this time around, we jumped into the game on Erangel. Right off the bat in the first few minutes itself, we saw a few big names getting dropped down low. And, of course, that will kind of hamper their start. But hey, this is just the start of the day. That's just first game turn. So as we push on, let's have the prediction taken care of course. So now, Necro, we're jumping into the map of Miramar. What team are you going to be predicting and rooting for, dude?
Oh, man, it's going to be a little tough. I'm not going to lie. In the map of Miramar, I'm going to go with IC. I'm going to go with IC because currently IC is another one of those teams that really needs the prayers. And if they do get those enough prayers, I feel like IT will also be able to play it. But again, in the end, it's just all up to them, right? If IT is able to actually perform pretty well, or IT is able to take that slow and methodical approach inside the game, because we know they've got the firepower ticked in the box. But now all we're waiting for them to is just take a slow and methodical approach. And once they do, then we probably know that IT will be able to, somewhere down the line, take in those stances. And why I went with IT in the map of Miramar has to be because the open grounds in the map of Miramar and the hilly areas.
True that, of course. And, well, with that set in stone from Necro, I'm going to push on to have a look at the side of Freestyle this time around and see what sort of a play are they going to be making on the map of Miramar, and maybe walking away with a chicken. We shall find out, but that is going to be from my side, the prediction coming in. Freestyle. Now, viewers, do not forget, you can also tune in, you can also chime in, and all you gotta do is vote space whatever team that you want to be rooting for when it comes to game number 2 of the day. With that, let's get jumping into the game. Let's get busy with the flight path and find out where are these teams going to be allowed to get that drop working for them or not. Again, I mean, it is going to be up in the open, but we shall find out what the case is going to be.
Exactly, we did see the player camps as well, and here we go, Plotter. The second map of the day 2, ladies and gentlemen. The plain flat path is going to be starting all the way from El Pozo towards Puerto Paraiso. A southern tilted plain flat path, not really going to be favoring for the teams that do want to go towards either El Azahar or even Torre Hamuda, or maybe especially Hacienda del Patron. They're going to have to extend quite a lot, but at least for now, the teams that do want to go towards Las Leonas, La Penedida, and Minas Generalis. Now, yesterday, Plotter, this is something that we all witnessed, was a drop clash between the players of TDK and Freestyle. Do you think that's going to happen again? Because last time, Freestyle dismantled the players of TDK.
They did, dude. They, I mean, you know, that's some hurt being brought on from your side for the team, but I don't think that will be repeated. I doubt, and of course, I would hope that that's not repeated this time around on day number 2. But, of course, there is always going to be a possibility for those drop locations contestations. Now, this time around, we can see towards the side of Skylight, we have 52x Rage also jumping along towards their position as well, towards El Pozo. Along with that, when it comes down to that early contestations or the, well, first blood situations, there are quite a lot of teams that are actually in close proximity. I mean, you've got TUF and High Voltage, you've got Stalwart along with DRS and the Grounders right behind them. So a lot that could be taking place between these teams. But for now, of course, looking at the zone. The zone is going to be all the way down towards the eastern side of the map, where Minas Generalis is going to be the center. Junkyard, maybe Junkyard could be the final finish that we'll be rooting down towards. But right now, what a sweet, smooth flow coming in from the side of these teams as they just...
I like the glider.
Right, exactly, yeah.
It's like a nice wingy glider. But yeah,
wingy glider indeed.
Wingy, a wingy glider, dude. It's a wingy glider. But yeah, we're going to be having a drop clash again between the players of Freestyle and TDK. Some of the players are still trying to glide on over on that spot, so it's going to be taking a bit more time. But again, you also need to consider the amount of time you're buying in the initial phase of the game, where you can try to loot up as quick as possible and also position yourself in a better spot. And you already do see, Wasi was one of those players that was all the way high up in the sky. And yeah, I was just trying to fly.
He definitely was. He definitely was. And again, I mean, now when it comes down to the way these two teams have taken against each other, the drop locations and the drop contestations, it is going to be, well, the kind of masala that we were expecting from this, or rather you were expecting from the side of those teams. And we'll come back to that. If at all, that'll turn into an aggressive all-out war between TDK and FS. But for now, as we skim on through towards Los Leones, we've got JyanMaara Esports. And I do believe in the same general area, we are also going to have I8, who were down towards the southern side of Los Leones.
Oh my god, this has to be a freaking joke, right? This man gave his favorite gun as R185. This has to be a joke. All right. I mean, I do understand sometimes just popping those skulls with that gun can be a little nice, you know, can be a little satisfying, but come on, there's no way that's actually your favorite gun. All right, why are you not using it in game then?
Well, again, I mean, you know what? It is all up to the players as to whatever they want to choose, and there's nothing stopping them from doing so. Of course, Necro, I mean, come on, dude. I mean, if somebody's got a PP Bison and that's what they want to be rolling around with, then all right, good for you, mate. And in the end, it'll be the gameplay that's going to be dictating how good or bad is that gun actually working out for you.
Exactly. R1895 is his favorite gun. That's kind of cracks me up a little bit, but yeah, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we do have currently the team of I8, the winners of the previous game, and getting a back-to-back chicken dinner would be a little tough for sure, because then you also have teams like Seal that are currently runner-ups too, sitting in 5th spot as you take a look at the overall rankings. And Seal, they're not going to let that happen. As I said, 52x Rage, they have climbed up quite a lot too, all the way on 6th spot, currently sitting with 64 points. That's the consistency speaking with the numbers, and that's something that I personally love. Then you have Phantom Esports as well coming in, currently the fan favorites from that previous game, and hopefully they're able to convert those votes into those points as well, because they had 66% of audience favoring them, and that's a huge number.
Absolutely is. Another team to actually bring up and talk about is going to be the side of High Voltage, because if we glance on to yesterday's stat, which were 5 games played, and I believe they were sitting at, what, 6 points in total? And then in the final game, there was the comeback that was showcased from the side of High Voltage, and right now they are in contestation. I mean, they are, of course, sitting at that 16th spot right now, but 20 points and 5 points shy of that 15th position. So they are definitely going to be rooting for getting a lot more points this time around, but of course you can always anticipate and hope for the best, but in the end the battleground will be the ultimate place where all of that is going to be tested. And right now it seems like the first blood situation is right around the corner, where we do have ISC's IC taking on the mini shots against the players of the Grounders, and the Grounders are not looking too good because they are down low in the crosshairs, and ISC definitely have the King of the Hill situation working for them.
IT over here, yeah, indeed, the King of the Hill situation, and the Grounders again on the receiving end. What's going on, IT? Are you guys having a nice target on the players of the Grounders? Did something happen in the scrims, or what? What exactly happened? What did the Grounders do to you guys? IT is just not leaving their trail on the players of the Grounders. They're just not letting them live peacefully. And the Grounders, they're quite scared as well, because considering the first game wasn't really in their hand, and they're not really looking that hot in the overall rankings too. So the Grounders do want to take things as slow and as methodical as possible.
They definitely are going to want to do that because that's going to be, again, all about how you're able to progress on from one game to the other, all about how you are slowly but surely bringing in that consistency, and that is something that we do want to see from the side of TG. But on the other front, trying to kill a team that has played phenomenally well in the first game, have jumped themselves quite a lot in terms of the positions. Right now, going to be looking on to that rivalry that's been created between them against the players of Freestyle. But for now, Marek, the only man who's in the compound and trying to kill, have 3 of their players already. But along with that, it is going to be 52x Rage opening on the onslaught against the players of the Grounders. Now, 52x Rage, they better be careful as well. They probably did not know the compound was taken on by the side of the Grounders. That means they definitely do not know that IHC is waiting up on top. And, well, it's only a matter of time that that question is going to be answered if IHC are going to be bringing in that crosshair towards the players of 52x Rage and bring in that third party. But for now, 52x Rage definitely getting the better half of those fights.
They are, and Malik is just crawling around in the house. Oh, Sanhok almost got a little bit of glimpse of Malik, but again, TDK and Freestyle, they're just engaging in the fight. This is exactly what happened last time too, and Freestyle came out on top, but this time TDK, they're looking like they have way much more stronger expectations from themselves, and they do want to come out on top in this fight, but Jane has already been picked off, and this is something Freestyle were really looking for, a rookie mistake from the side of TDK, and Freestyle instantly punishing them.
Oh, yes, indeed, they definitely have. I mean, this rivalry that's been created between these two teams is an eye candy for sure. But in the kill feed, we can see 52x Rage are just completely stopping the Grounders in their tracks. And in doing so, it is not looking good for the Grounders for second game of the day as well. On the other front, T2K and FS still continue on. So Yo, just cooking that nade to perfection. Will that be able to give any damage? Nope, not yet. But, of course, his position right now is a little dicey because the numbers are definitely favoring FS, and Freestyle, in just a matter of time, they can push on to take that player down, but just able to get away. CEO just barely able to get away, and now the only thing that I can anticipate for the side of T2K is to just get out of that position, run as fast as you possibly can, and yep, that's exactly what they're doing as well. So yeah, that is a good start for now.
Freestyle are looking so solid in their 4-on-4 fights, and that's something that indeed has been impressing us even yesterday. But unfortunately, they weren't really able to start the day off on a great note.
True that. I mean, you know what though? So when it comes down to the way this was played out, I do believe Freestyle were waiting. I think they knew that T2K is not going to let this go that easy. They are definitely going to be coming on down. And this time, if we kind of just glance back as to the way that fight started off, T2K, they were spread out, but FS, they stuck close to each other. And that snug way that they played that fight is definitely why the 4-man advantage worked for them against the players of T2K.
Exactly. DRS Gaming, look at this. I mean, TDK, they got out of one harmful situation, and they just found themselves another. As DRS, they're currently the Overwatch. And they're just looking for, again, TDK to just step out and do a little mistake. And the windows of opportunity will be open. Freestyle as well. They're just not stopping the onslaught. They're taking shots on all cylinders. They're firing the players of Deadeyes Guys. And look at that. 2 of the players are already taken down solo. A lot of damage inflicted indeed. And Deadeyes Guys, they do want to make sure they're being as safe as possible because one of the players almost got taken out. That could have been a casualty.
Yep, the revival is definitely going to be around the corner, so no problem at all over there. And again, the distance favoring the side of Deadeyes Guys for now, but for how long is that going to be the case? As we look on through to the players of FS, they are a synergistic bunch today, but in the mini-map, there is a team that is around their vicinity making a rotation in the brown vehicle that we saw. So there could be some contestation against the players of FS as well, but we'll come back to that storyline later on in the day because right now it is DRS, the real soldiers. They have the information, but getting back to the storyline, which was the team in brown making the rotation, it's JyanMaara actually. And just a couple of minutes ago, we did see JyanMaara did lose one of their players, and that's going to be Susan, thanks to, I believe it was Seal, if I'm not mistaken, or was it 52x Rage? Either ways, they've lost one of their players. So JyanMaara off to a rocky start for them as well.
Even in the last game, JyanMaara took an early hit. and that's why they weren't really able to come out that strong in that previous game. So these early hits is something JyanMaara will need to try and avoid. But we also did see the first airdrop on the board. It was the MG3 with also a couple of upgrades if the teams or the players do want to go for it. And I'm not going to lie, Sandesh is looking kind of fine today. He's looking fresh. He's looking clean. So hopefully he's going to be able to connect some clean headshots as well.
He's looking clean, he's looking fresh. And so he's going to be able to get a clean sheet and the kill feed. Maybe we shall see. But right now, when it comes down to the side of Regicide, they seem to have an eye out against the players of ISC. And Alex, once again, the dude who is just not allowed to stand true and tall in these battles when it comes down to ISC. And there are 4 players. It is Alex most of the times who I've seen getting gunned down, and with that, it is not off to the kind of anticipated start that we wanted from IHC, but hey, the day is still too young. Anything is possible, and IC we can clearly see is bringing in a little bit more of the damage, but not before Insane, along with the Scar, has something to say to that, and all of that. Burst damage is going to be brought on down to ICN. That is going to be the end of the dude. What a play, dude. I mean, I see what is going on with them. Yesterday, Johnny was talking about, you know, diapers on and off and whatnot. But right now, it seems like, yeah, there's a lot more things that they need to figure out. Because look at how easily they're getting picked off one by one right here.
Oh, Godless, that was way too close for comfort. Unfortunate circumstances for the players of IT, but one of the players did get taken out completely. Now Godless is just isolated all by himself inside this compound. And look at Regicide, they're looking to capitalize on this one. Godless, he's being isolated, he's trying to fight back as strong as possible. Voltrix finds him, and a nice prone shot will take him down. Voltrix, a great elimination inside the game. Godless already a big threat neutralized from the lobby.
Wow, how and wow. That... Class 101 sort of shots being taken on against the players of IHC. This is so brutal to see, dude. But hey, that's how the cookies crumble for the side, or rather against the side of IHC indeed. And when it comes down to the way that they are playing, they are a bunch that is lost to the cause when it comes down to this PMPL.
I'm not going to lie. Last time, I read one comment in the chat, and it was one of the viewers. I don't exactly remember the name of the person, but he said, It's hot summer in Miramar, so icy melts.
Well, that's too literal, mate. But hey, come on, you've got the likes of Godless being a part of that same lineup. Now, what's up with that? You know, that itself, the name itself clearly states that there needs to be a lot more daunting plays that they should be able to take on. But yeah, it's just not the same team that we knew. On the other front, from the Mongolian side, Stalwart Esports have definitely picked up the mantle, and somewhere along the line is also going to be the side of course, Phantom. But all of that we will brush up upon later, because right now, Stalwart is the team that... okay, never mind Stalwart, because we're back to the side of Stalwart Esports as they take on the shots from far, far distance away against the players of Team TUF, and TUF are... well, again, they're ready, they're equipped, they're prepped. As Edgar, we did see, was also aware of the position of Stalwart Esports, but in between all of that is I8.
I see just, I mean, it's like IT in general. They just get caught off guard in some really unfortunate circumstances, but the problem is, why are you guys putting yourself into those? The problem is always IHC's aggressive standpoint or aggressive mindset inside the games. And maybe IHC, if they do want any sort of chance to even dominate the lobbies or even to be some of the top teams currently in the overall rankings, then IHC will need to take things a bit slower paced indeed, and they will need to prioritize the placement points. And when they do get themselves in a nice spot, then maybe go for those elimination points. But currently, the circle is going to center on up on the players of DRS, and DRS, they have the best spot in the game. They're currently in the prime spot. They're holding the top of the grounds as well. And now if you talk about the King of the Hills, DRS would be able to accumulate a lot of elimination points.
They ought to be able to, as again so perfectly pointed out by you, that when it comes down to the zone, when it comes down to their position, it is all working out perfectly for them. But on the other front, which is not looking good, the thing that is not working out right now is the aggression and the stance that Phantom Esports have taken on to play in this lobby, because they are getting picked off pretty easy from the players of JyanMaara. And right now, JyanMaara are looking on capitalizing those points, and they will do so easily as well. But Mad Max, the dude, is still around in the vicinity, and very close to him, of course, is going to be the team of High Voltage. Now, High Voltage, they need those numbers. As soon as I talk about numbers, the numbers coming on there for High Voltage, it is 20 points for now, and they have not been able to get any elimination points as of now in this second game of the day. So they need to be able to really capitalize on the position and situation. But do they even know? Do they even know that there is a team right next to them around in the vicinity that's going to be in the name of Phantom Esports? But moving away from all of that, Deadeyes Guys seem to have gotten a very advantageous position in this compound against the players of Seal Esports, and in doing so, they have definitely burned down one man. That is not looking good for Seal Esports, as they tried to jump in to be a part of this compound, but they were completely denied. But in all of that, the third-party situation can be brought on against Deadeyes Guys from FS, who are lurking in the back.
What did I just see in the kill feed? One of the players from Phantom just fell to his own death, and that's an unfortunate circumstance. The Phantom do not really want to find themselves in. High Voltage ramming their vehicles against the players from Freestyle. Wasi is going to be the man in the back lines, but Extreme is currently knocked out from being out in the open. Does not really have the HP supporting him, but Wasi still is going to be eliminating that player, and Freestyle, somehow they're able to stay alive with a little stick in their hands to just support them. But still, Freestyle, they're quite in a world of hurt. They will need to try and get the fallen man back up. Deadeyes Guys, all 4 players up, going to wipe out the existence of Seal.
They definitely are. World of Hurt being brought on to the face of Seal Esports for sure. And the third-party situation that was being taken on from High Voltage has definitely not delivered in style, because they are down to just this one-man army that's going to be Assassin. And now, if you look onto the mini-map, you can clearly see that there are so many teams around him. He's all by his lonesome, not looking too good, because the way this game is being played out, High Voltage, they do not stand a chance. But Assassin, maybe he's got something up his sleeve. Maybe he's going to be able to, if nothing else, walk towards those placement points.
Talk about walking towards the placement points. We have Skylightz Gaming currently. They're also trying to do so. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, they have a nice little balance, but they just don't have a lot of both of those. But no fear. Oh, MG3 in the hands. This gun can just beat Lawnmower if used perfectly. Skylightz Gaming still. JyanMaara in front. Regicide, unfortunately, has been sandwiched in both of those, and there we go. Waz is going to fall down, and now it's all down to Nocto. Indeed, a lot of eyes on that man. Regicide, not really in their comfort zone. They have only got those smokes to cover themselves, and indeed the smokes are going to fade away now, and so might just Nocto's lifeline, and yes, it does.
That was a good play. That was the really well-executed play coming in from the side of that player. But in doing so, of course, right side not having the comfort of that position and that compound, or that shack, in fact, is what it was. But moving away from that fight, we've got 12 teams remaining, 20 minutes into the game. DRS, as we had spoken about earlier, have found themselves in a really wonderful position, but are they going to be able to capitalize? Along with that, in the kill feed is IHC Ziol coming into the action and taking on some shots of his own and bringing in some points and hurt to the opponent team. But will that be enough? Of course, is going to be the main key factor whenever IHC is in the kill feed. And along with that, I8 also taking on some shots against the players of 52x Rage. So couple of different fights taken on across, because it is Miramar, it is an open ground battlefield, and there are just so many teams who are going to be able to capitalize. And right off the bat, as soon as we talk about capitalizing on situations, DRS sitting on top of that hill are bringing in a damage kill feed for themselves against their opponents, because right now, I just want to see how many, there are only 2 elimination points, but they definitely have a lot more information. So the defeat points that they've got 2 is surely going to rise up.
Talk about things surely gonna rise up. DRS just mowing down that vehicle. Spraying it down. Delta was able to connect a lot of shots, but unfortunately action will be indeed taken out by rules from the side of DRS again. And oh, that's a really risky one too. Stalwart Esports, this time it's not gonna work out. Now it's all down to top. And Hika and Walt, Stalwart Esports, they just get absolutely demolished.
What was that from Stalwart Esports? I mean, they just had a clear straight line as if they were stuck on that rail and they just wanted to grab that and go straight into the zone. I mean, just does not make any sense. I mean, you've already lost 2 players to the exact same line and you're going to be following along in the same exact strategy. Yeah, that's just a pathetic play coming in from the side of just the pressure point. You know, the pressure point is where this thing was caught. But moving away from the pressure points, we do have the side of IHC also slowly but surely jumping into the arena, taking on a fight of their own as they still did have... Okay, well, I spoke too late. They did have that rotation working for them, but not for long because Deadeyes Guys, as well as the other teams, jumped in to just stop them in their tracks. With that, 7 teams remaining. We've got JyanMaara's 2 players right in front of our screens, and DRS. They are just bringing in a hurt of trouble to the team and their opponents because they have 7 elimination points already confirmed.
I mean, at this point, you cannot even blame any sort of teams in the game. The spot that DRS has, I mentioned this too, they are the king of the hills indeed, and the spot that DRS is wielding right now, it's absolutely insane. Also at the high ground, they're just mowing down any of the teams that are currently out in the open trying to make that rotation, and this in itself just makes a lot of sense. The spot, they're able to utilize it to perfection, as we do have the players of Deadeyes Guys too. All 4 players are up so far for them. TDK as well with 3 players up, and Deadeyes Guys, of course, now they're going to start to inflict some hurt.
Oh, they have been inflicting a lot of hurt. If you look onto the elimination points, they've got 5 already, and the compound that they're in the map we can see is now outside the zone. So sooner or later, well, sooner hopefully, they're going to have to jump away from that compound to get into the zone. And talking about the zone, well, DRS is all over it, mate. T2K is right around the corner in vicinity as well. But is it a bit too late to take that away from the side of DRS? Wherein all the 4 players of DRS are now going to be hunting down T2K, where T2K is just a 2-man army, but I mean, wherever you look, DRS is all across the board, you know, I mean, they've got the information, they are just slowly but surely working towards that chicken right now.
Exactly, they're slowly and steadily inching their way on in inside the next zone too, but unfortunately, Deadeyes Guys, again, will need to move out in the open. Another opportunity for the players of DRS to wrap up these elimination points, and they try to. But Deadeyes Guys as well, taking things so smart and cleverly, as I8 might just be on the receiving end now, but unfortunately, Deadeyes Guys, they catch a little bit of hurt onto themselves. 1 man gets knocked out. They'll need to get the fallen comrade back up.
That they will. That they surely will. For now, we've got I8. As soon as we move on to I8 Crypto, he is not looking too good because he is going to be damaged from all over the place. And it's none other than TUF. TUF Virus bringing in a lot of hurt in the name of that nade. And just with a matter of seconds, it seems like this is going to be the end for I8. Or is it? That perfect drop in that location is going to be given a little bit, just a little bit of the cover, or maybe not. Maybe not. I8, they were just stuck in that small little area, and that was it from their side. The song was sung, and the bells were rung against them. On the other front, we've got 14 remaining. DRS definitely jumping in to the opportunity of that chicken. But again, we did talk about this a few minutes ago. T2K is the team that they are keeping a gunned eye towards. But will they be able to do so? Because that perfect setup from Sandesh and his teammate was so miraculously played against the players of DRS. They had no idea what was coming in store for them.
Exactly, and now we have Red Bull just taking down another man of TDK. TDK, they're slowly and steadily getting dismantled. They're getting eaten alive. They're getting engulfed. And this is what DRS are looking to do. There we go. The second man as well is going to eventually fall down. Sandesh, though, he's trying to fight back with only half HP that he's got in his hands. But DRS, they're looking really strong with the position they found themselves in. Delta will be taken down low, too. 2 of the players from TDK, they fall down. Now they're going to move back to the last hope alive, which is going to be Legend.
Sheesh is what this is right now for the side of DRS as well as TDK, where indeed Legend, the man that you just spoke about, is going to be able to give that revival, as DRS are also going to be working towards the exact same strat. But in all of that, we've got Deadeyes, who are just a two-man squad, True Love Sir as well as Fry Boy, who are going to be jumping into the exact same position that I8, I believe, were eliminated from, and TUF, look at the way that they have played. I mean, we've got Virus walking away with 4 elimination points already. 3-man army is what they are, and surely taking on a lot of the points. And DRS now, after having gooped up, they are just going all out guns blazing against the players of T2K, and in doing so, Delta has been brought down, but that's not going to be stopping DRS, or is it? Because Sandesh, he is playing out of the world right now for the side of T2K, and he is the man who is holding that limelight for the side of TDK, but not for long, as DRS jump in to just completely swoop that across. But this is the moment that TUF and Deadeyes should be able to capitalize upon, but that's not going to be allowed. I mean, Deadeyes guys, they know exactly where TUF is, and well, Virus dude, now this is the moment that you really need to shine. The 4-5 elimination points that you've been able to accumulate, I just hope it's enough.
Deadeyes Guys is currently the biggest threat for the players of TUF. In the backlines, TUF currently just sandwiched between DRS and Deadeyes Guys. How are they going to try to navigate their way around? And TUF, clearly you do see the paranoia setting in as well. Deadeyes Guys just trying to drop the salt on their wounds. What a nade from the side of DRS. Another one's going to sail in like a pirate. But this time, that was the time when he almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. There we go.
Wow. What a perfect play, perfect strat play coming in from the side of TUF as well as DRS. But right now, the King of the Hill situation once again going to be favoring the side of DRS, as Killer Whitey and Rebel just completely hunker down the position of the the final two players of the side of TUF indeed. And TUF, they are looking in a very precarious situation, but the small little edge and ledge is working for them and against the King of the Hill situation that was in favor of DRS. Right now, they're going to have to be a little careful, because as soon as they jump in to take on those fights, the TUF should be able to capitalize. But no, not going to be easy. Not going to be easy, because
not going to be.
DRS is all over the place.
They are, and TUF currently in the lower grass. There we go. The player's trying to inch on way in, but that's not going to be possible. DRS taking the final elimination point in their hands too, and that's going to be it. What a way to close things out. And DRS, oh boy, TUF2, a great performance, a great showing in this game, but still DRS, oh boy, the hard work's eventually paying off. 28 total points too.
13 elimination points, moving on to the second position with this gameplay. Amazing turn of events for the side of the Real Soldiers, as they have miraculously jumped up well, quite a lot of numbers, of course, and quite a lot of positions as well. And this is what they were rooting and eyeing out for.
Exactly. I mean, DRS, oh boy, I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are going to be indeed happy, but I'm not going to lie. Phantom Esports is currently the most fan-favorite team in the entire chat, and Phantom, so far, they're not really able to show themselves up in day 2. I don't exactly know what can be done from their side to improvise a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure Phantom is another one of those teams that has came out of the blue, that has surprised all of us, and they indeed have some raw talent in them.
Oh, they do. Oh, they definitely do. And of course, we saw yesterday from the side of Slipknot as well from Phantom Esports. But you know what? We'll summarize all those conversations in a brief little statement. It's time to take a short little break. We're going to be right back as the conversations are going to continue on.
It's a bang, even though
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League right here as we move on along in the South Asia region with day number 2. 2 games done, Johnny. This is turning into quite an eye-opener actually, because the way the teams played yesterday, it was almost as if they had a muffled approach to the entire saga yesterday, and today they're opening that battleground up.
I mean, for sure. I mean, it's been quite an interesting start to the day, the way the first Erangel ended and the way this Miramar ended as well. DRS had quite an impressive run in this particular matchup, and we do have Rebel being the MVP of this particular game. 7 eliminations secured by this man with 976 damage and also 2 assists. So quite an impressive performance on the individual level. But hey, DRS, the entire team was also doing really, really well for themselves.
They are. I mean, they are all over the place, that's for sure. And again, I mean, the way the zone actually worked out for them. But you know what? We've seen this time and time again. It's not always about just the zone working out for you. You have to be able to capitalize on that situation. And the way DRS did so gracefully, I mean, that was just spot on from their side. And that is the reason why they're the real soldiers in the lobby. But hey, that's just going a bit too far ahead because, all right, they've had a good game. But will that continue on? We shall find out.
Yeah, I mean, we will find out. We still have 4 more matches remaining for the day, but we do have the top players on our screens. T2K have been very interesting. The first game was quite decent in terms of the elimination numbers they were able to secure. Even in this match, we do see Legend in the list of top players, surviving till the 24-minute marker, securing 3 eliminations. So a decent combo in terms of how many placement points they got and how many eliminations they had overall. But on the other side, I think there is a little bit more. You need to take a few more steps further if you want to push yourselves and propel yourselves towards the top 2. And again, I was looking at the standings during the middle of the game. Stalwart Esports, they are just like boosters to the max, full pedal to the metal. They are making a very aggressive push, just gaining a lot of distance between them and the rest of the lobby.
They definitely are. I mean, just when we move on through to the replay, I just hope that replay was caught, because this play that was made from Stalwart is very, very questionable. As the only thing that I did not like from their side. But yeah, overall, the way that they've approached day 1 and right now what they're doing on day number 2 as well, it is working for them. There's nothing stopping them in their tracks. And yeah, just that small little upset that I saw from them did not look like Stalwart at all. But hey, everybody has good days, bad days when it comes to the battleground, and that is something. I don't really want to chuck it down to that fight as well, dude, because it's not. It's a class 101. What are you doing when you've seen 2 of you mates already go down the same exact path, and you're going to follow them along for what?
I mean, I don't think they care. I don't think they care enough to be scared of everyone. They know they have an upper hand in the situation. Like, looking at the overall rankings, and I think that is the only thing that they're exploiting right now. Just the fact that they're really far up ahead from the rest of the competition. But hey, this match was something else, and to prove that, we do have the Oppo F21 moments on our screen.
Well, talking about the F21 Pro moments, we do have Oppo taking a charge across all of these fronts, because again, I mean, look at the massive aggressive play being showcased from the lobby on day number 2. From first game to the next right now, we've got Train to Kill on our screens, and this is another team alongside TUF who have really picked up the pace and ladder today on day number 2, where indeed, to be very upfront about it, TUF yesterday, they were looking very dicey in terms of the way that they were playing, and T2K were just slowly breezing through, but today, they're making a mark in this lobby.
Well, definitely. They are making a pretty impressive marker. And again, as you mentioned, I completely agree with that. Yesterday, looking at TUF, you could not really say, like, all right, this is what the turnaround is going to look like. But now that they finally showed up, color me impressed. And now I want to see them continue this form. But hey, let's not take the limelight away from the winners of this particular match. DRS, 13 eliminations in total secured. 2,337 damage dished out by the 4 lads from the side of DRS. A very impressive feat nonetheless. But on the other side, though, I mean, we do have I8. The struggles continue. I mean, the first game was very impressive, but this time around, things not really working out.
It's alright, dude. It's a little bit of a dip, that's alright, because again, you cannot continue on with that same aggressive stance every single game, as you've got to pace yourself, and you're looking at 6 games to be played back to back for these players. So, of course, a little bit of a breather coming in on the map of Miramar from the side of I8 is okay, but I just hope that this is not their play in the upcoming game as well, because if
Yeah.
that'll be the case, then you can definitely point that out. But you know what? Now I'm really going to be putting Phantom Esports in the limelight against them, because
Well,
yeah,
definitely.
right? I mean, they started the day yesterday very, very well. I mean, we had, of course, Slipknot taking the entire limelight to himself for the side of Phantom. But today, I mean, after that first game that was played yesterday, it was just not looking good. And we spoke about it, speculated that, all right, maybe today too will be something of a change coming in from their side, but still not happening.
Well, we are hoping for a change, but talking about changes, look at that. DRS,
Yep.
with this win, do propel
Wow.
themselves up to the second position. Now, JyanMaara are not going to be happy about this at all, being on the third, and they will try their level best to just cover up the difference. It's not quite a lot. 99 versus 91, but this is where things get interesting. Stalwart Esports sitting at 114 right now will definitely look to secure the next Erangel that's going to come up in a few short moments. But look at that, TUF as well jumping up all the way to the 11th position, points tied up right now with Phantom Esports.
Definitely looking really good for the side of TUF and Phantom Esports. They, as we were just talking about it, they're going to have to pick up that play style that they showcased in the first game, and moving away from that team towards the other side, as we have Regicide, the Grounders, and High Voltage sitting on 14, 15, 16 respectively. Now, there is a little bit of a difference between Regicide and the Grounders, again, from the start, have not had a decent play in today's games, but I just hope they find a footing in this upcoming match.
Yeah, I mean, the Grounders have been quite unlucky. So what was happening to the players of IHC yesterday, and seems to be happening today as well, it's a similar scenario with the Grounders. They think a position is safe, they think a rotation pathway is just completely unattended, and that thought is a big mistake. It turns out to be a big mistake. They always keep on getting caught off guard, and it's not really looking too hot for the Grounders right now. But hey, again, as we keep on mentioning, it's just two games that have happened. We still have 4 more to go.
We do have 4 more games to go, that is true indeed. And as you so perfectly mentioned, as did, of course, the schedule right there, that we're going to be jumping into match number 3 that is going to be played on Erangel. So moving away from the heated map of that we just saw on Miramar, and going back to what Necro actually spoke about, one of the viewers actually commented that I hope you heard it, I'm not sure if you did or not, but it was against the players of IHC, particularly against IC actually, as the heat in the map of Miramar apparently seems to have cooled down or melted down IC's aggressive play. So
Yeah,
hopefully that's going to be resurrected in this upcoming Erangel.
That's, I think, a little bit of a toss back to the previous, not the previous, well, this PMPL South Asia finals, where I think it was one of the comments then as well, like IC just melts on Miramar, but luckily for him, we are going to Erangel next.
Exactly, dude. And before we jump into the game itself, of course, you know the question that needs to be raised right now, which is, well, which team are you going to be predicting? Which team do you believe will be taking the chicken in the upcoming game?
I mean, so I want a little bit more chaos in the top 3, so I want to see if JyanMaara would be able to walk away with another chicken dinner win, because that's going to push them quite close to the players of Stalwart Esports. Or even if DRS walks away with it, I'll be happy. I just want Stalwart Esports to be at least under a little bit of pressure. They have a pretty decent lead right now, and I want that to go away. If it happens in the final day, if they have a massive lead on the final day, then it's okay, because it's just the last few set of matches. But this early in the tournament, I want things to be a little bit more interesting.
Alright, I did say I'm going to be bringing the limelight down towards this one particular team, and that's been an eye candy for the viewers, of course, which is Phantom Esports. I'm going to be choosing Phantom Esports, and of course, sticking my guns off to a very weird universe, but we shall see if if the PUBG gods are going to be decent enough towards the side of Phantom when it comes down to this game.
I mean, Phantom Esports have been quite interesting to watch, because they are doing everything right. It's just the fact that the zones are not like really favoring them at any moment since yesterday till now on Miramar as well. Phantom Esports have just completely, I don't think it's knowingly, it's majorly unknowingly, they just managed to avoid the zone shift. And that's the reason that they are struggling, because as far as those firefight moments, those team fight moments are considered, they actually do quite decent in those chaotic moments.
True. They do. That's what the thing is. I mean, we really need that perfect play that was showcased on the side of Phantom to hopefully be given to them, but that will all be taking place based on, as you so perfectly mentioned, the zone. If the zone ends up favoring them or not, or you know what, I mean, whenever it comes to these sort of conversations, right? Because you've got the likes of 52X Rage and whatnots who are actually really well, I mean, in terms of predicting and speculating as to where exactly the zone's going to be shifting. So you've got those sort of teams in the lobby as well. So not entirely the conversations are going to be based over there, but for the zone and Phantom Esports not being able to make it. But you know what? All of that brushed away because that's the team that I've predicted. So let me not start the curses right off the bat as a caster for this upcoming game. But moving away from all of that, this is a good segue because now we got to talk about the survey that is available for you guys sitting in the chat, because this is also very, very crucial. We are here to make your experience of the game really phenomenal, and we want you to be impressed with that. We request you to please go ahead and fill up that survey. It's not going to take too long as we get the flight on board with these players. Just quickly go ahead, fill in the blank quickly, and of course, as you do so, we're going to be looking at where the flight path is going to be leading.
Well. So I do see a few cheeky smiles on the players of Deadeyes Guys, and that sort of makes me, well, it makes me believe that maybe they have something planned out, something special, in fact, planned out for this Erangel. But hey, all we have to do is just wait and watch and see exactly what is going to happen. Now, the trajectory of the plane, again, Grotto, this is happening second time in the day. Last time it was from Zarki almost towards Lipovka. This time it's opposite. It's from the Stalwart Kameshki position going all the way towards Hospital. The trajectory of the plane does not want to include the southern part of the map. It just wants to stick to the northern half.
It definitely does. And again, when it comes down to the flight path, could we be looking at a southern zone this time around? But in all of that, I mean, 52X Rage, this has worked perfectly for them. They do love to go towards Stalwart Kameshki region, and that's exactly what the flight path is going to be offering them. On the other front, when it comes down to the contestations, we do have the military base out in the open for the side of I8 as well as Seal. But will that be the case or not? Because it's definitely too far away for them to just coast on, breeze on through. But again, for now, right now, when we look on to the early moments of the game itself, looking at the early contestations, we could have a few of those moments being where Georgia Polars, because we've got 3 to 4 teams, very aggressive teams actually, who are going to be jumping down there and, well, a very comfortable zone.
Yeah, we're going to have a slow game on our hands right now. As you said, this is a comfortable zone, a completely central circle. Unless the second shift is towards the southern edge of this one, every single team is just going to be feeling quite comfortable. Even 52X Rage will be able to stick to the Stalwart Kameshki position for at least 10 to 12 minutes, doing absolutely nothing. And that is, I think, the best thing for them, because they do like to play a very, very slow early game to protect themselves from any unnecessary losses in these early stages. But talking about losses, I think we might get to witness the first one as soon as this match started, with the PP Bison in his hands. Insane going for a pretty insane push on Slipknot, who he has spotted out in the trenches of Gatka, out in the open with no weapon in his hands. But Yeta is here, and does he have a gun on him? Because, well, without weapons, you can't really provide any sort of backup to your teammate. But look at him, Yeta, he has spotted out Insane, taking a lot of damage, down to around 10 HP. Now Voltruch in the backline is going to try and see if he can protect his teammate. It's a 2v2 situation in these trenches, and Slipknot, look at that, just using those small little gaps, not gaps necessarily, the crevices of the terrain of these trenches to his advantage, just moving perfectly, protecting himself at the same time and closing distance between himself and his teammate. But Insane, not a lot left for him to do. All he can do is just stay prone down and wait for Yeta to actually find a knock or an opening against these players of Regicide in front of them.
Well, that is true, but right now, I mean, I'm a happy caster, or am I? Because again, as soon as I pointed that out, the curse started coming out, and it seems like Voltruch's position is going to be favoring him and his team, of course, as they are going to be not dropping, but definitely bringing a lot of hurt to the players of Phantom Esports in this game's early few moments. But right now, seems like Phantom Esports are going to be able to get away from the trenches. No trouble at all, as we have all the players from both the teams standing. A little bit of damage, of course, was dished between the two, but that's no problem at all, as for now, we are going to be looking at all 64 players in the lobby still surviving. But that early first blood situation was so close. And that too against Phantom Esports, because the positioning coming in from the side of Regicide was so spot on, taking on those flanks and angles. But with all of that dusted, all of that first blood situation taken care of, we are going to be looking at Stalwart, who have made it to the military base. I8, it seems like, are going to be going down to the military base, maybe, which again will work out perfectly for them, because there is absolutely no team in the vicinity to be able to give them any damage whatsoever as they try and make that rotation for themselves. But one thing to be spoken about in that is going to be the fact that they probably are going to be missing out on at least 4 to 5 minutes of this game, because they are taking all that time just to travel to their comfortable spot. But in all of that, talking about comfortable spots and comfortable places, we would request the viewers right now joining us to please, in chat, just go ahead and vote for your favorite team. All you gotta do is type in vote space the team tag. As simple as that. And that is going to be brought in through to percentage prediction, and we shall see who today's highly percented team is going to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of calculations, a lot of maths running in the back to convert the numbers to percentages. But yeah, I mean, vote for your favorite teams, show some love to the players, to your favorite teams. And again, the format is quite simple. Vote space the team tag, and also you have to make these votes on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's broadcasting channel, so make sure you're tuned in the right place. Otherwise, you're going to be cheering for your favorite teams in the wrong spot, and the votes are not going to be counted. So again, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's broadcasting channel, that's where the votes are going to be counted. Vote space team tag. And again, as we were talking about a few moments ago about the collision between Phantom Esports and the players of Regicide, I have to say this one thing: Phantom Esports had a lot more to lose in that fight as compared to Regicide. Regicide are sitting on the 14th position with 36 points to their name. Any extra points they get are only going to propel them upwards. They do not have that much to lose, but Phantom Esports are on the 10th spot with points tied up with the players of TUF. So had they lost one player that early in the game, then they would have been in trouble, quite struggling to secure those points and struggling in those team fights in the later stage and the mid-game stage of the match. But on our screens right now, Stalwart Esports, the team sitting on the first position, and the team, two of whose players are right now competing for that MVP prize money of $2,000.
Absolutely, Pika right there, looking really spot on with the hurt that he's been able to bring to the lobby. And again, when it comes to another point that I do want to make is going to be for the side of I8. I mean, yesterday we saw them slowly fall off their play. But today, as the day started off, the first game itself was an eye-opener to the lobby that I8 is back. But this time around, we shall have to see if they are going to be able to stick to their guns in the second Erangel of the day or not. Because on the map of Miramar, they were nowhere to be seen. They did not really get enough points or even part of good fights. So I8, lot riding for them in this game as well. So this is going to be crucial. This game is going to be crucial for the side of I8, as they have decided actually to not go down to the military base as well, as the zone is going to be favoring them. They were pretty much in the center, so easy peasy conversation for the side of I8. But right now, JyanMaara on our screens is looking like they could be bringing a hurt of wonderful trouble against the players of High Voltage, where High Voltage are equipped and prepped and ready. But is that enough? Is that enough? Because for High Voltage, there's still a lot riding on the line. They're sitting on that 16th position. They need to be able to maintain that, maintain the numbers for themselves. We've still got 64 players surviving in the lobby. It's still too early to lose out on any battle, especially for the side of High Voltage. And of course, could be the same case for the side of JyanMaara as well. No team wants to be looking at the first blood situation for them, or rather against them. And no team, of course, wants to be the first one to get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, definitely no one wants to be the first one back to the lobby. That's going to be quite upsetting. And in fact, no individual has gone out till now. So that's definitely an upside for every single team performing right now. 8 minutes in, you haven't lost your players. Good job, but you have to be careful moving forward as Slipknot just runs towards the players of IHC and gets blown to smithereens by the entire team, with Alex fighting the knock and the finish being secured by Godless. A big blunder out in the open from the players of Phantom Esports.
Ouch moment indeed coming in for the side of Phantom Esports, but hey, it's Alex from the side of IHC who has definitely picked up the first blood for him and his team. So it seems like this is going to be the moment that IHC were waiting for, and perhaps this could be the comeback that we were anticipating to see from the side of IHC Esports, as they have now started slowly but surely taking on the players of Phantom Esports one by one. The Phantom Esports players, they have been caught off guard, but another team that's not looking too good right now is going to be against the side of Seal Esports, as Seal Esports' demo bringing in that nade parade against the players of TUF, as two players have already been knocked and eliminated from the side of TUF.
Well, but let's see. Now, TUF in a world of hurt, Seal Esports, they have them in their crosshairs, but Virus with his teammate is looking to back off. They do have a vehicle that's going to allow them to cover up a lot of distance quite quickly, and that should be beneficial to them in this fallback. But Phantom Esports losing out on yet another one of their players, yet are getting knocked out, and now the final two remain. A lot of utility being lobbed towards Mad Max. He's dropped down to around 50 HP and finally decides to fall back from this factory. Vexy, look at him trying to make a run for his life, but I don't think this is going to work out too well for the side of Phantom Esports. They're going to lose a few more of their players. Maybe Mad Max is going to be taken out as well, and then Vexy is just going to be left as the last player surviving for the team. IHC, it looks like their eyes are all set on these few points right in front of them in this early stages of the match.
Oh, that definitely is going to be the case for the side of IHC against the players of Phantom Esports for now, but I'm not too happy with that, definitely, because I predicted and wanted to actually see Phantom Esports do really well this time around. But hey, I mean, it's still too early to say anything. They have two players surviving, but looking at the scenario that they're stuck in, it is going to be a troublesome fight for them to take on against the players of IHC, who are very well equipped with the information. But right now, it is going to be high voltage taking on, or trying to take on, the players of Deadeyes, as they got the information based on the buggies, but the audio cues have not resulted in any eliminations for themselves. So high voltage, I mean, they're playing it really too safe. I mean, sitting on that 16th position, I don't think a team should be playing it that safe. But Vexy, the one player who could have actually walked out of this fight, has decided to jump in, and in doing so is definitely going to be brought down to his knees, thanks to Alex. Again, I mean, Alex from the side of IHC, he is playing it to perfection in this game. And Phantom Esports, the first team to get eliminated. Okay.
I mean, with the way the game started, with the way Phantom Esports decided to take their fight against the players of TUF, against the players of Regicide, they look pretty solid. But then one mistake after the other, just charging towards that Pochinki church without even scouting the position and getting taken out. Slipknot being the first casualty right there. All right, that was a genuine mistake. But after that, just committing to the situation against IHC, that was a deliberate one, and that is the reason we do see Phantom Esports getting eliminated early on. But let's talk about this now. They have a pretty solid position. They have a few compounds in their control, concrete cover, everything going right for them. And I think this, again, is quite a similar situation that they find themselves in, quite similar to the first game, which I8 were, in fact, able to convert. So maybe they are looking quite solid in this one. We will know in a few short moments, because Seal Esports seem to be closing in on them.
They definitely are, but it seems like Seal Esports also have a two-man split coming in from their side, so they better be careful as they try and take on the compound of I8 sitting in the center. But now, getting back to the conversation that we were a part of, where indeed High Voltage sitting on this hill for quite a long time, we're trying to take on some nade parades against the players of Deadeyes. Have definitely not been able to capitalize on that situation, but it is still going to be all out in the open, and possible for High Voltage to be able to convert a few knocks and maybe even elimination points for their side, as Deadeyes guys are still around in the vicinity, as we do have 52x Rage making a rotation from the north, getting into the zone as well. And from the south, again, a few of the teams have already found themselves towards the southern side. side towards the edges of that water bank, and that's going to be FS as well as Regicide. So we shall have to see if that also turns into an all-out war between those two teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, every single team fight in this game is an all-out war at this point, especially the teams that are looking to compete for the trophy. But look at this. Alrighty, so FS Freestyle do find themselves in quite a bit of a pickle right there, with one of the lads knocked out a little bit further away from his teammate. So just to get a revive on that individual, it is going to be a massive challenge for them. But look at this. While Phantom Esports have been taken out, Regicide are looking quite comfortable. All 4 players alive, going for a split and just sticking in those cover spots.
For now, it seems to have kind of calmed things, and it's going to be not the case, not a good case to make for the side of Freestyle, as they've lost one of the players. And as you so perfectly mentioned, that trying to even get that revival going will be very tricky and almost impossible. So they will be brought down to a 3-man army, but high voltage again. They are still hoping to be able to capitalize from this small little hill that they're at, and this is now turning into a waiting game for the side of high voltage, and very close to their proximity, of course, is going to be the side of Deadeyes Guys, who we have seen take on some incredibly skilled plays and shots. So high voltage, they best be careful. But now there seems to be a little bit of a slow pace in the game, as we have jumped into the 15-minute marker. The teams, all the teams in fact, have pretty much found themselves in the comfort of the zone. And not only that, when it comes down to the teams that are looking at different compounds, I mean, they're absolutely perfectly setting themselves up. But the zone shift, that is what I'm waiting for. The zone shift is where the real curveball is going to be thrown, and maybe if it goes down towards Pachinki, things are going to be a lot more chaotic.
Well. More chaos has been instilled in this lobby right now, as the circle takes a shift towards the west, and IHC find themselves in a wonderful position. But Skylightz Gaming on our screens taking a fight against the players of T2K have managed to secure 1 knock at least on that hill slope, but it's going to be quite tough for them to actually convert it into a finish. There's quite a lot of distance between the two teams, so Galzin and AJ are looking to slowly and steadily make that push. But Sandesh, he has gone for a revive, which was successful, so Legend is back on his feet. All he has to do is just put on the first aids and be ready for the oncoming assault upon them. But still a little too quick. Skylightz Gaming, they don't waste any time in pulling the trigger, and Legend might just be knocked out for the second time. He's running towards the blue zone to avoid the shots, and he manages to make it to the other side. But for a few short moments, Legend is going to be separated from the rest of his teammate, and he will be knocked out by the blue zone out of all things, just denying the point to the players of Skylightz Gaming. T2K, they have taken a hit, but at least they don't give away that point to the opposition.
They definitely are not going to be given any points away to Skylightz for now, as they will take on the point for themselves in a few moments, as maybe they'll take the fight to the face of Skylightz Gaming. But for now, it is going to be Regicide's compound that is going to be in contestation against the players. But T2K, this is an all-out aggressive stance that the side of Regicide have taken, not T2K, my apologies, and it is going to be FS who are trying to deliver those massive blows, and FS Vasi is the man who is going to have to stand true and all, but with only 30% HP, it's not looking too good for him. But two players from the side of Regicide jumping in to take that compound, easily converted and eliminated is going to be the side of FS. So 14 teams still remaining. Seal, Baron and Demo out of the open against the players of Deadeyes. Now both these teams are looking pretty comfortable in the spots that they are at, but they best be careful, because the contestation could be brought on from a third party, maybe behind them or up on top of that hill.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. But for now, Regicide are getting pushed upon by the players of Stalwart Esports. Luckily for them, there is a third party right there. Stalwart Esports have lost one of their players. It's just Pika, Action and Top who remain. Scry getting finished off by the players of 52X Rage now. And it is going to be a 3v3 situation between these two teams in these barn houses towards the southern position of farm. But Stalwart Esports finding the opening yet again, as Insane has been knocked out. And they are again looking to make the push towards the first floor of this barn house. Action and Top on the outside, Pika indoors, and a lot of pressure on both these teams, but Action is going to be down on his knee. JyanMaara on the other side have managed to take care of the players of Skylightz Gaming, and I don't think Skylightz Gaming, they're in this match anymore.
Uh-oh, said Skylightz Gaming, as they were a bunch who were looking good, but this time, in this game, they've not been allowed to make their play on the other front when it comes down to the players of Regicide. I mean, they are keeping it cool. They're down to a two-man army right now, but the side of Stalwart Esports, they are determined. They are wanting to get this compound for themselves at the edge of the zone, and they are definitely going to be delivering the massive blows along with the three-man advantage against the two-man army of Regicide. But for now, it is going to be Regicide who are stuck pretty much in this compound against their will. But what is Stalwart going to be able to do? The three-man army is going to be able to maybe use these utilities to their advantage, because the smoke has been created all over this compound, but will that be enough? Because Regicide, they're all over the place. I mean, the two-man who are standing right here, Voltrix is in the staircase, and his teammate was taking on shots against the other team altogether. But that is all that was left for Regicide to do. But now, I'm also at loss of words and thoughts right now, because Stalwart were easily able to utilize the numbers for themselves. From one side it was the nade and the other was the staircase push. But right now it's going to be high voltage. Finally, the patience has paid off for them, because Deadeyes is the team that they had been rooting to take on shots against for quite some time, 20 minutes to be precise, and finally they seem to have been able to deliver that.
Well, but let's see now. High voltage, Deadeyes Guys, DRS as well. It's a triple threat matchup between these three teams. And high voltage, they're trying to take on the lads from DRS and DE at the same time. It's not going to be easy, especially with the blue zone closing in from the rear. The damage is going to be quite immense, but the spray from Assassin connecting a few shots on Killer YT right there, along with Delta. If they manage to secure 2 knocks, then high voltage, their opportunity to move inside the circle is going to be there. T2K on the other side, taking a massive hit from Leo from Seal Esports as he managed to find an opening on Sandesh. The knock and the finish is going to be secured. Seal Esports sitting there with 5 eliminations in this game to their name.
Well, this is looking really good for the side of that team, but will that be enough for Seal Esports is what the question is. With 4 players standing, of course, they have the numbers working for their side. But right now, 10 teams remaining. We've got Stalwart, we've got DRS. Oops, talking about DRS, they just took a knock and they have been brought down to a one-man army, but maybe the revival is going to be right around the corner. For now, it is going to be Seal Esports as we jump back in against the players of Deadeyes, as they are going to be hunkering down on this position for themselves. Seal Esports looking at that mini-map. I mean, it is going to be Leo all out in the open in the blues, whereas teammates have found the cover of the zone.
Well, I mean, they do have some cover, but look at this frag boy! No!
Wow.
Ooh, that was a point-blank range spray. He finds the opening, but turns out it was just a bait, as from the distance, Seal Esports managed to find a trade, and well, even though the trade was made, it's going to be quite difficult to bring the 4th man back into the game. We're down to the top 7. Teams 23 players still alive and fighting for the win in this matchup. And look at this hill slope blotter. There are 4 teams stuck on this slope. T2K, IHC, Seal Esports are closing in as well. And well, IHC, they've been poured out. Batten going for a spray first and the second. Both are going to be down on their knees. And the third one as well. Alex, he's down. The last man surviving for his team. And they are getting pushed upon quite heavily. Alex, he does have the HP favoring him, but right next to the vehicle does manage to knock out one of the few players. I8, they are lending a helping hand, but not for long. IHC being shown the exit from this lobby, and they're going to be back waiting for the next match to begin. But I8, they're doing quite well for themselves. They do have enough bodies to make it to the late game stages of this match, and well, in fact, I want to see them make it to the top 3 in a circle like this. The game was set to make them successful from the first zone, and now making it to the late game stages. Can they comfortably win this winner chicken dinner, or maybe even finish in the top 2?
Well, this is going to be quite a difficult task, but not something that I8 is not capable of, because the numbers advantage, once again, definitely going to be giving them that point and the edge that they needed. With that, they are going to take on this entire zone by storm and bringing in a lot of elimination points for their side. But you know what? A couple of minutes ago, I was actually looking at the grounders, and I really was, and still am in fact, rooting for the grounders. They need those points. They need to be able to capitalize on the situation that they're in. But will I8 allow them to do so with 5 teams remaining? I mean, D2K, there's only one player standing right there from their side, but I8, they are so very destructive with Blade bringing in the nade and the Scarlet sprays against the players of the grounders. Shoptar not looking too good with almost 90% of his health already been brought down. The grounders players, they are just in a stump. They are not really moving. They are not really rolling their eyes. They are pretty much stuck in that small spot. And if they start bunching up, youch, mates. Stop bunching up, because the nade parade is all it's going to take to bring you down.
Well, definitely, and we did see a few moments ago the predictions from the viewers favoring Deadeyes Guys, but Deadeyes Guys being forced to take an exit. I8 might be the next team to go down, as they are stuck between the grounders and 52x Rays right in the distance. But 52x Rays right now just focused on stopping the players of Stalwart Esports, who have managed to wiggle their way into the top 5 despite them just being a 3-man roster since the mid-game stages. Now again, top has been given a revive, and Action is going to look to push forward, but the grounders now in an interesting position against the players of I8 and T2K. Jane just stuck in the middle of nowhere inside the smoke, takes a lot of shots. Now he's barely surviving with any HP on him. Stalwart Esports Action making the push, and well, from the distance is going to be the man who was knocked out a few seconds ago. Top securing that final finish. Down to the top 3 teams now in this matchup. I8, they're left with just one man, and all of a sudden Stalwart Esports and the grounders find themselves in a winning position. Zigsaw was knocked out, but the revive, it's going to be an easy one for their team to secure. Uzum stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, one being the grounders and the other being the 3 players from the side of Stalwart Esports who are inside the circle. It's just Stalwart Esports in the zone. Everyone else is out.
Everyone else is out. I mean, this is taken on by a storm from the side of Stalwart Esports. The way that they've been able to capitalize on the fights that were taking place between I8 and the grounders have definitely pushed them on to take on this chicken dinner. But Pika going down, Action and Top are the only 2 players who are going to be able to do something. But the grounders, this is their moment to shine. And Sensei bringing in the Scarlet spray is definitely going to be rooting and bringing in a chicken dinner for a team. Well, it's only a matter of seconds, because we've got Top, the only 1-man army from the side of Stalwart. A correction, we've got Pika coming up as well, and Action out of action for now, because that revival is not going to be allowed. But Stalwart, I mean, even if it's just a 1-man squad, they are not going down easy, as we can clearly see.
Yeah, as you said, they're not going down easy. Action is trying to make his way inside of the smoke, but this might just be a bait from the players of the grounders, allowing him to go inside the smoke and spray down Pika as well. But Top and Pika, they're managing to hold their composure. Top again, just peeking from behind the smoke now with IA taken care of. The grounders, they can focus all their attention on Stalwart Esports, who's going to come out on top in this 4v3 situation right now. It's going to be very intense, and Stalwart Esports, they make a run for it. Pika finding the opening, but Top is going to be taken out in the trade. Kurma doing a brilliant job from the flank. Now Stalwart Esports, are they aware of this? I don't think so. Well, maybe they are. Action finds the second. It's a 2v2 between these 2 teams. One more knock, and Stalwart Esports bringing it down to a 1v1. And it's Pika making the push for the summit of this raid. But the opposition has the HP advantage. The barrel in his hands, the Molotov being lobbed towards the competition. Will it connect? I don't think so, as the players from the side of the grounders have managed to stay quite safe. Now Action is going inside the smoke to provide his teammate with some extra bit of information, but will it be enough? Now it's an all-out duel between these 2 lads, and Stalwart Esports, they go in and grab themselves another brilliant win out of nowhere, almost getting eliminated, but they do not care. The win is theirs, the points are theirs, and well, now a massive lead is going to be theirs on the overall leaderboard as well.
Ouch moments indeed for the side of the grounders. They tried, but Stalwart, I mean, we saw it. They took that hill by a storm. I mean, 1-man army, call it, or a 3-man squad, or whatever situation they were in. I mean, they always were looking forward to getting that chicken, and that's how they do. That's how they do it. I mean, whenever you see Stalwart Esports stuck in a tricky position, well, you cannot really be drawing out any eyes, because you know for a fact that they still maybe, just maybe, they're going to be able to get away, and that maybe is almost 90% of the times. Heck yes, they are going to do it, and they did so with style.
I mean, I don't know what happened. I didn't think they were going to get out of the barn situation and farm, but they go on to win the game. So yeah, that was an epic win from Stalwart Esports. But kudos to the grounders as well. They played really well.
They definitely did, mate. Well, with that, I'm sure you need a breather, as so do I. We're going to go on a short little break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. This is Super Johnny, joined by a different man right next to me, because Necro, that's swag. Wow.
I'm telling you right now, this is Stalwart Esports. This is literally Stalwart Esports after that win. They're going to be like, all right, guys, where's everyone else? Where are they? I don't see them. We're all the way on the top. Where's everyone else?
I mean,
they're just leading the charts, man.
I think you can make a pretty good meme out of Stalwart Esports right now. Have you seen that meme of a cat sitting on top of a pole and just saying, I don't see a god up here, no one else but me? That is Stalwart Esports, just sitting on top of that totem pole and just dominating. Talk about that final fight. They were out in the open, no cover at all, outgunned, and they still win. They still win the match.
Crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. And that's what I literally said. I was like, okay, there's no way the Grounders lose this. And then Stalwart Esports, they're able to get the Reds back up on the Fallen Man inside that smoke out in the open. And the Grounders somehow, they're not deciding to just spam that smoke. And that's where Stalwart Esports just got another lifeline gifted to them. And then the final man just clutches that 1v1. I mean, Stalwart Esports, man, I don't even know what to say at this point. There's just a whole other beast. I would say make them sit in a dark room and make their device's brightness completely lower and give them my sunglasses. Give them these black sunglasses so they will be at least handicapped a little bit for the lobby.
Yeah. I think you just need to take something away from them, because they just seem a little too extra strong.
They're just smurfing.
Again, we just keep talking about that final fight, right? But Stalwart Esports, let's not forget, they were in a pretty dire situation even before that. And, I mean, still going on, just surviving those barnhouse situations and then making it all the way to win the chicken dinner. I mean, it was just impressive. We do have the top players on our screens right now as well, ladies and gentlemen. We do see Pika and Action over there in the top two, the two men responsible, along with Top as well, for bringing the chicken dinner for their team. And look at that match summary. It's all red. It's all red everywhere.
Exactly. It's just completely red. And it makes a lot of sense, too. It's Stalwart Esports domination. And what else do you expect, right, when you're going to be going against Stalwart Esports? They have been just smurfing on the lobbies, even in PMPL South Asia. And now they're replicating the same sort of performance, even in PMPL South Asia Championship. And I'm not even surprised at this point. This is something that you expect from a team like Stalwart Esports. You expect greatness, and they're delivering on all factors. Now, I really want teams that are currently in the bottom, for example, in the latter half of the board, teams like IHC to step things up, because they're another Mongolian challenger inside this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely IHC, I have no idea now what's going wrong for them. I mean, doing so well at one point, and then just next moment you see them, it's just one mistake after the other, them getting taken out.
Yeah.
But I have to give props to I8. That was a pretty good performance, and at least in circles like these, I8 have made sure that anytime it's going to be a central zone, they will drop close to Pachinki and make sure the game is converted for them. Finishing off with 18 points, not a shabby performance.
Yeah. Exactly. Indeed, not a shabby performance. But now, something I really want to find out is how the team path through zone is going to be working over here. Because as you do see the map in front of us, and we're just now waiting for the little lines to be drawn, and there we go. Of course, starting all the way from No Reply, they decided to just go all the way down there, take their sweet little time to loot in, And this in itself means that Stalwart Esports had quite a delayed start to the game because they needed to climb, or they needed to just come down all the way down south, go to Snowrupnoi, loot up, and then make it inside the circle. So that means they take their sweet little time, they delay their entire entrance inside the next zone, and they somehow make it in, and then they just get blessed by the next circle right on the edge where Stalwart Esports.
Well, definitely, as you talked about their rotation, I mean, we've always seen them play this way only. No matter where the trajectory of the plane takes them, they will go to Snowrupnoi, try and see if they can make it into the circle comfortably in the late stages of the match. And I think even the zones were quite beneficial to them as well, with the first shift a little bit towards the southeast of the map, towards just engulfing a little bit of that Snowrupnoi bridge, and the further shifts just allowing Stalwart Esports to play from edge to edge to edge to edge. And it was an incredible situation. A few moments we saw them make critical mistakes that resulted in players getting knocked out again and again. But hey, this team knows how to cover up those mistakes, and they know how to recover, and I think that's the most important thing. Everyone makes mistakes, but can you fix them? And usually we talk about fixing mistakes in terms of from one game to the next. They do it within the match itself.
Exactly, on the fly, and that's something that the adaptive nature really kicks in about a team. And I feel like at this point in time, it's just the amount of confidence that Stalwart Esports wields, right? They have played so many tournaments, they have been doing absolutely phenomenal, and that confidence is something that gives them a mentality where they will start trying things out if something's not working. And that's when you're able to just get that adaptive nature as well. If you're going to have a lot of confidence, you would want to try new stuff, and that's when you will start adapting to a lot of new stuff as well.
Yeah, definitely. And talk about adaptation, feels like I8 have also adapted to Erangels. At least I want to see them perform on different maps as well. Hopefully the next Sanhok that we're going to witness, it is going to be once again a map going in the favor of I8. But this time again, we do see a lot of these awkward collisions. We saw DRS, Skylightz Gaming stuck in an awkward spot wherein just too desperate to move around on the map, and they just kept getting caught off guard and taken out.
Exactly, and as you guys can see, the grounders as well, the position they had, unfortunately, they also had a nice high ground to play things off of with, but they still somehow choked it up. This is where they messed things up. They let Stalwart Esports get a little too comfortable, let them push on up, and once Stalwart Esports, they got real up close and personal, Stalwart Esports realized that their individual fragging prowess, their gun power is absolutely excellent. So that's where they excel, and that's what they exactly did. They put that gun power on the test, and they actually came out on top. Stalwart Esports, 11 elimination points, and also a decent amount of damage wrapped up in that previous game. That's going to help them with 1,910 damage, and then you have the grounders with only 5 eliminations, 1,361 damage dealt out. But look at I8. That was a huge game from I2, but the problem was the conversion. They only got 8 eliminations.
Well, again, as you said, 8 eliminations were there, along with the 10 placement points. So the average for the match was actually pretty decent for them. But again, I mean, the level of aggressions that the teams are bringing on the table right now, it is just impressive on a whole another level. And look at that, so not a lot of changes within the top 8. It's just Stalwart Esports almost hitting the, well, they are at 140, but I think 150 is going to be very easy for them to secure in the next match. And that's a pretty massive lead that they have for themselves at this point against the players of DRS, who, again, DRS, JyanMaara seem to have not moved that much in terms of their position. TUF and IHC finally making a jump. Grounders as well, leaving that bottom 3 behind them, find themselves on the 12th position, not too far away from the players of TUF. So again, it's going to be quite chaotic from the 10th position to the 12th, 13th position, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what jumps and drops for the teams are going to look like. But let's see. The next map, it is going to be the map of Sanhok, the map of chaos, and anything can happen. But my expectations are pretty clear. I want to see I8 perform on a map other than Erangel today.
Man, me too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie though, still a really good, consistent game, right? And it doesn't matter, even if you are just performing on Erangel map, it's okay. You literally have 3 Erangels in one day, so that's quite
Fair
huge.
enough, yeah.
3 opportunities for you to try and strike back and just to get those consistency points flowing in your hands. So even if you're gonna be pretty solid on just Erangel, that's pretty much okay, done and dusted, right? So that's gonna be itself. But Johnny, now it's time for us to move on some real stuff. And what are your predictions going to be for this game? Which team you're going to be rooting out for?
Alright, so this time I am going to be rooting for it, as I've said earlier again and again. And I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see. Because, again, as you mentioned, if you are able to secure those Erangel maps, you do end up getting consistent points for 3 matches in the day. But those off maps also become very important as well. Because in those moments when you slip up, the opposition is also closing in on you and your placement and the overall rankings. And if you are not careful enough, maybe they're going to snatch your spot.
Exactly, but I'm personally going to be going with IHC. I do want to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table because so far they have not been able to do anything and they have not been able to pull anything off because so far they've just been a complete mess. And hopefully they're going to be able to get things back together. Hopefully they're going to be able to get the team synergy back again. The communication, I want to see that on point. I want to see some improvisations being made from that team because currently we're going to be moving on into the map of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. A much more smaller map compared to any other map currently that's being played in the competitive scene, and Sanhok will amp up the aggression as well, Johnny.
Well, but let's see. I mean, Sanhok, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see. It's always quite difficult to predict how this map is going to go. Yesterday, we had a pretty central circle resulting in not a lot of fights in the early stages of the map. So this time, I want the circle to be towards either the Camp Alpha Island or maybe anywhere towards the south. But let's see the trajectory leaning towards the south, starting from Kham, going all the way towards Lakavi. And it is going to be quite interesting to see what the spread of the teams are going to look like. Not a lot of drop clashes at this point. It's just high voltage and the grounders heading towards that Camp Alpha Island, who are, in fact, quite close to each other. And hey, should have wished for something else. We do have a southern circle right now in the game, though.
Oh, all right. An interesting one already. I'm up for this Sanhok game, not gonna lie. The grounders too right here in front of us. High voltage as well. Waruji right next to him. And yep, grounders, this is something they've always been struggling with, Johnny. The confidence. The problem is the confidence they have, and they are always struggling with the amount of confidence they're able to show in these fights, and always grounders, they like to back out from it. And that's something the grounders will need to stop doing so. But currently we have 52x Rage and JyanMaara in front of us, and No Fear is right here, still knocked out, and JyanMaara, they're trying to fight back. Oh, caught a little bullet. It's okay, though. Faster is going to be able to retaliate.
Well, but let's see. This happened yesterday as well, and the decision from both the teams, both the sides, was the same. It was to disengage the fight and just walk away their own merry ways. But this time, just like yesterday, in fact, JyanMaara seemed to have found an opening. Night is going to be finished off, and in fact, that's going to be the second one for them. 52x Rays not off to a great start, but it's not just them. T2K seem to have taken a hit as well. Legend is going to be knocked and finished. Mad Max do that, and that's it. T2K have lost 2 of their players.
Yeah, that's Phantom too, to just get them that elimination point right there. DBS in the hand, but this time the DBS not going to be able to show any sort of aggression or any sort of domination, and JyanMaara just roller coasting on the players of 52x Rage in a blink of an eye, and the 52x Rage team is being completely eliminated out from this game as High Voltage, now they're going to charge on up on the final man alive from, or at least on the man in the nearby vicinity of High Voltage, and he will be eliminated out too. We do see Shapatar though, all the way in the back lines. He's just eyeing out, trying to get as much as info as possible, but instead he's catching some return fire. Shapatar just stepping out of his comfort zone, exposing himself a bit too much.
Well, but let's see. The grounders now, a little bit of a misstep right there, and High Voltage, they're going to make them pay for this. Praveen, look at him going wide. I want to see if he's actually going to go for the point secure on that spot, because the grounders, they do have backup nearby, but High Voltage, not the same scenario. And, well, they do find the backup. Wadu is here with Praveen now.
Exactly. Look at the capitalization, too, from the side of High Voltage. Instantly getting the confirmation, too. Did realize it did seem like the man was quite isolated, so they went for the confirmation in the weak ults. And now the grounders, they do smell him. They sense the fear. They sense the presence in the front. But how are they going to try to challenge that fight? That's something that High Voltage needs to be really cautious about because, again, you never know. Maybe there's just those 2 players alive, but those 2 players might just be able to clutch things out. So taking things slow has to be the mature option.
Well, let's see. Stalwart Esports, again, all alone towards the boot camp area. Will look to move a little bit south towards Pioneer. Their interaction with the players from Deadeyes Guys, the timing on that is going to be quite intense. IHC towards Hathin right now. quite close to the grounders and high voltage, so their rotation pathways might just collide with those two teams on Camp Alpha Island. As of now, JyanMaara, again, they're going to be pretty happy about the fact that they've already made sure there's less competition for them. The moment they eliminated 52 X-rays, that early game just became a whole lot easier for them.
And then you literally have TUF Abdullah in front of us, and nice team cards and nice player cards in front of us, as you do clearly see the total damage dished out inside the entire PMPL South Asia from this team. And oh, look at that turtleneck. I found my brother, Johnny. This man likes to use turtlenecks too.
I mean, everyone likes turtlenecks, but it's just too hot. I don't even know why you're wearing one today. It's too hot.
I know it is, man, but I'm sitting under a nice, cool room. Look, Johnny, you're the kind of person, neither you like a weather that is too hot, neither you like a weather that's too cold. So even if you are sitting in an AC room, you ask people to turn it off, and then you complain about it being hot.
Yeah, because, I mean, things just need to be normal. Why can't we have a normal weather?
What do you mean? Look.
Just let it be the same every single time. Just 24, 25 degrees. That's why I like Erangel so much. I'm going to be very uncomfortable if I ever made it to Sanhok. I won't like Bikindi. I won't like Miramar. Erangel is where the fun is at.
I mean, Johnny, you know what, at this point. So why don't you just eat cold food then?
How is that going to help me? That's just going to make me more sick.
Then you said that you like things that are not too hot, neither too cold. So just eat food that's, room temperature.
Yeah, I mean, room temperature food is not too bad.
Yeah, you're kind of weird.
Hey, I'm open about it, though. But let's see. A lot of weird things happening inside of the game, because high voltage, they clearly know that the grounders are there in those compounds in the low ground, but they're still holding on to that trigger discipline, and I think they might have held on for a little too long, because now IHC are in a perfect position to third party. Look at the radar. They're closing in on this spot, and Godless, well, as he was trying to make his way in towards these shacks, he's going to be picked off, knocked out. Zeol has been spotted out as well. Assassin, well, that's a decent distance between the two lads, but at this level, just landing that spray with the M4, it's going to be the easiest thing for the lad from high voltage. But hey, they want to take care of the grounders. First, Sensei just hiding on the cliffside behind that rock. The spray from Praveen and his teammates connecting at the same time. Wadu finding the knock, but Kurma from the other side trading his teammate out.
Yeah. And high voltage, unfortunately, Praveen goes down, but this is exactly what I said. Even though they just have two players up, you never know the amount of hurt that these two players are going to be able to inflict, and that's something you would want to try and avoid. And there you go. Kurma now is just trying to aggress on in. Wadaji will need to clutch this one out. If Wadaji fails, then the entire high voltage will crumble down, but that's not going to be the case anytime soon. Wadaji clutches that one-on-one spot, and Wadaji will come out on top and will also save their teammates. As high voltage, they're again going to be a four-man strong squad. And unfortunately, Johnny, something I really want you to notice is that high voltage is currently sitting all the way in the bottom of the boards. They're sitting on 16th spot, and something needs to be done here.
Well, I mean, as you said, something definitely needs to be done, and they have to do, in fact, a lot of heavy lifting at this point. They have already secured 4 elimination points right now, and IHC, just with a few more players quite close to them, I think it's going to be a perfect opportunity for high voltage to secure extra points. But IHC have managed to switch places and do find themselves with a higher advantage in that fight. 14 teams still surviving, and Sealwall, look at him, he's right next to Raham from the side of Freestyle, and that should be an easy pickup for him to secure. Look at that.
Oh,
it's Leo! Wow.
Oh, what a great spread from the side of Seal. This is what I like to call a proactive approach in a fight. Seal just proving the teams that are in the front unparalleled and rookie. And Seal, they're just always thinking steps ahead. But Johnny, a little question, you said neither do you like to cold. How do you drink your cold drink, man? Do you drink your cold drink hot? How do you like your Coke?
Room temperature. Like everything.
What?
Yeah, I mean, room temperature is the best.
Brother, are you okay?
Yeah. I'm just going to make you feel extremely weird after this conversation. Just wonder exactly what I like. Just be an enigma.
But again, another question. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna hold on to that question for now, because High Voltage crawling quite close to the players of IHC, and this time it's IHC. High Voltage will need to be a little careful because IHC is not a sort of team that's gonna make any kind of mistakes for them to capitalize. So IHC, they're gonna try to push on in. The DBS right in the face. It's gonna go pow, and Prabeen will be knocked out as Assassin. Now it's gonna be the final glimmer of hope. And IHC in the map of Sanhok. Man, Zio likes to use that DBS, and he's such a monster with it.
Well, but let's see now. Talking about monsters, we do have I8 versus TUF. Edgar with a nade. Cooks it up, lobs it on the other side, but a little too short, and avoids the lads from I8 completely. No damage dished out, but allows the opportunity to Edgar to fall back and find some safe haven for himself. On the other side, the look at the blue zone towards the northwest. We do see the players from the side of I8C going up against the lads from High Voltage, and High Voltage is down to their last surviving player, Assassin, and I think that's going to be the end of that story right there. I8C, they're going to wrap things up and then look to move towards the next circle. There it is. Assassin has finally been picked up. So 10 minutes in and 3 teams have already been eliminated. Maybe we're going to see the 4th one soon as TUF lose one of their players. And let's not forget, I8 were quite close to them. On the other side, Stalwart Esports have also taken a pretty big hit as they have lost one of their players as well. Well, not lost entirely, knocked out.
And this is what I absolutely love. The aggression amped up on the map of Sanhok. Yes, Stalwart Esports did take a little hit, but that's okay. The man's just knocked out. He's going to be able to back up on his feet. And there we go. Stalwart Esports, they're able to retaliate back for now. But yeah, Johnny, a little question. If you would ever do a cosplay, this is for the chat as well, okay? This is like an interesting question that I have in my mind. If you guys would ever, okay, I'm going to hold on to my words. Okay, hold on to that thought because this is a fight that can never be ignored. DRS and Seal. 2 giant teams going head-to-head against each other. Demo now is going to start to just book away from this one because DRS, they found themselves a free entry in this. And DRS so far, they're a 4-man strong squad because they have been able to take 2 players, a massive chunk out of the entire team of Seal right there. 2 players already taken out. On the other hand, I8 marching against the players of Skylightz Gaming. 2 players taken out. It's all down to Galzen.
Well, it's going to be all down to Galzen from here on out, but let's see, can he make it happen? The drop shot is not going to work against Blade. An easy finish for the lads of I8. A squad wipe being handed over to them, and a few extra points along with that. Look at the jump from the lads of I8. They were 11th when we started the day, and now they are sitting within the top 5.
Exactly. That's quite impressive, right? And it's just been the first 4 games so far, and they're already able to pull off some insane stats like this. We're currently in the 4th game of the day 2, ladies and gentlemen. TUF and JyanMaara. TUF, of course, having a huge high ground to play with. But JyanMaara right on the lower grounds, and look at that. Thor catches a bullet. Down to half HP, Thor will need a retreat back to his teammates, and that's what he exactly does. This might just be a little poke-and-go situation, a little stalemate situation between these 2 teams. So that means I will have enough amount of time to ask Johnny that question, and also the chat. So if you guys ever would do a cosplay, what cosplay would it be?
I wish I was tall enough to be Slenderman, because I'm definitely skinny enough to pull it off, but I will definitely have to get some shoes that give me a little bit of extra height. But yeah, Slenderman would be it. Just go around in the night scaring people.
Dude, I want to be a Santa Claus.
Yeah, that works, I guess.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do one thing that you struggle with: grow a beard.
I don't struggle. Yo, that's a low blow, buddy. Relax. All right? Why are y'all here roasting me? I did not even roast you, man. What the hell? Yo, that kind of hurt. That just cut through my heart. But yeah, I'm going to hold on to my word.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw the opportunity and I took it. Oh man.
Yeah, dude. All right. Well, TUF and I8 in front of us, in front of our screen. As I8 now, they do have a little high ground to play with, and TUF, they're being overwatched by the players of I8. Of course, all the way from the top, they do have a lot of visual info to convert into those eliminations, but Edgar is quite low. 2 bullets might just lead to his demise.
Oh! Let's see. Over on the other side, IHC, they're struggling now. Zol has been taken care of. IC is extremely low. He's going to be knocked out at any moment. 2 players in the back lines, and Voltrux has the perfect position, but the utility in his direction is going to take care of his HP bar for a few moments. And look at that, T2K in the back lines as well. I don't know if IHC can make their way out of this one unscathed, unharmed. This is going to be such a tough team fight for them to recover from.
Indeed, it's going to be a tough fight, and look at IHC. They've taken a lot of casualties indeed. They straight up just entered inside the enemy territory, and now they're paying the price for that. IHC, they should have tried to get at least some sort of information before trying to cross that bridge, and now IHC, they're getting crumbled down. They're getting dismantled. Voltrux is charging on it slowly and steadily. He wants to keep the pedal to the metal, but Regicide, they will need to understand, they will need to have a little bit of control over their emotions. From the back, it's T2K as well wrapping around Johnny. The trouble are just being increased more and more. IHC, they're currently in a sandwich spot. Seok's being taken down. IHC, they're trying their best to fight back.
Well, they're trying their level best, but will it be enough, or will they have to go and take their power level over 9,000 to walk out of this one? Well, look at that, Zeol. He has to be worried about the shots coming in from the rear as well, but T2K, they're taking their sweet time, closing in on the distance, while on the other side, Regicide are only focused on gatekeeping the opposition at this point, and Nocto, it's not an easy situation for him to deal with as well. But look at that, DRS in the perfect spot, smack in the middle of the circle. I8 going up against the players of TUF. Now, this is also a fight that's going to be very interesting because Edgar is the last player from his team. He has managed to pin down the lads from I8 for a few short moments, but who will survive? Who will make it on the other side? That is going to be pretty important to see. IC, well, he's not going anyway. He's been knocked out. And, well, Edgar, I think that's going to be it for him, as well as now even JyanMaara know where he is. He's quite close to Gunner. From the distance, we do see Crypto slowly and steadily bleeding out, but he has a teammate right next to him as well, so it should be an easy revive for the lads of I8. And JyanMaara, maybe they will be able to provide an assist, help the lads from TUF survive, help Edgar survive for a bit, as he's just hiding. He's one with the lads from JyanMaara. Well,
how often do you see a bridge camp on the map of Sanhok? How often do you see it? I rarely see it. Rarely do you ever see a bridge camp in the map of Sanhok, but this time it's happening, and this is quite interesting. IHC are being hauled off at bay as JyanMaara, they're still peppering down the shots in the front. Big man Zol falls down, and T2K, they're able to just rub that salt on the wounds of IHC. IHC, they're just not able to get their name out of this trouble situation. Regicide, again, they're not deciding to back out anytime soon. Regicide realizes this is their only chance to take out the players of IHC and also wrap up a couple of elimination points. Doing so, Alex unfortunately oversteps, and well, he will be knocked out.
Well, he's going to be taken care of now. Icy, once again, he got knocked out a few moments earlier, but he finds himself as the last player surviving for his team. And it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what he will be able to pull off in a situation like this. As Nocto, he's just looking to get away. He has done enough. He's like, yeah, there's one more team behind you. They're probably going to finish you off. I'm just going to try and get away from the blue, try and survive for a few extra moments inside of this match. A pretty good tactic from his end, but let's see if this works, because now, because of that bridge camp situation right there, his rotation is going to be a little bit delayed. Nocto, he has moved forward along with his teammates who have scouted out the ground ahead to make sure it's going to be a safe rotation for him while he's just there a few seconds later. Whoa! Ooh, wow! Wow, that has to be the play of the day right there. That was absolutely flawless and incredibly pulled off.
Yeah, that was epic. That's all I'm going to say. Slipknot, though, unfortunately slides right inside the house, and there you go. Blink of an eye, the Slipknot will be taken down. And now Vexy as well is on the verge of crumbling down, and he will eventually fall down too. Phantom Esports did not really just eye out that compound first. Instead, they just straight up ran their vehicles in and freestyle. We're just waiting for them to step in. There was just those people inside the house waiting for them to just straight up step in. On the other hand, you have the players of Deadeyes Guys right here inside the house. So far looking pretty good and pretty relaxed. But something I really am wondering here, Johnny, is the circle has shifted down south pretty much. DRS are right in the smack center inside the controlling spot, and still teams like IHC are still outside. Alex is finally back up on his feet, so that means IHC should be able to be alive with two players. Yeah, IC and Alex are the two final hope for IHC right there. But Stalwart Esports, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to hold the teams off at bay.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be their attempt, but let's see. Look at this now, JyanMaara, as soon as they get to the high ground, and if they get vision on the players of IH, it's going to be trouble in paradise for all the lads, because it's just two players, Uzum and Ghost remaining, and Seal Esports, even they have a pretty decent position for themselves. Uzum, he's prone out in the middle of all this greenery around him, trying to be one with the nature itself, but it's not going to be easy for him to survive, and Snipe needs to be careful. There's another man behind him.
And Snipe YT just scouting the areas, and look at that, yeah. Uta is right there to Snipe YT. You better. I do understand you're sensing a lot of presence around you, but you don't exactly know where the players are, and that's what something Uta might just be able to take an advantage of. On the other hand, Malik just spamming through the windows right here, as you do see it in the little replay box. And this is how the fight really went down in freestyle. They just got gifted those free 3 elimination points, Johnny.
Well, but let's see what the end goal for the team is going to look like for now. Stalwart Esports getting spotted out by the players of Regis side. And, well, even though the knocks are going in the favor of Stalwart Esports, the last player surviving from the side of Regis side, Nocto, he's going to look to see if he can be in damage control mode at this point and just secure a few extra points. Still 10 teams remaining, and I think we are going to be at the 9 teams remaining marker very, very soon. Stalwart Esports, they know they just have to wait a few more seconds. The player is going to be forced to step out in the open, and it's going to be easy pickings for them. But let's not forget, this is Sanhok, and at any time, the heal battle situation is going to kick in.
And not just that, the circle has taken another curveball shift, Johnny. So that means DRS, they'll now need to try and take care of Deadeyes Guys, and DRS as well. They are not quite inside the next zone. The only compound that is inside the next zone, or the only hard cover that's inside the next zone, JyanMaara is the closest team to it, right outside that cover as well. So JyanMaara will be able to take control of that entire houses. But on the other hand, DRS against the players of Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys in a huge disadvantage in this fight, Johnny.
Yeah, and along with that, I mean, the Deadeyes Guys are at a disadvantage. It's a literal uphill fight that they have to take. But the good thing for them is they can also go around the hill and find their way inside the zone. So that is something that they can look forward to. But for that to work, DRS need to be distracted for a few short moments. And, well, talking about distraction, IHC might be in trouble as freestyle. They spot them out. Alex is going to be knocked out by Malik and finished off instantly. IC in the distance trying to hide away from all this aggression. But let's see. Oh, no. Did Alex's pickup got taken away by the lads from Seal Esports?
It did, and then Freestyle just mowing down that Weekle in the front and bowing it up too in the process. Freestyle, the only man left alive with 4 elimination points wrapped up for them. Freestyle, indeed, they're looking quite okay in this game, but unfortunately, Stalwart Esports oblivious about the fact that maybe the players of DRS have set up a nice trap, and straight up Action walks into it, and Action taken out with ease. DRS will also get the confirmation rolling through, and yeah, talk about the med strat now. DRS will need to tank the zone. As Stalwart Esports, they're trying to gatekeep the players of DRS. One of the players out's in the open. Maybe Pika will find the right opportunity to strike.
Well, let's see what that opportunity is going to look like. Down to the top 16 players, top 8 teams remaining. And Stalwart Esports, they are here again with 3 players remaining from their side. DRS, one male player was knocked out and now has been finished off. Delta has been taken care of, so they're down to 3 players as well. JyanMaara with all 4 players alive in this matchup, so it's between the top 3. Whoever wins will be making the push for the top 3 and, well, will be solidifying their position basically. But let's see. JyanMaara, 9 elimination points have been secured. Their intentions are quite clear. They want to take the second position away from the players of DRS. And hey, Stalwart Esports lending a helping hand to the lads of JyanMaara as, well, Pika has managed to take down 2 players from the side of DRS in one single spray. And if they manage to eliminate the team at this point, that's extra points going to the lads of JyanMaara.
Oh, Top crossing out in the open. The lifeline's not going to be given away this time. He's quite mean. And he will be able to just knock him out, but that's all he's going to get, a nice knockout. Not really, no type of conversions yet. Top is still knocked out. Stalwart Esports, if they are able to get the rest back up on the fallen man, that should be a 3-man strong squad. But look at Phantom Esports. JyanMaara still oblivious about the fact that there might just be someone behind him, and Yita Uta is trying to crawl in inside the next zone, and he barely does too. What's going on? The trigger discipline. Yita Uta does not even have a lot of HP, but he does not want to heal himself as well, because if he does, Johnny, that'll give the sound cues away.
Well, as you said, he can't even move an inch. He's right next to Susan, and at any moment, even if Susan by mistake looks in his direction and spots him out, he's done for. JyanMaara, they are looking to climb that hill, just totally focused on pushing towards the players of Stalwart Esports, completely ignoring the man behind them who can in fact be the game changer. But talking about changing the game, Pika is going to make sure that the numbers in this situation are definitely going to be dwindled down little by little, finding that important pick on one of the lads from the side of JyanMaara. It's 3 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. JyanMaara, is this going to be enough to get the win on Sanhok yet again? Well, let's find out in a few short moments. The blue zone has started to close in yet again. Yet he has managed to reposition himself in a much better spot, this time hiding behind the rock. He's wearing an invisibility cloak at this point. Might as well be, because JyanMaara, they just completely seem unaware of the threat that's lurking right behind him.
He's been able to just sneak past through all sort of eyes, and he's still alive in the game. JyanMaara, it seems like they're setting themselves up for this chicken dinner, and the final man is the man from Phantom. He finally decides to strike, but unfortunately, he gets slapped down again. And only if Yita Uta would have decided to strike a bit earlier, that could have helped out the players of Stalwart. But hey, in the end, at least he got himself the second place secured, and they actually, well, got 12 points for themselves. And on the end, JyanMaara, another chicken dinner stacked up, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, an impressive win from JyanMaara. But hey, you know what, Necro? With this win, even if JyanMaara, they take the second position away from DRS, it's going to be very tough for them to take the first away from Stalwart Esports, because Stalwart Esports made it to the top 3 in this game as well.
Exactly. Stalwart Esports, man, at this point, I told you, they're just proving this entire lobby unparalleled, Johnny.
Yeah.
They're just on a whole nother league. Send them to PEL.
Already. I mean, there's already an STE there, so that's 628, by the way, so it's a totally different team.
Yeah.
Same logo, same initials, but different teams, different set of players. Also, they are also the same level of impressive, by the way. But for now, we're going to talk about Stalwart Esports, JyanMaara, all of these teams after this very short break. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League right here on day number 2. Things are definitely getting heated up, Necro, because again, talk about the games, the way these teams are just steamrolling across to maintain that presence known in the entire lobby. And again, I'm talking about those few select teams that, well, we've seen incredible plays from day number 1 as well as day 2. It's just a continuing saga for them.
Exactly. I mean, oh boy, JyanMaara, man, I'm not gonna lie, this is something that I completely did not expect moving inside the SA Championship. JyanMaara, there's just a force to be reckoned with as well, because so far they've gotten so many chicken dinners. If I'm not wrong, 3 chicken dinners in their hands, and that's quite impressive. JyanMaara got 2 chicken dinners on day 1, and now they got 1 chicken dinner in day 2. This is absolutely impressive. JyanMaara, they're trailing the players down at Stalwart Esports, but Stalwart Esports too, they're not backing out, man. They got 3rd place for themselves in that previous game.
They did, that is true, and that is something that clearly is showcased by the play and the presence that they are bringing into the lobby every single game pretty much, right? Because that consistent approach, I mean, either way you look at it, that team is always going to be in the limelight with the way that they're able to play, the synergy that is there, clearly evident within the team itself.
Yeah, exactly. Talk about the synergy, man. I mean, Blotter, I did not even notice that we both are wearing white shirts, my bad. And,
yeah, black was yesterday, dude. Yeah, that is true,
black
though.
was
that
yesterday,
is true.
yeah.
I mean, it's not even planned, but it's just
Yeah,
somehow that's happening.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even planned, but we're still actually matching clothes. And then we have an odd man out in our casting team. That's Johnny, which is okay, you know. But yeah, Matt Simmery was in front of us. But now moving on over to the match rankings, of course, JyanMaara won that previous game 29 points with 14 eliminations. And this is what I mentioned too. Sanhok, of course, aggression was amped up. And the action was so good too. I mean, it's something that was outstanding, I would say, because you never see a bridge camp on the map of Sanhok. But we saw that happen.
Absolutely, and as we look on to the match rankings as well, we are clearly evidently looking at a few teams that have made it through. And of course, I mean, the number of points that they've actually accumulated, it is clearly being showcased that that'll be very difficult for the others to try and climb up on. Of course, there are still 2 days remaining, tomorrow and day after, so there is still a possibility. But again, I mean, it's going to be too very difficult for the side of the teams that are sitting on the latter half, not even in the latter half, but at the bottom half of the storyboard.
Yeah, exactly. But for now, Blotter, let's take a look at a little bit of flashbacks, you know, let's refresh our memories with the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how things really kicked off, because I'm not gonna lie, some of the initial action that really started inside the Paradise Resort, this drop clash with the players of 52X Rage and JyanMaara were able to just steamroll it through.
Absolutely, mate, and as we look on through towards the action that was being showcased, I mean, talk about IA, man. This team has had a perfect day too, indeed, because they walk away with 10 eliminations from this game as well, and that itself is clearly showcasing the aggressive stance that IA loves to play with. But of course, that's not the only team, because JyanMaara, the team that has made this lobby threatened across with the playstyle, has definitely been a team that needs to be spoken about quite a lot. I mean, the more you talk about it, it's just going to be for their fans, you know. It's a team that everybody knew is going to be able to showcase a perfect play, but this is too good from them on just 2 days, in 1.5 days, in fact.
Yeah, exactly. And Freestyle, look at this. In these moments right here, Freestyle as well were able to shine through a bit. But unfortunately, I'm not going to lie, IC just got picked off from all the other side. There was just like a little food right in between of some hungry people. And everyone just pounced on the players of IHC. And IHC were just like, all right, well, it's pretty much done at this point. Because IHC, they were in a sandwich situation between the players, if I'm not wrong, of Freestyle or someone. Yeah, I think so it was Freestyle right there. And then TDK as well from the back started wrapping around, and IHC just got completely sandwiched. Nothing much could be done in that spot. But now, as we do take a look at the damage graph, and this is interesting. Phantom Esports being on the second spot, they only have 1 elimination points and 580 damage blotter.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, looking through to the lobby on the Sanhok, we are clearly being showcased based on the elimination points right there. There are only a few select teams that were able to walk away with so many of those eliminations, whereas so many teams walk away with nil and none, and so that itself is, I mean, basically stealing the defeat points from the entirety of the lobby were these few select teams. Of course, JyanMaara being on top alongside was I8, and we of course did have I8C, DRS, Stalwart bringing in a decent play from themselves.
Exactly. Overall rankings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, is Stalwart Esports, of course, all the way on the top with 10 matches played and 3 winner-winner chicken dinners with the placement points of 87 and elimination points of 68 with total points racked up of 155 points. At this point, I would say Stalwart Esports have 1 game cushion, but again, that they should not rely on that cushion. Instead, keep the consistency flowing like they have been since day one. And on the second spot, JyanMaara.
You're so on point, but again, I mean, you're talking about Stalwart Esports. You know, as soon as any other team gets close, even 20-point close to the lead, then they're just going to be amping up the aggressive stance in the upcoming game, and that's what they are doing. Now, this time around, when you move on through to second page, Phantom Esports have had a decent run on the Sanhok, where indeed they were able to get just 1 defeat, but the placement points working for them will push them on the 9th position with 4 position jumps. So that is also a decent outing for their side.
Exactly. But hey, Blotter, you know, we've been praising these teams, we've been praising these players for a really long time, you know. But I honestly feel like the chat as well deserves some love, you know. The chat deserves some love. The viewers that deserve some love. They have been praising the players, they've been showing hearts, they've been supporting these teams all the time. But this time, it's our time to support the chat. This time, it's our time to put some hearts for them, bro. Blotter, can you do this?
Can I do that? I can try and do that, yeah, why not?
Hard.
Sure thing. But before we do so, how about we start predicting as to what team do you believe is going to be getting that heart stolen away in this upcoming game, dude?
I mean, I personally think so. This time, it has to be, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm going with IC the whole time. So this time, I'm gonna try to think out the box, and I'm gonna go with 52x Rage.
Okay, all right. That is a big leap indeed, and that is absolutely fair and square. Nothing taken away from that. Prediction coming in from Necro. That's going to be 52x Rage for the chicken. Chat, what do you think? Which team is it going to be? From my side, I'd leave it up to the producer, in fact, and I'll have him choose what team is going to be getting the chicken dinner this time around. But again, chat, do not forget that you can chime in along as well. Vote space. Whatever team that you're rooting for, just put in the name and let us know in the chat itself. And this is going to be crucial though. Be careful of where you're joining in from, what channel you're going to be joining in from. And there we have it. The Real Soldiers has been selected from the director, and that is the team that I'm going to be picking, apparently. So we shall see if the Erangel is going to be favoring the Real Soldiers or 52x Rage, or maybe another team altogether, which of course is going to be a speculatory ride coming in from the desk.
Okay, well, let's see. What is it going to be? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll only be able to find out when we do actually jump inside the battleground. So here we go. The next match is on the way. The planes are setting the sky as well, as I do hear the plane going off. And now we're going to be moving on over to another game right here. As you do see the players as well getting their game faces on. They're ready. They're locked in and loaded in their devices. They're just waiting to get their hands on the actual guns. Now, here we do see the plane fly path, if I'm not wrong, all the way starting from Stalwart and Kameshki side, ending all the way towards Primorsk's border.
Yep, that is true. And now we're going to have to be slowly, I mean, as the Erangel has pushed on through on day number 2, the flight path from the northern side has slowly but steadily been going down and down south. So this time around, it's going to be, of course, dissecting the map altogether, thus giving an equal playing field to all the teams and their drop locations altogether as well, which is a good thing. But in all of those conversations, every single time that we have, the zone is the key factor that will decide how the game is going to be played out, if it's actually a fair and square approach, or the game is going to be thrown a curveball with the zone being on a completely different tangent. But of course, as of now, looking on the drops as well, we've got 52x Rage once again looking very comfortable with their Stalwart and Kameshki approach, and that late rotation that is being showcased from their side. Another team that we are looking at again and again is going to be the side of I8 as they go down once again towards Pachinki. Even though they had an option to go to military, they've decided not to do so, based on how they were, well, completely stopped in their tracks from Seal. But this time, it is going to be I8 going up against IRT, and now together, in the first few minutes, we've got Phantom Esports trying to take on the players right here off Red side.
Exactly. A lot of drop clashes indeed this time in Phantom Esports. I mean, Vexy has a shotgun in his hand. That's going to help him quite a lot in those close quarter battles. But Vexy needs to watch out from another player of Reggie side, which the cavalry should be arriving anytime soon. So Vexy now is trying to reposition himself, gets almost caught. Vexy! And he blows him up as well. He blew up that gas cannon. Also at the same time, was able to connect the spray onto him. So Vexy now will be knocked out. And that's a great opening being found too.
Definitely, it's going to be a huge undertaking for the side of Red side player, wherein he has been able to stop the side of Phantom Esports making a mark in this game, where right off the bat he's going to be dropping Wexy down, and Phantom Esports will have a 3-man squad as we push on through to the remaining halves of this game. But right now, I8 very close again to the players of IHC. We did see a little bit of a skirmish between these two. That is still being continued on right here in Pochinki, but no knocks have been confirmed from either side. But I do want to see where the fourth player from the side of IHC is. There he is, IC, coming in with a trajectory of his own. The flank angle that we can see on the mini-map is going to definitely help out the cause of IHC and their aggressive stance. But will I8 be stopping them? Or will IHC be getting the better half of their side?
Only time can tell these kind of questions, Blotter. Because so far it's a complete stalemate. It's really hard to just speculate anything because you never know what sort of guns these players have gotten in their hands. If they even have the comfortable loot to play around with in these fights.
True.
So, still pretty early phase of the game, and I'm pretty sure none of these teams would want any sort of casualties on their hands. And IHC, they decided to just drop clash against the players of I8, and this is quite interesting, considering the fact that IHC, we've been talking this entire day, that they will need to try and amp up their aggression down, but game by game, they're just increasing the aggression.
They are. They're slowly but surely trying. They're definitely trying. It's just that they get caught off guard or the rotations don't work out for them. And in the end, it's still keeping them on the second half of that leaderboard when it comes to the overall standings. But right now, there are so many teams that are part of the early aggression as we are looking at freestyle against the players of the grounders right now, where the information has been retained by both of these teams. But the knocks have not really been... have not really started as of now between two of them, and same is the case right here between I8 and IHC as well. But I see the way he's been able to play this curveball against the positioning of I8 could maybe be the opening that they're waiting for, but we shall come back to that as we've got another elimination taking place at Giorgio between, I believe, TUF and Seal Esports.
And TUF just is able to take one of the players off Seal, and that's quite an unfortunate start for them too. Seal now down to a 3-man squad, and that's something Seal did not really anticipate moving inside this game. Thor is right there too. And look at Phantom Esports now. They're also moving in from the back line, so we might just see another clash between the players of Seal and Phantom. But Seal, they're on a move. They do not really want to fight this battle. But Demo, unfortunately, will leave his teammate in the back because he has no other option. Seal, they're getting dismantled early on this time in the game.
Well, Phantom Esports, they are picking up that aggressive stance from the momentum that they got in the previous Sanhok game that we saw, and this time around it's going to be Seal Esports that they're going to be trying to get their points from, and they will be able to do so with ease. But in the process, Yeta has definitely taken on a lot of damage from the side of TUF's player, but that's going to be A-okay because 2 elimination points is what that team has been able to confirm for themselves as of now. And Seal Esports off to a little bit of a rocky start for their side. IHC right here trying to capitalize on the information they've been able to get. Again, I mean, I8, both of these teams, in fact, are in a little bit of a curveball of their own because I8 loves to go down to military base, but since the past 2 Erangel games, they have decided not to do so. And this time around, they jump into Pochinki with IHC finding themselves, and TUF getting the better half of that information that they had retained, where indeed a few minutes ago we did see Phantom Esports take on the players of Seal Esports, but as they did let go of that information, and that information was retained from TUF and has been capitalized as a knock, has been confirmed. But will this turn into a push coming in from the side of TUF? Or perhaps not, because the team is actually pretty scattered as of now when it comes to the map.
Indeed, they're definitely scattered. And look at Mad Max just peppering down the shots onto Edgar, but Edgar is going to find a safe way out of that one. Phantom Esports, it's like they found themselves a temporary home for now, which they would like to call permanent if the zone does shift right on top of them. But still, the stalemate in the Pochinki area is still going on, and that's something that will need to be taken care of as quick as possible because they're just wasting a lot of time.
Well, talking about wasting time, there is going to be the case for quite a lot of these teams as we are coming up to 8-minute marker. We did see a lot of teams retaining a lot of information, but again, they are just playing at stalemate situation for themselves and not really over-aggressing, which is good, which is really good. Coming in from the side of I8 as well as IHC, the play has been made from Zio right now, as we can clearly see, who's moved up on top of the compound roof, and that is going to be giving him a lot of information. But all the players from the side of I8 are prone. They're not going to be giving away any information. I see in the backlines is just maintaining that flank, but of course that is not really providing the X factor that is required for the side of IHC to be able to capitalize in that fight, and I8 are also playing it with perfection and the patience.
Phantom, Yuta, Uta, still just moving around. And again, as I said, Phantom, they found themselves a temporary home for now, and I don't think so they have any intentions of moving anytime soon. And look at Icy all the way in the back. A nice separation. Icy is just waiting for any of the players of I8 to make a little mistake, and he will try to capitalize on top of it. But again, I8 too, they're just being so patient. These two teams are way too patient. But the problem is, at this point in time, they're just wasting a lot of time, and this does not really make any sense because the next zone is going to be closing in a couple of seconds, and they will need to try and be as proactive as possible and move inside the next zone, unless if it shifts on top of them. And there we go. It's their time to move now. If they don't move right now, then they will be screwed and gate-kept by a lot of teams.
Well, looking at 52X Rage's position, they are pretty much in the center at that shooting range. Very close to their position is going to be the side of the grounders, if I'm not mistaken. But again, I mean, that's no problem at all for the side of 52X Rage. Another point to bring up is going to be, as you were mentioning, taking on too much time for the side of I8 and IHC, as we do see them at the edge, the southern edge of the zone, and DRS chiming it along in towards that exact same place and position at Pochinki is going to be maybe the third party that we anticipated and hoped that could open up the fight between IHC and I8, but for now it seems like that's not going to be the case, as DRS are going to be changing that position and changing their trajectory as they get into the comfort of the zone. From far south we can see Stalwart is also making a late rotation from the blues.
TDK. Not really much happening at this point, Johnny. I just called you Johnny, my bad.
Well, it's still the same case, dude, because, yep, either it be Johnny or Blood, the case, the fact remains the same that, no, not really too much happening right now. That is true,
Blotter.
Necro.
Exactly, yeah, man. I mean, it's just the fact that I saw the action just absolutely amped up in the map of Sanhok, and now that we've moved back in the Erangel map, the action is just dropped down by huge. And we're not seeing any sort of elimination points hit the deck so far, because we saw Seal getting demolished at the start, but then after that, we're just not seeing any sort of bodies falling down. No knockouts, no shots fired yet. Maybe a couple of bullets here and there, but nothing critical happening.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, that is a crucial approach as well that's going to be required from the side of the teams in the lobby, as this is day number 2, second last game, in fact, of day 2 itself. So this is the moment wherein the teams really have to play it safe before they take on a fight, before they go into an onslaught position and situation. They need to be absolutely 200% certain that they want to be a part of that fight. They will be able to capitalize those points. If not, then yeah, taking this nail approach is probably the best way to go. But again, the zone is what will dictate how these fights are going to be progressing on along. As of now, we're looking at 12 minutes into the game. JyanMaara right here on our screens are out in the open, just waiting for other teams to be making a rotation around their vicinity. But for now, that's not going to be the case. Perhaps it will, because they are actually pretty close to the compound of T2K, and T2K for now are also holding on the fort, or not really, because it seems like JyanMaara are the ones who will be able to get the first information against T2K's play. Now, Jang and of course the entire squad of T2K are going to have to be careful as to how they approach. or how they defend their compound itself. We can see Suyog getting into the vehicle and actually moving away from that compound itself. So JyanMaara will still have to be a part of this dormant situation a little bit more longer, as they've got the northern edge of the zone working for themselves. Now, with the stalemate position and situation going on right now, viewers, we would request you to go ahead and vote and predict what team do you believe will get the chicken this time around, the team that you think will win this second last game of the day on Erangel.
I mean, gonna be quite tough even for the audience, man, not gonna lie.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because the way things have been going so far, Stalwart Esports, of course, without a doubt, if you pick Stalwart Esports at this point, it's just going to be a safer option, all right? It's just going to be a safe pick. And come on, guys, we would want to play with some risk, right? We want to play with some high-risk, high-reward situation. That's why I went with 52x Rage, considering the fact that yesterday they ended up on a pretty high note in the overall rankings, but now in day 2, they're slipping by from slots after slots. 52x Rage is not really able to deliver to the consistency that we expected from them last time. Before now, 52x Rage, one of the players been taken down quite low. High Voltage almost got a little bit of blood on their hand, but so far they're not really able to, as the grounders against the players of TUF, and TUF able to just cut off their rotation completely.
Oh, they definitely have. Thor right here from the side of Team TUF has been able to already capitalize on the 2 elimination points for him and his team, but that will be all that was told from the side of Thor, because again, the entirety of the team is in the blues, so they're going to have to now start rotating to get into the comfort of the zone, and as they do, maybe their position could be a little bit contested as they try and make that rotation. But for now, again, that same thing can be said for the side of the grounders as well, as they were at the receiving end, and the grounders, they've had a rocky day today. I mean, the ups and downs that they've been facing have really not given them the momentum boost that I'm sure that they would have anticipated on day 2. But for now, I mean, the real soldiers on our screen are trying to stop Stalwart making a push on towards their compounds, as they are pretty scattered, but the real soldiers have what it takes to be able to nullify this aggressive stance that Stalwart are trying to make. The only consideration that they're going to have to keep in mind is going to be the fact that they are actually scattered, and Stalwart are very accumulatively, synergistically making an approach towards this area.
Stalwart Esports, for now they're quite grouped up, but it's okay. Again, the next circle is not going to be easy to breach on in, and just because the fact that Stalwart Esports wasted so much time in Pachinki, or no, scratch that, Stalwart Esports wasted so much time moving inside the next zone, they will have to adjust with this one. But I do want to find out, yeah, look, even IHC, they're not really in a comfortable spot. It's just about if you are going to be moving inside the next zone late, then you will have to adjust with whatever you're getting in your hands, and that's what these two teams are trying to do now. But look at this. Oh, he's just waiting for him to stand still. As soon as he does, Uzun will strike like a venomous snake. And he is waiting for Pika to strike, or he's waiting for Pika to just stand still, and now maybe it's a chance for him to strike in, and yes, he does, but it's a little too late. Maybe he should have tried to strike in a bit sooner. But it's okay. The next circle takes a huge shift away from these teams, though. All the way up north, Blotter, 52x Rage. They're currently in the controlling spot.
They definitely are, but right next to them is also going to be the side of JyanMaara, and JyanMaara themselves are going to be contested for their compound, with the players of Deadeyes Guys are looking like they are here to deliver some massive blows. But will they be allowed to do so? Because again, they're in the open, but JyanMaara's players are in the safety net of that compound, which is just what they needed. On the other front, as we look onto the kill feed, we've got IHC jumping in along with Stalwart and DRS taking a fight of their own, where indeed it is going to be Stalwart, who's not looking too good because they have a third-party situation with High Voltage chiming in as well.
Stalwart Esports top's being knocked out. Scry's right there too, trying to close the distance, and he should be able to get the fallen man back up. So we do have Pika underneath the water too, and in High Voltage, Prabeen just showering some bullets on top of him. The confirmation's there too, but DRS now they'll need to try to get Delta back up, and that's where Rebel chimes in. Pika is still knocked out underneath the water, and unfortunately Rebel slips down, and that's not a good news. But maybe they can try and go for the res underwater, but unfortunately, yep, Rebel messed up big time. And now Rebel will have to pay the price for that, as you do see all the way in the back eye, they're just charging on the players off DRS. Killer YT gets pounced on, and Stalwart Esports is still, that player that was knocked out, he's still barely alive, crawling for his help. But again, I don't feel like there's going to be any sort of help anytime soon. So yeah, he has been put out of his misery.
Definitely has. Pika going down from the side of Stalwart indeed. And when it comes to the approach from DRS, the real soldiers have been brought down to a one-man army. That's going to be Rebel all by his lonesome. IHC's Godless taking on players of Phantom. And to and fro's basically happening between those two teams, where Phantom Esports are also participating in the fight with a perfect looking approach. Maybe not, because it's a Slipknot who is all by his lonesome going to have to take on this fight. But yes, that was a bit too late, and that indeed will turn into the favorable situation for the side of IHC, as they will get the compound for themselves with all 4 players still standing.
Trying to kill, just spamming the waters, maybe hoping that they will be able to find some connections, but no connections yet. And trying to kill, they're right here. As we do see, trying to kill too, Sandesh and Legend. Wasi's taken down quite low, Blotter, and this is where freestyle, it would not mean a lot for them to just lose their players like this one after the other, because look at that. Wasi's taken down so low. Yep, a couple of bullets, and that's going to be it, and Jane's going to be connecting that bullet.
He definitely will be, but again, I mean, when it comes down to the way the teams are playing this Erangel, it is a slow poke pace that is being showcased from the side of this entire lobby, as the zone again shifts towards the eastern front. We've got Deadeyes Guys from the northern side looking pretty comfortable at the edge of the zone, and right next to them is going to be JyanMaara. And of course, in the center, there is absolutely nobody, where it seems like TUF might be able to make a run for it. But hey, gotta keep in mind that this is an open zone. There are no compounds, there are no safety nets, and whatever team tries to make it into the center is going to have to be fighting an all-out war from all the sides, where it seems like IHC are really looking forward to exactly that sort of a situation.
Exactly, and look at Deadeyes Guys just right there. And TDK and that freestyle fight is still continuing, as Deadeyes Guys, they're eyeing out the players of JyanMaara. And there you go. Freestyle, unfortunately, will be eliminated with only 1 elimination points. TUF just spamming the vehicle. They want to blow it up. They want to make sure that the vehicle is completely dismantled and not usable, because they do not want to let that man escape that spot right there. They want to trap him.
Oh, they definitely want to trap the side of IHC's players, and there is absolutely everything that is working in favor of TUF. But right now, the smoke wall that has been created from the side of IHC will be able to give them a little bit of a relief. But along with that, the audience prediction coming in, where Deadeyes Guys is going to be their first pick at 29.6%, and then comes in Phantom Esports at 20%. Now, looking at the way Deadeyes Guys approached from the northern side, it is looking like they are absolutely going to be able to capitalize on that position and stop the side of course, the advance of JyanMaara. But let's see, perhaps the viewers exactly know that this game could be Deadeyes Guys, but there is still a lot of teams that are part of this lobby. 8 teams in total, and an aggressive stance finally being taken from these teams. It has been a slower angle, but not for long, as now in the open when it comes to the zone, 52X Rage chiming in along. Stalwart Esports get eliminated, 6 teams remaining. T2K also part of this entire saga. High voltage with all 4 players at the edge.
Deadeyes Guys still just eyeing it out. Look at them just mowing down the grounds in the front. They have gone a couple of clear line of sights on the players. That's Skylightz Gaming. They're currently in an uphill battle. The nade's gonna come right next to it, and it's gonna crawl quite close. That's Skylightz Gaming. They're also, as I said, this is an uphill battle, so all the odds are stacked against them. And Skylightz Gaming, they're just inflicting that pain, and finally, eventually, they find this connection that they really needed to move on over.
They definitely do. That is so true, and that is going to return fire from the side of Skylightz Gaming because they have the information against the players of High Voltage, and High Voltage at the southern edge not looking too good off that position because Skylightz Gaming is all over them. Assassin goes down, Mafia Ninja with Nima is going to be trying to get the better half of this fight, but Nima's 20% health, is that going to be enough for him? Well, it seems like his teammates are definitely going to be able to help him out in that position, and of course, the numbers advantage working in favor of Skylightz will be providing them the cover that they needed, but High Voltage is not wanting to go down that easy with Prabeen being the last man standing, but not for long as Skylightz get the better half. In doing all of that, we've got 5 teams remaining. T2K Sandesh also not having a good day right now.
52X Rage Esports. So far, all 4 players up, and Blotter, my prediction might just be right. Deadeyes Guys, 3 players are still up.
So it's going to be
And as
Necro's
I
prediction against
Yeah.
the people.
This is going to be quite interesting, man. Because Skylightz Gaming as well, they have all their players up, so this is quite interesting. And unfortunately, 52X Rage actually lose out on one of their players.
For now, between the side of 52X Rage and Deadeyes Guys, it is an open invitation for a third party between those two, and that third party could be seen in just a matter of seconds on the other side of the zone altogether. We've got the likes of Skylightz Gaming, as you were mentioning earlier, with all 4 players at 7 eliminations, the momentum working in favor of Skylightz Gaming, the zone working in favor of that team, but IHC are still here, and they have definitely found the right track, the right synergistic approach that they needed and was missing from their side, as they are sitting at a comfortable 9 defeats for now and playing it safe, actually playing it real safe, not giving away too much information. But right now Skylightz Gaming's Galzin knows exactly where that player is, and as soon as Godless moves away from that position, it is going to be not too good for him.
Skylightz Gaming still, we're hearing a lot of gunshots indeed around. Godless, IHC so far, I feel like this has to be their best game so far, and
True.
IHC, you better start celebrating that. They've got 9 elimination points too, Blotter. This is quite huge. IHC will need to convert a bit more elimination points, and they might, and if they are able to win this one, this will be quite interesting. But Zen, look at 52X Ray. Zen is the only man left alive in the last glimmer of hope, and I think so. I've just cursed him. Oh no, Zen falls down too. Skylightz Gaming, all 4 players up, and this might just be Skylightz Gaming chicken dinner. They're like a full pack of wolves.
They definitely are a full pack of wolves as they push on to take on the players of IHC, and not only that, as they do so, Deadeyes Guys also chime in to take on the players who have bunched up together against the likes of IHC. Now IHC is down to just that one man, and that one man is going to be Alex, I believe, who's going to have to hold on the fort for as long as he possibly can, and also give a revival to his teammate Godless. But 3 teams surviving, the numbers advantage working in favor of Skylightz Gaming. Deadeyes Guys definitely at the edge, but they also do have a little bit of that information, being on a little better of a position, but no cover working for them. So they're going to have to move away right behind the position of IHC, and IHC with that perfect revival are going to be able to stop that team in their tracks. And now it's Skylightz Gaming 4v2 situation.
Exactly, and Alex, look at that, he falls down. Mafia Ninja's able to find a great connection. Godless is still taken down so low. Oh, and he's barely alive too, and there we go. Skylightz Gaming, another nade's gonna crawl in, and an easy chicken dinner for them. What a way to close things out as well. They were just able to stay under the radar the entire game, able to keep all their players up throughout the entire game, and in the end, they have the man advantage to kick things off with 10 elimination points and 25 points in total. Skylightz Gaming have done a great job.
They've perfectly utilized their position to their advantage. Have taken the chicken dinner with a stormy play right here, and decent turn of events for the side of IHC as well, because finally they were able to get the gameplay style that we were missing from their side showcased to this lobby this time around. Now IHC were able to get a lot of elimination points for themselves, along with the second position of the placement. They will be looking pretty good, and just what was needed from them to be able to, you know, move up the ladder when it comes to the storyboard.
Exactly. Talk about moving up the ladders, man. Unfortunately, 52x Rage, they had quite a solid game, but I do want to see what they're going to be able to pull off in the futures.
Well, we shall definitely find out. And looking into the game itself, things are taking a different turn from the side of the Mongolian team. That is going to be IHC. But before we jump into any of those conversations, it is time for us to go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back. Hello and welcome once again to PMPL right here, 2022, day number 2, onwards to the final game we shall push. But this time around, Necro has been moved away from the desk as Johnny jumps in. And dude, I mean, IHC finally, they've showcased a little bit of a resilience, a little bit of that old perfect play that we were missing from their side.
Well, I mean, a little bit of a hiccup was there in the way, but IHC, it looks like some signs of life are being showcased, as you said. We do have the MVP of the man of the game right here in front of us, Alex, leading the charge. 4 elimination, 4 knocks, 5 assists, so an incredible job. But let's not forget Skylightz Gaming. That run in this particular game was also pretty incredible.
Oh yes, it definitely was. I mean, the way Skylightz Gaming just utilized that position that they were in and again converted from one fight to the next, those elimination points for their side was beautiful to see. But overall, when it comes down to the way that they were able to get the game for themselves, 1400 total damage is what we saw coming in from the side of Skylightz Gaming. And indeed, if I were to summarize it, it has definitely been a slow poke wrangle, this one.
Well, I mean, it was that one map. We always say this, right? You just need that one map to start building momentum, and maybe this is going to be it. But on the other side, though, talking about the top players of this game, we did see an incredible performance from Mafia Ninja. AJ is going to be there as well, sitting on the 5th position. Then we have Alex and Godless from the side of IHC Esports. I just hope that it's not too late for IHC to actually cover up the distance and make the climb into the top 5, because the second day is almost done. After that, there's just tomorrow and the day after. And if things just take a turn for the worse, then, I mean, IHC, we are going to see them struggle as well. But hopefully, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. I'm going to hope that the momentum they have built in this particular match, they carry it on.
Definitely will be the same hope coming in from my side as well, because again, when it comes down to the play from IHC in this Erangel, it was spot on. They were able to capitalize on their position. They were able to get that synergy working for them. They were able to get 12 eliminations in this game. That is beautiful turn of events for their side, as they've walked away with 24 points from this game. And like you said, I mean, if they're able to do this in the upcoming game, then we perhaps can be looking at a resurgence from the side of this team. But in all of that list, I did see T2K have really utilized day 2 to their advantage every single game pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, T2K have been pretty consistent all this time, as you mentioned. I mean, just making sure that the bottom line that they have set in terms of their aggregate points, it's always being met. And that also does work out if you manage to be consistent on a whole another level. 52x Rage is the perfect example for that. Their run during the PMPL Pakistan final just displays it perfectly. But on the other side, I mean, I want to talk about this. This in the particular match, we did see the teams in the top 3 take a pretty massive tumble early on in the game. Had that not happened, I mean, it would have just been Stalwart Esports, JyanMaara and DRS just running away with the rest of the competition. But now this game, I think, gives a little bit more of a fighting chance to the team further below in the rankings.
It does, and you know what, I mean, going back to what you had said earlier, I believe it was yesterday, in fact, that you had spoken about this, when it comes down to the play style that IHC were missing on, which was to play that slow patient strategic game, and that is exactly what they have been able to do. But right here, right now, we've got the Oppo F21 Pro moments on our screens, and IHC's action is all across the board, where indeed it started off with Zeol and slowly but surely pushed on to the entire lineup.
Well, I mean, talk about taking care of lineups. IHC were doing pretty incredible job of just destroying one team after the other, just going completely insane and berserk on the rest of the competition. But Skylightz Gaming pulling off a wonderful performance of their own, just striking at the right nick of time, no unnecessary engagements from the side of Skylightz Gaming, and they just were able to maintain that composure throughout the thick and the thin situations of this match. IHC, although I have to give them props, I mean, for the first time in the PMPL South Asia Championship, we saw a glimpse of what IHC Esports was all about. This was such a close win. This could have been their game, but a few mistakes in the very end, and also a brilliant performance from Skylightz Gaming results in Skylightz Gaming getting those 15 points for the chicken dinner win.
Dude, but look at that tower being created from the side of IHC in terms of the elimination points, in terms of the damage they've been able to dish out. This is looking like a revival comeback story, but I will not speak about that too much because of that caster's curse being a bit too genuine from me, Slippery Tongue.
Well. Damage graph, damage histogram in front of us. And again, I mean, so majorly this match was dominated by the teams that do end up sitting on the top, because those damage numbers, look at Skylightz, IHC, Deadeyes Guys, everyone was just very aggressive on that hill slope fight. Early eliminations, all those open rotations, not really working out for anyone in a situation like this.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, based on all the different Erangel games that we've seen, this one has to be the slowest one in terms of how the fights took place. But of course, slowly but surely, that is how the victory is going to be delivered, and it is going to be IHC, who now we shall have to see what exactly are they going to be bringing with the final game of the day right around the corner. But before we look at that, the storyboard is going to be depicting a different storyline altogether, where, of course, Stalwart Esports with the 3 chicken dinners, along with the 69 eliminations, they have secured 158 total points, and sitting on the second is going to be JyanMaara Esports. A massive difference in terms of the points and the lead that Stalwart, of course, have. But maybe this is where we can expect their downfall. Not necessarily, but the other teams right below them could maybe be picking up the ladder.
Well, talking about the ladder, as we move on to the next page of the rankings, look at that. That chicken dinner win was so important for Skylightz Gaming. They were struggling. Let's be honest. They were struggling this entire time, along with the lads from IHC Esports. But those few extra points keep them on the 9th position. IHC, they find themselves on the 10th position, but the points are all tied up between these two teams as well. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have Phantom Esports stuck on 58 points. Freestyle with 50 points, just being left a little bit behind from the top 10.
Absolutely, and looking at that elimination point coming in for the side of IHC, I mean 50 elimination points, and we did just showcase when it comes down to the team that is sitting all the way up on top, it is going to be 69 elimination points. So again, IHC, I mean, when it comes down to the elimination points, they are definitely keeping it close and tight along with Stalwart Esports. It's just those placement points that are missing from the side of that team. But this final game, we shall see if IHC is finally back on track with the play that they were able to make on Erangel. Could that be replicated on Miramar?
Well, it's going to be tough, but hopefully they're going to be hopeful about this as well. And if they make it to the late game stages, I think this time they can't really afford to fail securing the win over chicken dinner, because they need at least one to sort of get the morale boost, to get the confidence boost in the players, in themselves as well, that yes, they have what it takes to close out the game. Now, closing out the matches, also an interesting point, because that is something that we earlier on in the days never really saw IHC struggle with. They were perfect and flawless in securing those chicken dinner wins always, but this time they end up losing those few key individuals earlier on in the mid-game team fight. So by the time they make it to the late game stages, if they do make it to the late game stages, they do not have enough firepower to finish things off. And again, I think that is one more thing that we will have to see if IHC find an answer to. This game was perfect approach from their side. They tried their level best. Unlucky for them, DRS played it a little bit better than them. But the next match, as you mentioned, Miramar, their opportunity, their intentions are going to be clear. They're going to try and see if they can make it to the top 3 in this match with a lot of eliminations to their name.
Hopefully that will be the case. So would it be fair to say that you want to be predicting IHC for the chicken dinner in the final game? Before I'm completing the sentence, you're like, no, not going there.
I'm going to throw a curveball now. Since you did bring up the consistent performances by T2K, and they have been pretty incredible. The first game of the day, Train to Kill, was second. Then there was a fourth place finish. They did make a massive blunder on the map of Sanhok, where they finished 11th with just 2 eliminations, but that was one game, and now it was a 5th place finish with 8 eliminations. So this one, I want to see if Train to Kill can actually close out this match with a chicken dinner win. So I'm going to go for T2K.
All right. So it's going to be T2K being locked for the final prediction coming in from Johnny, and this time around, once again, I'm going to be leaving it out to, of course, the viewers. You can chime in, vote, space, whatever team that you want to be rooting for, and from that, I would, of course, request the director and the producer to choose one team that the viewers have selected, one team that they predict is going to be getting that chicken dinner in the final game on the map of Miramar. And one more thing to add on to this, I just hope, dude, honestly, I just hope that IHC... Wow, I mean, producers, viewers, everybody read my mind, peeps and gents, because this is the team I wanted to really pick as well. And based on what Johnny had said yesterday, where indeed, if the team plays it slow and steady, there is high chance and caliber for this team to be able to get that chicken, and maybe this is the game.
I mean, I just have to say, you have hosted your way out of so many situations like these where questions are tossed towards you and you still manage to wiggle your way out. Even the production knows what you're going to say next. Like, automatically, he's just going to be like, IHC, so IHC it is.
Well,
but, I mean, they do stand a fair chance. I mean, they just had an incredible run.
True, that's the thing, right? I mean, in the end, it's all about being able to choose a team wisely, and not only just that, but looking at the momentum that the team is rolling across with. And that momentum this time around is most certainly going to be favoring IHC. But with all of that done, all of that set in stone from the desk, now it is time to call out the viewers for a request. It is going to be a very important request, actually, viewers, because we are here to make it the flawless experience for you guys as soon as you jump into the battleground. For that, there is a survey that's available, and I would request you to go ahead and take out a few minutes of your time right now as we are getting ready, as the players are just finding their seats. You know, I mean, when you're boarding a plane, it is a hotspot scenario, so of course it's going to take another minute or two before we jump into the flight paths, and that is all you need. You just need 1 minute out of your life right now, and go ahead, fill up that survey, because that's going to make the experience that much more wonderful for you guys.
Exactly, and I don't want to start anything, but I think a lot of people will agree with me on this, and I think, Blotter, you will agree with me on this. So it's been a while since we've seen Weekend. The survey form is there. And if you guys want to see Weekend again, only you can make it happen.
That's true.
Only you can make it happen now.
Now that is the beauty. That is the beauty when it comes to PMPLs and all across the board throughout the year, all the different tournaments that are taking place in PUBG MOBILE Esports universe, basically, is what I would call it now, because it is always down to the viewers as to what you guys choose. That is what we're going to be delivering every single time. And this time you predicted IHC. Well, I wish I could say that that's exactly what I'm going to be delivering, but maybe IHC are going to be the ones reigning in supreme. But along with that, as Johnny did say, there is a lot more that that Survey has, and the power is, of course, in your court, is going to be in your hands. So go right ahead and take out that 1 minute. I mean, it's already been a minute. You should have already filled up. I mean, 20 to 50%, I would say, have already filled up. The remaining ones, dudes, come on, don't be so lethargic. Go ahead. It's a perfect it's a perfect weekend, you know, and this is the getaway that you had been waiting for. Just go right ahead, give in your vote, and that is going to be the force that will get maybe Weekend back, maybe some other things as well. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that I could actually talk about, which I would want to be changed, but it's all in your hands, in your court.
Exactly, it's not in ours. It's up to you now what you want to see in the upcoming PMPLs. But for now, what we want to see is the action on this last map of Miramar. Again, it feels quite weird, right? We always end the day on Miramar, on Erangel. We used to end the day on Erangel, but now we have shifted to Miramar. I'm like, all right, this just feels a bit off. But Miramars are also pretty exciting. Miramars can turn out to be lovely maps, especially during those mid-game stages where we do see teams fighting for those high grounds on those ridges. But it becomes a tricky situation when you know there's going to be someone on the other high ground just opposite to you. You don't have a lot of cover. Protecting your vehicles becomes a challenge and important at the same time. So a lot of stuff for these teams to figure out. But hey, let's see. The match is about to begin, and we see our lovely players on the screen once again.
Absolutely, and they are in for a roller coaster ride with one final game on day number 2 to be played. That's going to be, of course, on the map of Miramar. As the flight path has taken across, we are going to be, well, again, I mean, predictions have been set, but would you want to change your prediction, Johnny?
No. I've been saying since the start of the day, I want things to be a little bit closer. All right, can I add a team to my prediction? T2K or I8, one of these teams. I want one of these two teams to win.
Okay, all right. We've got a 50-50 chance going in there, but let's see. Maybe that'll be all down to none altogether, which we will find out based on where the teams are going to be dropping down towards. Now, for the side of I8, we know that they do like that southern side of Los Leones, but across that position, of course, they've seen other team that is in the name of Steel Esports also do like to go down there as well. So maybe that early contestation between them could result in well, never mind what it will result in. For now, looking at the first blood situation itself, it's going to be Steel Esports chiming in against the players of Regicide. Wow, that was swift and quick. Demo all by his lonesome, dude.
Yeah, a quick 1-2 right there, jab and a hook, and well, that was it. Regicide already losing out on Voltrex, but Insane is going to be quite close, and he has a UMP on him, which we have talked about as a perfect weapon. He has another one on his back. Well, not a UMP, but an AKM on his back, so another decent weapon on him, and Demo with the Thompson on him. Let's see. He is right now just trying to keep a little bit of a distance between him and Insane and just try any line of fires. Just try and avoid any line of fires for the opposition, so that way he can safely just back off, get a little bit of a distance, wait for the backup, and then re-engage.
Okay, all right. Well, Demo, even though he's always lonesome, you know, he's got that trusted approach where indeed he's got, wow, never mind that, because right now it's going to be Delta from the side of DRS taking on shots and completely stopping Arham in his tracks from FS, and Freestyle is the second team to take a blow in this game, as we are looking at first 2 minutes and 2 eliminations already confirmed on our screens. One which was too quick from Demo, and now the second one coming in from DRS. An incredible stance, but I mean, what is Regicide doing? Why have they decided to not even get any information? They're just sticking too far back from that fight. They're not even wanting to push ahead towards the Demo, but little do they know, if they would have had the numbers advantage working for them.
Well, I mean, let's see how big of an advantage can they gain in a situation like this. It's not going to be easy, especially considering, I mean, the late game situations in any sort of circle that heads towards the eastern side are just absolute bloodbaths. I mean, Steel Esports, we did, as you mentioned, against Regicide towards the northern part, extreme northern part of the map, in fact. Well, they should have felt a little bit more comfortable, but since they know there's another team right next to them, the comfort level is not going to be the same. On the other side, I'm more focused on the southern edge of the circle, towards Graveyard, towards the San Martin, Hacienda del Petron area, where the rotations are going to happen from, and that is where we will see most of the collisions in the next, I want to say 10 minutes, but I feel it's going to be longer than that.
Okay. You are not too confident with the team's aggressive stances, or you know the teams too very well on the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I can clearly understand that statement coming in. But also, I've kind of noticed that when it comes down to the map of Miramar now, you know, earlier it was like Miramar would be the one map that would be extended based on how big the map, of course, is, so many tiles compared to all the other maps. But of recent, what I've noticed is Sanhoks end up getting stretched out, Erangels end up getting stretched out, and Miramar on the other front, we do end up seeing quite a lot of fights. So, I don't know, maybe in the next few minutes itself, we're going to be looking at another team getting eliminated. But for now, again, I mean, we've only seen those 2 knocks. Apart from that, all the teams are just holding down that fort for themselves as they get the best loot aggregated for their side. As we move on through towards the side of 52 X-Rage, who have moved on towards the western front, very close to the edge of the zone, but not really in the comfort of the zone is where 52 X-Rage find themselves, which is also absolutely fine. Nothing to be paranoid about because, again, we know that that team will always be able to find their entry into the zone.
Well, and yeah, I mean, they always do manage to find the entry points, but it is about the late game situation where they are going to be struggling. But okay, there's Wally now. He's looking to see if he can take down another one. A lot of information being relayed to him by Demo, and look at that, insane. He was baited to this position. Demo was constantly just slowly and steadily making sure that Insane went into Wally's line of fire, and then Wally, he was there to finish the job. But Wally now in the crosshairs of Nocto, and Nocto is not going to waste any time. That's going to be a knock, and well, will they be able to secure the finish? Because, well, Seal Esports, they're applying a lot of pressure on the lads of Regicide, and one after the other, Regicide seems to be losing their players left, right, and center. It's just 2 more lads that remain. The UMP with just 7 bullets left in it. He's going to switch up to the Uzi as Leo, he goes for a push, and Demo is quite close. He needs to secure those knock. He goes down. This is going to be it. Seal Esports, they are going to lose 2 players as well. Nocto jiggling left and right, avoiding those shots. A brilliant display of the mechanical skills by both these lads, but Demo just remaining absolutely calm and composed. Does not move as much, but just covers, crouches and uncrouches at the at perfect timing, and just managed to connect few shots again and again, resulting in those knocks and the finishes. But yeah, it was an incredible play, and look at that Delta with the DMR headshot taking down the lads from Freestyle.
Absolutely big brain play coming in right here from the side of Seal Esports indeed, and in doing so, as you perfectly mentioned, the players were baited right off the bat, right off the start from Regicide, and in doing so, they are not looking good on this Miramar map in the first 6 minutes of the game altogether itself. But as we move away from that, we still do have 16 teams surviving. Yes, Regicide have taken quite a lot of knocks and eliminations for them against them, but overall the team is still going to be standing on the other side. T2K, a team that has utilized day 2 to perfect advantage for themselves, have gotten a lot of points, but now this final game will be the dividing factor. Will they be allowed to still push on and take that sort of an approach or not? And jumping back towards the map itself, we are looking at a few teams that are clustered up pretty much in the center, as Johnny had predicted. Hacienda del Patron is where these teams find themselves. The ground is so close to the players' rotation from the side of Stalwart, not giving away any information at all. Okay, now Shaptar, of course, jumps into his buggy, and it seems like they're going to be running away from that fight, as that was out in the open towards their
Oh!
Wow.
Brilliant cover fire, brilliant suppressing fire right there from Sensei. Now that was impressive and well thought out, because the grounders, as you were talking about them, Blotter, them trying to get away from the situation, even I thought, like, alright, just driving out the buggy out in the open, Stalwart Esports should not have a lot of trouble, at least dishing out a little bit of damage to the players. But hey, it was all a setup from the lads, and well, talk about setups, Regicide are also going to be finished off, as the last player is going to be burned extra crispy by a Molotov on top of that rooftop. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the first squad wipe on this map of Miramar.
A team that took on that first blood situation, that was, of course, Demo from the side of Seal Esports against the players of Regicide, have completely erased the team of Regicide from the lobby. 15 teams, of course, remaining right here, wherein, as we push on through to the map once again, they're looking at that Hacienda del Patron region, where so many teams are going to be around in the close proximity and vicinity, but it is going to be Train to Kill, taking on some shots. Sandesh, now this dude has been legendary today for the side of this team, as he has, from one map to the next, been the pillar in so many individual fights that I've noticed from his side. But hey, it's not only a one-man army, of course, from the side of T2K. All the players together have been sensational in on day number 2 today in all the different games that they've been a part of. As Johnny did also mention earlier, from that 4th position finishers to the top, basically the top 5 finishers coming in towards the side of T2K is working for them. But hey, look at that. Alex, dude, from the side of IHC, Alex is the hidden gem for today.
Well, let's see. I mean, he was the hidden gem and the man who made it all happen in the previous match, but can he pull it off again? Zeol for now finds himself in a very awkward position, quite close to the players from 52X Rage, but slowly and steadily he backs off towards his teammates. Alex, he's trying to get to the high ground where Faster is actually waiting for him on the other side, so it's not going to be an easy push. Alex needs to be prepared for it, but look at that in the distance. On the other side of the hill, it's Godless out of nowhere going for a flank quite early on. Now, IHC with this positioning, you know they want to secure this team fight and they want to secure all these points. Well, hey, let the fun and the games begin. Alex starting things off, but the trade is going to come in as Knight takes down Alex. T2K, on the other hand, just get blown up
by their own teammates. CEO not looking good. Not looking good when it comes to that utilization of the utility right there for the side of TTK. But right here, when it comes to our screens, that is going to be IHC taking on the dominating demonic force against the players of 52X Rage. The consistent play that was being showcased from the side of 52X Rage has slowly but surely on day number 2 kind of fallen down, but it's still not yet completely eliminated, and that of course will allow 52X Rage to still be a part of the lobby, but for how long? Because IHC, they are all over the entire mountain to try and find and capitalize the position and of course those eliminations. With that, Godless going down as well. The flank angle will not be helping them this time, IHC.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, the flank is not going to be helpful at all. Godless knocked out all the way on the other side of the road. Zeol, he's on the high ground, but does not really have an angle of approach to join this fight. It's going to be down to IC and Alex. Now, Alex is back on his feet. Zeol, all he can do is just make sure the players on the other side are going to be pinned down for a few extra moments, but Godless is definitely getting finished off right there. Zen getting the pickup for himself, and 52X Rage find themselves with a man advantage against IHC Esports.
Well, look at that. Zen approach coming in from this raging party of 52X Rage Esports, and he is definitely delivering quite important shots against the players of IHC as they try and get the information and retain that to their entire teams. But of course, for now, it's going to be Alex, the man who has to hold down this push coming in from the side of 52X Rage, and 52X Rage realize that this is not going to be the opening. They are definitely going to be pinned down with the utilities going in favor of Alex, and in doing so, they will try and create another angle, but Zeol up top could be the X factor that the side of IHC needed. But in all of that, looking on the mini-map, the blue zone has caught up to both these teams.
Well, but let's see, as you said, the blue zone is here, and if these lads don't take care of each other, the blue zone will definitely will. And talk about taking care, well, a gift from above, a nade handed over to the lads of 52X Rage, and Alex does find the knock. Knight, he's taking a little bit of damage, but IHC Esports now, this is their time to move. We see Alex going for a flank, but he needs to be careful. Daku has been spotted out as well, and Alex and IC, they're looking to avoid any shots from Zen in the distance. On the other side, though, we have the airdrop number 2, ladies and gentlemen, with the MK in there. We'll talk about that a little bit later, or in fact see which individual, which players will be wielding that weapon, which individual will be wielding that weapon. But 52X Rage, they lose out on one more player, so I believe there's just one last lad from the side surviving. IHC Esports also down to 2 players.
Well, IC and Alex, the 2 players survive and are going to try and get away from this precarious situation that they're in to get into the comfort of the zone. IC definitely will be able to get away from that, but it seems like I8's Blade will not be allowed to do so, as some perfectly set up mini shots. Okay, that was really close, but it seems Blade will be able to get away from that, and True Love, sir, right here, not able to deliver with the information that he had with Deadeyes Guys not capitalizing on that elimination point. But right now, as we fall back on the fight that we were a part of, 52X Rage, not looking too good with the one player that is, of course, all by his lonesome, going to be left out in the open. But look at that kill feed. T2K Sandesh has been dropped thanks to JyanMaara's approach, and TUF also taken on the fight.
Well, let's see. Another fight happening. I8 against the players of Deadeyes Guys. Now, Deadeyes Guys do seem to find themselves a wonderful opening, taking down one of the lads from the side of I8. Adi was the man who was knocked out. but his teammates are quite close to him, so it's going to be an easy revive for the lads of I8. The only thing that can give them actual trouble in a few short moments is going to be the blue zone coming in from the red. JyanMaara, one of the top contenders in the lobby right now, are just doing a brilliant job taking out a team that I predicted was going to win the game. T2K almost getting eliminated.
JyanMaara is all over the place. Snipe YG, the man of the hour or the minute right now, because he has been able to accumulate 3 elimination points for his side in just a matter of 60 seconds. And along with that, not one, but 2 individual teams is what he had his crosshairs towards. But with that done and dusted, the 4 elimination points converted, is that going to be all, or is there more in store from the side of JyanMaara's plan? Right now, this is looking like a fierce play that JyanMaara is able to create and make for them, because they are pretty scattered, but they've got a lot of information as well. For now, Susan on our screens trying to get some information relayed to his teammates. T2K Jane far out back, along with, of course, other teams around in the vicinity for JyanMaara. But look at the scattered approach that they've got. A 2-man split coming in from their side. Thor, not looking good, mate. The wielding lightning rod for Thor is somehow going to be able to help him out.
I mean, if you do actually manage to just one way or the other just summon lightning, I think the easiest way to take care of your opponents is just bring down a massive lightning bolt and just run towards your opponent. They're going to be pretty scared to face you, but let's see. JyanMaara, they ain't scared of anyone. They are JyanMaara. And because of that, they run towards Thor, trying to finish him off, do spot him out, and Snipe YT does not really care if you're a mere mortal or the God of Thunder. If he sees you, and if you are worth a few points, he will secure those points.
Dude, Snipe YT is on a miraculous roll right now with 4 elimination points already confirmed for the side. And with that, we move on back to Freestyle Sirens, who was looking on towards the positioning of I8 and did know that there is a team right around that vicinity in that compound. But Uzan will get the better half of that spray and will be able to get a little bit of damage onto the player, but not an elimination point, not a knock as of now, as I8 is too far away for them to be able to convert. But look at Crypto and Ghost. They are making a run for it. They are creating a flank for themselves right now. And this is where things can get real tricky and troublesome for Freestyle if they're not careful.
Well, it is definitely going to be a lot of trouble for them, but talking about trouble, I think IHC are pretty much just stuck on that edge. If they try to close in any further, they risk getting spotted out by either JyanMaara or DRS. If they just fail to find a hiding spot, then Deadeyes Guys is going to be closing on their position. But Freestyle, let's talk about them closing in on the lads of I8. Now, both these teams are quite far away from the zone, so it's going to be quite important for them to finish off this fight early. Either just eliminate the other side or just completely disengage and push towards the circle. But whatever you do, you have to be quick about this. And talking about being quick, well, Deadeyes Guys were pretty quick in closing up their distance against the lads of I8C. Now, Alex, he's going to have to be extremely careful with how he approaches. But oh, he's looking in the wrong direction. Chari, he was towards the right, and Alex is sprayed towards the left, completely missing the marker. But his teammate from the backlines does manage to find an important trade. Now, Chari and True 2v1 situation, and if they beat IHC Esports, then this southern edge of the circle, it's going to be completely under their control.
Well, I see the only man standing from the side of IHC, and right behind him, of course, we do have JyanMaara, DRS. Right in front, of course, is going to be Deadeyes Guys as well, where Shifis has been knocked behind that bale. Will definitely be looking for a revival from his teammates, and it seems like Chari is going to be more interested in getting that elimination point rather than getting the revival of his teammate. But again, that is what it takes in the battleground. You have to be very decisive, and that is what the side of Deadeyes Guys have showcased. Right now, it is going to be the Skylightz Gaming moving on to take on Stalwart as Action Peak are up on top of that mountain. But will that be enough? With Top creating that flank, will that be enough for the side of Stalwart to be able to stop Skylightz Gaming in their track? Because the momentous play that was showcased on the side of Skylightz, it seems like it is going to be hurted just a little bit, and in all of that, Deadeyes Guys' approach will get the final player of IHC as IHC get eliminated.
Well, let's see. IHC, they're going to be out of it, but let's see which team is going to be able to seize this opportunity for themselves. Well, Stalwart Esports definitely look to think so, that this one is going to be theirs, but For now, at least, Skylightz Gaming is the team blocking their way. And talking about the teams that we are in fact talking about, all of them are on the edge. The Circle Center, well, after the shift, is in the control of Seal Esports, and they have a pretty solid cover for themselves available. But we'll talk about that when we actually see Seal Esports. Mafia Ninja, he's extremely lucky, and he's not anymore.
Wow, that was a sensational run coming in from the side of Mafia Ninja, but just not able to get out of that position quite early. And in doing so, of course, Stalwart have been able to knock him down. And now that he's so far out and away from his teammates, it's going to be very, very tricky for him to be able to get that revival. On the other side, I mean, Stalwart, they are on top of this hill. They are out of the comfort of the zone, but they've got a lot of information for the players of Skylightz, and all of that is now getting converted into points for the side of Stalwart Esports. JyanMaara on the other side of the zone as well are taking on shots against the players of FS as they get eliminated on the 12th. We've got 11 teams remaining, and Stalwart are just definitely hunkering down this placement from Skylightz and will not be allowing Skylightz to be able to walk out of this position as they get all the players of Skylightz Gaming eliminated. With 4 elimination points confirmed, Stalwart will be able to recuperate, get that revival, and then push on into the comfort of the zone once again.
Well, but let's see. On our screens right now, Phantom Esports, 3 players still alive against the players of T2K. In fact, against the player of T2K, as Jane is the only man left surviving. And whoa, that was too close. He's down to 50 HP. A few more shots, and that's the job done. Mad Max getting the final pickup. So down to 9 teams, 27 players are surviving. And Phantom Esports, after taking care of the last remaining lad from T2K, they only have to look forward and just see if they can take care of high voltage as well, because look on the radar, they are just already moving in for this position. Seal Esports, we do see them again and again on the elimination feed. I8 as well, definitely on the wrong side of a few pickups as Ghost has been knocked out. It's just a Blade, the last player surviving, goes for an impressive spray on the players of DRS. Beto just grabs too much attention on himself and gets taken out. I8 are out of this matchup as well.
Well, 4 elimination points is what they were able to get with that one final play from the side of DRS is going to be stopping I8, and that will be all that they could sing in map of Miramar. But right now, we've got 7 teams, and all of that, the grounders, they have all 4 players surviving along with Seal Esports, and the momentous play that Seal Esports have been able to accumulate for themselves. They have the zone, they have the numbers, they've got the eliminations. What exactly is it going to take to stop this team? For now, DRS getting eliminated on the 7th spot. We've got Seal Esports again with 7 elimination points, comfortably moving on along. And the zone also working for them. The compound going to be theirs for the taking. What is it going to be that will stop this team and their momentous play right here on the final match on Miramar?
Well, the final game of the day, and let's see who will walk away with the win. Seal Esports all set for the action. 7 eliminations secured. Look at JyanMaara. They're doing a brilliant job. 10 eliminations to JyanMaara. Stalwart Esports with 2 players still surviving. 4 eliminations secured. But on our screens are the grounders now. They have a pretty solid position towards the southern edge of the circle. And it looks like there's a clear pathway, clear entryway leading them into the zone. But the problem is it's out in the open, so it's going to be quite tricky for them to survive. At the same time, avoid any sort of confrontation with the team sitting on the high ground on top of these ridges once they actually get there.
Well, again, when it comes down to the fight that was being taken against the players of Phantom Esports, where Seal Esports have been trying to hunker them down along with high voltage, it is looking like that was the opening that the grounders were waiting for. But again, they have to be careful because JyanMaara is going to be right around in the vicinity as well. And right now, it's going to be Praveen taken down from the side of Phantom Esports. Wexy holding on the forward all by his lonesome. But again, he's out in the open. His information has, of course, been caught from the side of Seal Esports for quite some time. But he will still be able to maintain that position and slowly but surely move on into the comfort of the zone. But in all of that fight, it is, of course, the grounders who've also been able to pick up the slack and get into the zone. But is that position going to be safe enough against the evil-eyed players of Seal Esports as of now? Because they have an evil eye across the board. They've got the information across all the teams. But the team that I believe could be the X-Factor against Seal Esports is Stalwart right now.
Well, Stalwart Esports doing a pretty phenomenal job. I mean, that's all we can say about them. But let's see. Oh, Wadu! Unlucky. Esports is looking at him right in the nick of time. So we're down to the top 4 in this particular match. 11 players still surviving. Esports still holding on to their comfort zone as of now. And Leo, look at that, with a few more shots, is going to make sure that the Grounders are going to be lacking one more player on their side. The next shift is going to decide who gets an opportunity to win the game.
Well, for now, we've got all the teams in the zone, of course. We've got the side of Phantom, where Vexy is the final player surviving. From the side of the Grounders, we've got 3-man army. Shaptar was just eliminated thanks to, of course, Stalwart spray. And in that, now, when it comes to the zone, it's going to be moved away from Stalwart. Now, Stalwart have had the safety net of this compound for quite some time. But now, as they try and get into the zone, things could turn away from their safety net, but we shall have to see if the other teams are going to be able to stop them or not. It is going to be Vexy who is going to have to stop Esports right now. Leo and Demo, well, never mind Leo and Demo, because they jump in and they quickly eliminate that final player of Phantom.
Well, let's see, Phantom Esports, they're going to be out of the contest as well. Now, Stalwart Esports, they have managed to make it this far with just 2 players surviving all this time. But the game changer is going to be the fact, and the moment they're waiting for is for Stalwart Esports and Esports to collide up against each other. Let's see when that is going to happen. Look at that, the elimination ratio of the players for their particular teams. We do have Pika and Top doing a pretty brilliant job for their sides, but Esports, every single player is just pushing themselves to the max, especially Demo. 9 eliminations by that one lad. I'm pretty sure no one is taking the MVP away from him.
That is for sure right now, but again, when it comes down to the approach being showcased from the side of Stalwart's 2 players, that is where we, or rather, I do believe that they could maybe try and stop Esports, but Esports, I mean, even though they moved away from the safety net of the compound, they have got everything working for them. The numbers advantage working for them, the information working for them. The Grounders being so very lackluster in this entire saga. This is not the first time that we've seen them in this sort of a situation where they could definitely utilize the position, and advantage is what they could take, but they stay a bit too silent, and that is what stops them from taking away a lot of points from their position. But again, nothing stopping Stalwart, because they are slowly but surely going to be getting into the safety net of the zone, as Esports know exactly where they're at, but they've got no shots. Oh, my word.
Well, you were going to say they haven't taken any shots. They were like, yeah, where? We just took down 2 players. But that pretty much seals the deal. That Esports, they are going to walk away with a win on this game, as the Grounders are stuck in an awkward spot. I don't think it's going to be easy for the lads to get a revive, but Kurma does manage to make his way towards Sensi. As soon as he does that, Zigsaw goes down. 4v1, and it's done. Esports, an impressive winner chicken dinner. I believe 15 eliminations is the total number.
Well, what a play. 15 elimination that is, along with, of course, the chicken dinner. 30 points in total coming in favor of the side of Esports from Mongolia, jumping onto the 4th position in the overall ranking. Look at that damage, dude. 3,335 damage dished out from the side of the Esports. It is just absolutely absurd, the amount of demolition they were able to showcase to this lobby.
Well, definitely it was a next level domination, and let's not forget they started all the way from the extreme northeastern part of the map, and then it was, I mean, the early game collision. We all remember the sort of scuffle against Regicide. Could have gone anyway, but they made sure they were very well composed, very precise with how they were taking those fights, and the end result is Esports a comfortable win in the end with a lot of elimination points.
They did so gracefully indeed, but right now with that, we're going to segue into a short little break. We're going to be right back with a lot more stats and what the storyboard is going to be cooking for us and these teams. Stick around.
It's a bang.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League right here at, of course, South Asia, where we are looking at the day number 2 coming to an end. But what a sensational day this has turned out to be for quite a lot many of these teams, because, I mean, from the side of T2K to IHC showcasing a little bit of that resilient play, it has been, I mean, the storyboard is all over the place, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, the storyboard, as you mentioned, it has been all over the place, but today turned out to be a pretty brilliant game changer for majority of the teams sitting on the second half of the leaderboard, and that has made it, our expectations, our speculations for tomorrow a lot more exciting. But talking about this particular match, we did talk about the man in the middle. Well, Demo became the demolition man in this matchup. 10 eliminations by one individual, 1136 damage dished out, 1 assist as well, but 10 eliminations. That's the key part right here.
Absolutely,
That's
I mean,
the highlight.
It's just phenomenal how Demo was able to just get the team pushing from one fight to the next, and that's not just this game. Throughout the day, he's been doing that, and along with that, of course, his teammates are not that far behind. Or yeah, I mean, it's clearly evident with
They're all there.
They're all there. They're all there. But I was just pointing out how they're not going to be too far behind. But look at that. Apart from the elimination point, just looking at the damage, they have been part of every single fight that Demo took, actually. And that is what a synergistic team is all about.
Yeah, I mean, definitely showcasing a lot of synergy. Seal Esports, brilliant run by the team. And look at that. As you mentioned, I mean, the rest of the lads from the side of Seal Esports, they do present themselves here and there, everywhere, even in the match summary. Highest healing done, although, goes to the lad Scry from Stalwart Esports. And Stalwart Esports, I mean, they were just like on a YOLO mode in this matchup, just going after everyone that they saw. So that is the reason that a few of the individuals from this side were taken out earlier on in the game. But IHC, now that fight against 52x Rage, it got very intense, and well, a few mistakes were made. They should have stuck together, I believe, and that would have allowed them a better possibility of converting that fight.
Could have, should have, would, maybe, but in the end, did not. And so that's where, of course, the predictions go absolutely wrong and haywire. Or maybe it's just the cursed part of mine that has resulted in that play. But hey, it's not mine, because the prediction was actually made by the director. So I'm going to be blaming him for that. But overall, I'm still going to be looking forward to tomorrow and day after from the side of IHC to maybe showcase the play that they did on the map of Erangel.
Yeah.
But yeah, you so perfectly mentioned. I mean, that fight that they ended up taking, it was just too extended and not necessary as well. I mean, they had all the right mindset and mentality from Godless moving on through that flank angle, but overall, I mean, 52x Rage, they were just well equipped and prepped perhaps. But right now, it's time to jump in through to the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where we did see right off the bat in the first 2 minutes of the game itself some big brain plays being showcased from the side of Seal Esports.
I mean, definitely a lot of big brain plays from Seal Esports, as we did talk about them taking care of Regicide earlier on in the game. And I did not expect them to walk out of this fight completely unscathed, but they did. And that is what was so brilliant about it. And after there on out, they just made sure that they were pacing themselves quite nicely. It's because the circle also kind of favored them continuously moving towards the northern part, northern shifts again and again. I think Seal Esports utilized that as well to the maximum advantage, just getting in early and holding their position, then punishing anyone who dared challenge them in those spots. And that, I think, was a perfect strategy, a cookie-cutter strategy that worked for Seal Esports in this matchup. Stalwart Esports, as we talked about them, I mean, again, aggression is always going to be the name of the game for teams like Stalwart Esports and IHC. But Stalwart Esports doing a pretty phenomenal job of making sure that one way or the other, their point average never changes.
That is true. That is true. I mean, the lead that they've been able to start from day one itself, it just keeps on getting better and better for the side of Stalwart, even if they don't have a really phenomenal, sensational game in the lobby. But this time around, it was, of course, none other than Seal Esports who were able to dish out massive blows with 3,000 plus damage from their side. And in order that, of course, we did see Demo taking a huge chunk of that, almost about 1,100 damage coming in by just that guy.
Well. I mean, 1100 damage by one guy, 3335 by the whole team combined, and none of the other teams just even come close to Seal Esports. Usually when you see those 1000 numbers, they look pretty tall on the graphs, but Seal Esports just outperforming everyone else. Quite an unfortunate start for Regicide, though they tried the level best to take that fight, but the players were a little too far away from each other, so protecting each other, providing cover fire, making sure the opposition does not get any easy finishes became a challenge for them, and that is what Seal Esports exploited against them. IHC, Blotter, you mentioned it, I talked about it, that fight against 52X Rage was so extended they dished out 1200 damage.
Exactly, I was just looking at that as well. So that means that they were doing things right. They were definitely on the right track, but it's just that 52X Rage, they were able to stop as soon as, Godless went down. Things kind of went a bit disarrayed for the approach of the side of IHC. But moving on through to the overall rankings, we've got Seal Esports jumping 2 steps more in the position all the way to the 4th spot with 2 chicken dinners confirmed for their side. 120 points, 2-point try from DRS Gaming. I mean, yeah, Seal Esports, they have made it large and they've still got 2 more days to try and climb up to Stalwart Esports. Maybe, we shall see. Because right now, Stalwart, I mean, they're playing their own game. And they have, on day number 1, pushed almost upwards of 100 points. They were at 98. On day number 2, they're sitting at 173.
Well, I mean, that is just a very, very impressive lead, 173 points, but the rest of the competition is trying to get a little bit closer. We did see JyanMaara, they have managed to maintain the top 2 position at the end of the day as well, so quite an impressive feat by the lads of JyanMaara as well, sitting on second with 138 points. But as we move to the next page of the rankings, we do see Skylightz Gaming. Oh my goodness, for 2 games they are tied up. 81 and 81.
And 10 points is the difference between the 8th and the 9th and 10th position right now. So there is still a big possibility for the side of course, IHC Esports, Skylightz Gaming, even Phantom Esports for that matter. I mean, no matter how they've been showcasing their skills in the lobby, they have stuck to the rhythm, and they are in the top 12 position pretty much always.
Well, definitely, and it was quite it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly when they break their way out of there. But i8 Esports, they have been very impressive today. I mean, today was their day. Before yesterday when we started, I believe they were 10th or 11th, but today they have managed to figure out a way to get into the top 5, and not just that. They are very close to Seal Esports. They're very close to toppling over DRS. And maybe if the first 2 games tomorrow, i8, one way or the other, manage to finish in the top 3 with at least 6 to 7 eliminations consistently in both those matches, they will topple over JyanMaara as well. Well, all sort of terms and conditions applied in this scenario are going to be that JyanMaara, DRS and Seal Esports take early exits in those matches or don't do so well. That is when i8 will definitely take a bounce. But hey, I have big hopes from i8. I was a little bit surprised when they weren't performing on day 1, but now it seems like all is well and good in the world. i8 is back.
They are. That is true. Because again, as you so perfectly mentioned, the difference between the play that they showcased on day 1 compared to the way that they have been on day 2 is definitely a rock-solid performance for their lot. And that, of course, can also be spoken about for the side of T2K, as they have been pretty consistent overall. And the storyboard is, of course, dictating the exact same as well. But for now, when it comes to the entire storyline right here, it is 2 days done, 2 more days remain, and what exactly is going to change in the next 2 days? Well, I'm definitely sure quite a lot based on the way this thing is playing.
Well, I mean, the competition just got tough for the lads of Stalwart Esports, I guess, within themselves. But hey, the rest of the players are trying to catch up. Demo at least has elimination numbers quite close to what Pika has for himself. It's just the survival time that are causing that massive difference between the averages, because again, the formula for MVPs have been changed, ladies and gentlemen. It's been almost a year and a half since that happened. Earlier on, it was just purely based on the number of elimination. Now it takes into account the damage dealt and also the average survival time, and those 2 factors do hold a much higher priority than the elimination numbers. But talking about comparisons, we do have a comparison of Pika up against Top, and the damage numbers, the survival time might be in the favor of Top, but just those 32 eliminations in the hands of Pika are going to keep him on the first position in the MVP rankings.
That definitely will. But again, I mean, these two players, they're just competing against themselves. They have been doing so since day one. And I actually did notice when it came down to the graph, or rather the chart for I8, Crypto did kind of fall down a little bit when it comes down to the elimination points compared to his teammates. But in the end, that is not the story that, of course, has been dictated from the side of I8, wherein they definitely have had a really good day number 2, pushing on from one match to the other. They were pretty consistent in the gameplay.
I mean, they were very consistent. They have managed to like climb quite steadily since the start of the day. As you mentioned, that very first game, the chicken dinner be secured, and then in the next Erangel that happened, they were able to hold a very good position for themselves as well, and ending the day with a pretty decent amount of eliminations as well. So I8, their run today was phenomenal. One first place finish, fifth place finish, third, going on, tumbling down in the last few matches, but then they covered up with the number of eliminations that they got. So the total tally, I8 has been able to maintain a quite a consistent run today. But what about tomorrow? Now, one of the teams, one of the big names that we were seeing struggling a bit on day one has recovered. But what about the rest? Skylightz Gaming and I8C. It's high time these teams step up their game.
Well, I'm sure that they will as well. If at all, I mean, today we've seen from the side of Skylightz Gaming as well as the side of I8C as well, the play that they've been able to create from one match to the other has been ups and downs, yes, definitely. But overall, it is still looking like the teams are, you know, they're just holding on to something that is holding them back, and that, well, hopefully tomorrow onwards will not be the case, because I8C, when it comes down to the elimination points that we've seen from their side on the storyboard, looking really good. Skylightz Gaming, they were able to get that chicken, so perfect play from them as well. But again, I mean, that's not the only lot that we need to talk about, because there are other teams. The team, for example, Phantom Esports as well, right? I mean, they are the chat favorite, I guess, is how I would describe them. But overall, it is still lacking the play that they showcased on day one in the first game itself.
Yeah, I mean, the play was lacking just a little bit. Overall, I have to say, I mean, Phantom Esports, they are moving slowly and steadily. Now, the only team that's ahead of them is I8C and Skylightz Gaming and the rest of the lobby above. But if they cover up that difference between them and I8C and Skylightz Gaming, then I think Phantom Esports do end up a chance of finishing at the end of this tournament in the top 8, in the top 7. But I don't think that's going to be enough. I think they want to lift the trophy. Every team does. But what is going to happen, only time will tell. But I guess that brings us to the end of the show today.
It definitely does. It does bring us to the end of the day. Thank you all so very much for tuning in. We're going to be back again with day 3 tomorrow as the action continues right here at PMPL. It's a big thanks, of course, to Oppo. And along with that, when it comes down to that beautiful F21 Pro, well, it is out. It is available for you guys to, of course, go ahead and grab it as soon as you can. But yeah, for today, we do have reached the end. But thank you so much. Until tomorrow, take care. Bye-bye.